important that you listen to the lectures and discussions. Yes, yes, my dear.
Mama's trying to find. Mama can't find the password for Disney.
She's gonna have to wait a few minutes, okay? Tell her I'll be downstairs in a few minutes, okay?
Mama, Daddy said he'll be downstairs in a few minutes.
Wow, that was really cool. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. My name is Troy Bernier, and I'm a director of the festival. And today we will be having a whole suite of events. Got off on a little bit of a late foot, and that's easy to explain if you were here yesterday. It was pure pandemonium. We have made several records. We breached several records with number of viewers and initial attendees, uh, people banging on the door to get in, and it was fabulous. We had a great time and ran an hour longer than even planned. So of course I got to bed super late, and I had to send out lots of communications and relays to folks to make sure everybody had something on their desk today to get started. So it was good, and I thank everyone for participating, contributing, and just showing up and checking us out. Today we're going to have even more. It'll be close to a magnitude of breaking yesterday's record. With our list today, of course, is now me with just some brief introductions. We're going to go into Microdocs, which should be quite nice and technical. Then we're going to go talking about some family films um, and so forth. If you're familiar with T.L. Westgate out of Orlando, Florida, Orlando, Florida produces quite a many people in the film world. And T.L. Westgate is actually, if you've been to the festival some previous years, you probably have met him. He's the only filmmaker that's been to the festival every single year. He has a film that makes it in here every single year. We are very impressed with his craftsmanship, his team, Dale Mertz, and a few of the others. They're very, very good people, and they do a fantastic job, and are a great example of independent film, starting from zero and working its way to success. So we're looking forward to having an interview with Indy and his spirit that he'll bring with him. Then we'll go into another set of introductions, which we'll talk a little bit more about the festival, which I think is very important for everybody to understand and to see. And then, of course, you don't have to sit for every single piece of this. We do understand you've got bio breaks, you've got time to network with other filmmakers, because there are going to be people in the rooms that are watching these. So if you want to reach out to some of the filmmakers of the things that you're hearing us talk about, they are here in the chat room. So if you're on Twitter, or if you're in particular, if you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube, and you say something about one of them, they're probably here to respond to that. I'm in Florida, so it's still a little warm. The next thing is later on we'll be doing a SciFi Outlook, and this is my talk to the world about the status of science fiction from my lens. So it's not, I would say, 100%, but it's from my lens, which my lens is heavily laced in science and fiction, in economics and society. If you want, I can talk a little bit about, if there's a demand for it, I'll be happy to elaborate on the metrics of marketing and some of the discoveries that I have observed in the past 12 months since the last festival. After that, by afternoon, we're going to jump into a whole suite of other interviews, going more into the detail of our other submissions, such as the features and shorts. Today, we are expected to interview the film House, which is a very interesting take on artificial intelligence. We will have still many more folks from the other shores as well. I think we have East Africa, Kenya, we have New Zealand, we have Canada, plus a bunch of other shorts, whoever, of course, is able to make it in. And we're hoping to interview Entangled today, as well as in some music videos. The Final Land, and then we're going to be going into some about a few hours worth of lectures. Those lectures are going to be Kyle Sullivan with Trekspertise, Todd Chernawski, and George Gonzalez. And in our evening session, which is not kid friendly. It is not child friendly. In the evening sessions. So it's up to you and your judgment who sees what. I don't recommend, and we don't say the content is kid friendly. It's not even rated because some people get a little passionate. But we will be having our famous session called The Science Behind Science Fiction. The science behind science fiction is exactly what it sounds like. And it's very well worth listening in on it. There'll be two components this year because of the demand of people who are attending the event. There'll be a part one today and a part two tomorrow. Part one today is through the lens of the female. Part two tomorrow will be through the lens of the male. I can assure you both will be intriguing. Then we'll have another set of late evening interviews with Good Genes, Everlasting, I Listen, very funny film. And we will have a nice interview with Thomas Seymour and his film from Troma. I think this is Troma Studios with VHS Massacre. And it's we have begun, of course, if you already know, we do take documentaries, in particular, documentaries about the science and science fiction, documentaries about fantastic films, documentaries about industry, socioeconomics that pertain to this genre. It's a very, very interesting documentary. It's part two. There's actually an initial one, an earlier one that they produced, which did very well. It's award winning. It won a documentarian award. And then after that, we have late night talk. And late night talk is for folks that are just left over because we have so many people signing up to speak. So those will be the opportunities for them. In any case, just don't hesitate to comment, ask questions. We'll always do our best to respond to them. We will get to every question. And that's it. Let's get started. And I also want to point out, because I probably just forgot, that the initial broadcast you saw was from the band All India Radio. Absolutely one of my favorite bands. They're awesome, and we highly recommend you check them out. Buy up some of their content. They still sell vinyl. It's a very good thing. And but enjoy them. They're still around. They're touring, of course, during this pandemic. No one's touring, but they will someday come to North America. So we look forward to that, and maybe you could be at the show. So let's check out some of their one more hit from them, and then we're going to go into our program.
That mommy got it. That's right. That's what you're doing. What you're doing. Yeah, but that's all coming and show.
Yes, you're ready.
No problem.
No, it's okay.
No, I'm almost ready.
Okay.
No.
All right. That is a good one. That was a good one. Folks might be asking, what in the world am I doing with this shirt, which is a slightly different shirt than yesterday? Well, today's opening session are the Microdocs. So because of that, it's all about sciences this morning. And that's a big deal, right? With all that said, I've got someone that is begging to contribute to our science documentary and family films. What do you want to bring to the table today? What do you want to show? Yeah, come on. You want to show it? Come on.
Let me just get one.
Yeah, get 1, 2, 3. Bring it. No problem.
3. Ah, it fell.
Well, okay. All right. What do you want to show us today? Because you're insistent on showing these. What is this?
LOL.
LOLs. Okay. LOLs. Yes. LOL dolls. And what do they do? What do you do with it? What?
We put them in the bathtub.
You put them in the bathtub. Okay. Okay. What else? You change your clothes, right? Yeah. Isn't it a lot of fun? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We play with them every day. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, I want to do those.
Okay, let's show those.
Baby. Kiwi.
Okay, good. We see that. That's a cat that wears clothes,
and
and the cat has its hair done. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Wait, but Dad, I got these too.
You want to show those also?
Uh-huh.
Okay, show them quick. We're running out of time. We're running out of time here.
What? Wait, Dad. Wait. I am, Mama.
Okay, show it. Go ahead. Holy smokes, that's special. Oh, that is special. And what's her name?
Wait, I'll come back. Okay, I have to tell her name.
Okay. All right. Sometimes you have executive orders that push over the existing orders. All right. Well, we're going to get folks started for the interviews. Nikolai, with his film Be Me, is next. And good morning, Nikolai. I think he's already here in the room. We have to invite him.
Look here. Look. Dada.
We're having a problem with the stream here.
Daddy.
Yes.
Look.
Okay, what are you trying to show me?
The name.
Oh, Show Baby.
But I really wanted this one.
Okay. Well, we'll remember that one. Okay.
I like that one.
We gotta go. Okay.
Wait, Dad. Wait, I forgot to show.
I'm having a technical here. Oh, there we go. Good morning, Candace. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm trying to invite Nikolai. We asked for a roll call and we don't see him. Hold on. Oh yeah, I got a roll call from him. Nikolai will be joining us any second. Just a little bit about this documentary. Be Me is a social experiment that took place on Halloween in 2019, where thousands of online participants remotely controlled a human person freely moving on the MIT campus. This documentary film documents the creation and aftermath of this unique event. So he's going to tell us a bit about what he learned and his experience with this. I think we have a trailer from it as well.
Can I have this back?
Yes. Thank you.
No.
Good morning, Nicolo. How are you?
Hi, very good. How are you?
Very well. Thanks so much for joining us today.
No problem. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, we had a little slow start this morning, but we're back on steam here. And
I'm glad you had fun yesterday.
Yeah, we had a very, very good time. It was quite exhaustive. And here we are again today to start all over again. So can you tell us a little bit about the documentary film?
Yeah, sure. Essentially, yeah, Bini was, as you know, well put, a massive online social experiment that went live globally on Halloween night in 2018. And the goal of the experiment was essentially to see, whether to test essentially the limits of massive online cooperation at scale. So in a situation where you're under uncertainty or time constraints, when people have to make decisions, can we sort of, instead of like delegating the decisions to like a few individuals, can we just decentralize them to just many people? And so on Halloween night, thousands of people joined us and essentially remotely controlled two human beings that were myself and my colleague Taylor Jolly, to essentially solve a sci-fi mystery. We were on the MIT campus, and we were sort of streaming our environment, and people online, like with the earpiece, could sort of control every single action, and sort of advance the story by sort of solving missions. The event was was filmed. We had a lot of fun, and we created this documentary to sort of show a little bit like the backstage. What was the science behind it, and what happened on that night in the control room? Something that people didn't see when they joined on that night.
Oh.
Okay, let's bring up the trailer so we could all see it. And please let me know if you hear audio or not. Where some people said they can't hear. So please chime in if you can hear the audio or not, please. Do you hear audio? Thumbs up if you hear the audio. Okay.
Yes.
So, what in the world did you do?
um, it was very interesting. So the scientific sort of reason behind it was, as I said, sort of try to see if we can decentralize decision making. But then, of course, like you cannot leave people with a sort of complete blank slate, or otherwise, like there will be sort of chaos. So what we created is sort of a backstory where the two characters had to defeat a super villain, a super AI that was kind of getting loose on the internet. And the bottom line is that essentially, like, people gave suggestions that were, yes, sort of funny, or sort of try to sort of test the water and see like what were the limits of what they could suggest. I remember one was like, just do like 10 push-ups in the middle of the road, and it was super dangerous. So I did it on the side of the road. But all in all, like, they managed to accomplish all the missions, which was I was very surprised. And at the end, the two characters rejoined. So each character was controlled by a different internet crowd, and they were surprisingly cooperating with each other, essentially complementing each other's actions, and sort of essentially for defeating this like fictional villain. It was fun.
That's pretty cool. And I don't know if you mentioned it already, but can you elaborate a bit on how, was there any funding or anything like that for a program that helped you start this and evaluated your results?
Yeah, so this was entirely funded by the MIT Media Lab, and in particular my group and supervisor. The group is the Scalable Cooperation Group, which now no longer exists. The big part of the group like moved to Berlin, to the Max Planck Institute, where I'm currently based. And this was, I don't know if I'm supposed to sort of say numbers, but yeah, there was like a budget. Was not very big, but with like around like 10K, we managed to pull everything together.
Wow, well, that's pretty neat. So this is you're part of the, say it again, the Max what Institute?
Max Planck Institute. It's a German scientific institute.
Yes, and can you remind us all, Max Planck is responsible for Max Planck.
Oh, Max Planck was actually not involved in this project at the beginning. Yes, it was MIT Media Lab. So we were back when we were back in Boston, and they fund all sort of research that is at the
right.
Interface with technology, AI, and sort of after like last year we moved to Max Planck to continue our research here.
What I was trying to get at is Max Planck, who was a physicist back in, I guess he got his fame early 1900s regarding physics. He was a Nobel Prize winner in physics, and his origination, or what his contribution is quantum theory. His his contribution to science, his general contribution is quantum theory, which is a super big deal of understanding the atomic and, more importantly, the subatomic processes. Subatomic processes, these would be what goes on with the protons and the neutrons and the electrons, those cool little things, and smaller than that, because we know there's many more sub components. Well, that's pretty neat, Nikolai. So what do you study? Do you specifically study this, or are you these social encounters, or are you doing more than this? What else are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm a cognitive neuroscientist as a background, and I study decision making, particularly in the sort of social context. So how groups take decisions together. This was just a large experiment that sort of got the media attention and the audience participation. But typically, our experiments are much more sort of small scale, in the lab, where with groups of around like 20, 30 people. So this was essentially like almost like a stunt to see, what are the limits of collaboration online. But normally, my research is around decision making, where we essentially mix human and sort of machine behavior to come up with smart ways for people to do things together.
That's neat. That's very important, and we all know about the significant contributions that are coming out of Germany. The country there is investing a lot in the social space. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think university is free?
I know also that it's free, but I think like up to a certain level. But I am not sure. We are like more of a research institute, so we don't have, for example, undergraduates. It's more of like a national research endowment.
National lab. I understand. What is that noise in the background? Not to be too distracting. Is your window open?
No, I don't think so.
Well, the video's not playing.
Is it still on?
I
Still
hear
noise?
I hear like birds and bees, insects, things like that. Is your window open?
No.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Any case, well, that's awesome, man. I really appreciate you coming out with us and sharing this. And one of the questions is going to be, how do we watch the film? How do we watch this?
Yeah. So we made it like publicly available on Vimeo. I can share here maybe under the YouTube the link.
Yeah, share the link right now. Share the link. Yeah. Put it in YouTube, and we will put the link up for everyone to watch this.
Thank you.
We call this a microdoc. Microdocs are documentary films, but they're typically less than 30 minutes long. They're typically short. This one in particular, your film is around 37 minutes, which is kind of
longer,
but it's still a documentary piece. So it falls into our category as a microdoc. The majority of microdocs are around 15 minutes or less. The majority.
Yes.
And that's where we coined it microdoc. And it's been part of the festival since our very beginning. The microdoc contribution.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday mornings.
That's interesting. How many films do they usually get accepted?
Microdocs, we usually put together an hour's worth of programming.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you post it in YouTube?
Yeah. Please tell me if you can see it.
Not yet. It has to be in. You have to post it in our
films that you do in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat of the live feed.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. I can post it also here.
Oh, it's okay. I'll rebroadcast that. Now it's being rebroadcast to Facebook, YouTube,
Perfect.
Periscope.
Well, I hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, watch it. And folks, if you have any comments, please don't hesitate to comment in the section here in the comment field. And Nicolo, you're going to hang around a little bit, Nicolo?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So he'll be able to respond directly to you. And if you want to take this video and showcase it with your class, your online class or something like that, I'm sure Nicolo will be happy to assist in that
Absolutely.
matter. Awesome. Thanks so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Oh, man, that was pretty neat, huh?
It's really cool.
Yes. Let's see. Roll call. All right. Spirit. The Spirit movie is next in our lineup. Elaborate. The next microdoc, which I don't think they are here, but it's called Spirit. And Spirit is a very interesting documentary film. It's about the Spirit rover, its history, traveling on Mars and studying and observing all the interesting features on Mars. It's a very nice doc. I highly recommend that people partake in this. And I will share with you the trailer, which I thought we had a trailer for this. Hold on, I'm getting a little message here. People are already watching your doc, Nicholas. People have started watching it. So that's awesome stuff. Well, we'll come back to this one, and we'll just move on with the with the time that we have. We don't have a whole lot of time here. All right. So moving on to next on our schedule is Indy from Bodyhackers on. Is Indy here? One moment. This is Bodyhackers, one of the family films from the festival.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see your license.
What is that?
Holy smokes, that was something. Bodyhackers. And Indy will be back later today. I think he's on our list. He did say he was coming in, so we will definitely have an interview with him about this short film sometime today. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. He is here. Indy, please, one moment. One moment. All right. He's on his way in. Hey.
Hey.
How you doing, Indy?
Good. How are you?
Very well. Thanks for joining us.
I'm honored to be here. Let me see if I can fix my audio to be my headset. Is that better?
Yes, you sound fine. Coming in
Okay,
good,
great.
loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be here because, as you know, I've been in the festival every year so far, and so I don't want to miss out. I want to keep my streak alive. So I feel like this counts that I'm attending again this year.
It does count. Absolutely. You are permanently in this archive.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, this year we had a 48-hour film that we had done called Bodyhackers, and it won in Tampa, and it was a fun little project with Ashlyn J. Lopez. She's a great actress. You might have seen her in some Lifetime movies or a few things on Netflix.
Oh,
And she's just a really strong actress. We've used her a couple times, and she's great to have fun with on set.
no, that's awesome. Yeah, she was also in the film. I think it was last year. We had a film where there was some sort of time portal.
Oh, yeah. An Orphan in Time.
An Orphan in Time. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And I think that's when you guys really amped up your visual effects.
Yeah, my I do a lot of films on my own here in Orlando, and a friend of mine, Dale Metz, he and I team up sometimes, and we work together on that one and this one.
Yeah.
And he uses Blender, and it's
really?
yeah, it's free program, and he's used it for years, and he's gotten really, really good at it. And a lot of people during Q&As for that last film, An Orphan in Time, would raise their hand and say, "Hey, how much of that time machine was real?" And the answer is none of it.
Kidding? That was totally fabricated?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Where is he?
he's under a move right now. He and his wife just sold their house and moved a bit. I'm not sure what his availability is this weekend. So
no, that's fine. And he moved out of Florida, or
oh no, just a couple cities.
Okay, just another part of the area. Okay, good.
Yep.
Good. It was great seeing him. I think it was last year that he showed up.
Yeah, last year we went down with another guy, Trent, and had a lot of fun, as always, at your festival. So I can't wait for it to come back next year with no pandemic.
We'll see. We will see. Wow, that's that's something. But I really appreciate it. And can you tell us what's going on next?
Next,
what's next for you guys?
I have I'm trying to work on an animated film next, personally, and also we've got something that we're going to send you for next year. We made a Firefly fan film.
Wait, really?
Well, I'll say Firefly inspired. We didn't want to tread too close for copyright reasons into a lot of it, but you can definitely tell it's set in the Firefly verse.
Yeah.
So you'll be seeing that from us real soon, and hopefully we'll be down next year to play it.
That's neat. Yeah, we do have a fan film section for contributors, and we do get a couple a year because since we do announce it. This year, I know we have a Batman fan film, which is about the Joker.
Oh, okay.
So, that's a cool one, which I think we're going to be showing that one for people to watch. That will be we're going to show that one.
Excellent.
Yes. So, what's been the response with Bodyhackers?
It's been really good. We like I said, that was for the 48, and we won for the city of Tampa. So all the city-winning films at the end of the year, which is for them in March, play in something called Filmapalooza. And this year it was in Rotterdam. So my girlfriend and I went there for a week, and we went all over Amsterdam and Rotterdam and the countryside and every other dam you can think of. And we just had a great time watching films from around the world, meeting filmmakers, and we get home and all of a sudden this pandemic hits, but luckily we didn't catch anything, so we're good to go.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's all over the state in Florida. I don't know how extensive it is where you are, but down in South Florida, it's all over the place here, and it's spotty areas that there are outbreaks all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know of anybody who has officially been diagnosed as having it personally yet. So, hopefully we're through the worst of it, and we're going to be on the mend here.
I know many people who have been diagnosed some in the family,
Oh.
and yeah, come very close to us. And there are people who are no longer with us.
That's not good.
No.
Sorry to hear that.
Hold on a second. So, so you got an animation coming out, and when do you think that will be completed?
I've been in touch with an illustrator. It's not going to be traditional 2D or 3D animation. I'm going to go more of a motion graphics kind of moving comic book look. I've got an illustrator giving me AI files, and I'll be animating them inside of After Effects. It was a dream I had, and it woke me up, and I thought that I need to make this as a film, and realized I couldn't shoot it. It was too difficult because it involves a dog. So I don't have a trained dog. So I thought, hey, I could do this as an animation, and it's short. It's only going to be 4 or 5 minutes. So that might be a fun project for the summer, especially if we're all still trapped in our houses.
Yeah, no one knows, and no one knows the answer to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody knows the answer to that. So there's been so much irresponsibility and mismanagement. Nobody knows what the future entails.
Yeah. Well, luckily I already worked from home, so this hasn't changed too much for me.
Good for you. Good for you. All right. Well, any questions? Do we have any questions from the community? There's been a lot of chatter initially, but I don't hear much more. With that, if any comments come in, folks, don't hesitate to leave a question in the comments field, whether it's in Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook. We will get it, and we will respond to it. That's it for now. Thanks so much, Indy. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you, and hopefully I'll see you again next year.
Absolutely. We'll be looking forward to it.
Okay, thanks.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Okay, well, next on our list is I actually have some materials to discuss, and next is going to be back into the Microdocs. This is Liftoff. Next is going to be Liftoff. Hello, Dell.
Hey, Troy.
Oh my goodness. Dane.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I thought this was Damien from Liftoff.
No, that's probably not.
It's not. Hold on a second.
You want me to hang out?
No. You're fine here. You're fine. I thought I sent him the code. He's not here yet, so I need to bring up his trailer, Liftoff. Here he comes. This is right up your alley, Dane.
Yes, it is.
Try.
How you doing? Uh-oh. I think he fell into a wormhole. Damien, you fell into a wormhole. We're gonna watch your trailer.
Sounds good.
Everything looks okay up here. Roger out.
Wow.
Everything looks okay up here. Roger out.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I can tell you, folks, I watched this one at length, and Liftoff is a very interesting film. Initially, when I saw this, I thought this was a microdoc. And after watching it, I said, wait a second, there's a little bit more going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's a story about a young lady named Grace who is 11 years old. She's woken up from her dream about going to the moon and a rocket ship by her parents and friends arguing about the future
Mm-hmm.
in their family room. And it's just what makes it so interesting is kind of like what's going on today, where we have groups of people making decisions on the future. And when we talk about future, these decisions are going to be around for a very, very long time. And a lot of the young people are saying, wait a second, don't I get a say? So that's pretty much what it's about, which is pretty neat. Is Damien still around? He's dropped off. His phone had died. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, maybe he'll come back.
Okay. Well, I was going to say that, I found it totally relatable, even though the main character is a young girl. Reminding me of myself as a child and having the dioramas and the drawings in my room about space flight. And if you can see over my shoulder, I've got some
Right.
models.
Decorated.
Yeah, so I haven't necessarily. I'm still kind of a big kid, and her thinking about the future and being optimistic and providing a lesson to the older characters, I thought was a great story. Great family film that I would love to show my family as well.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's not something that seems to be a common theme these days. You get your kids, and your kids are growing up, and you're seeing that they're doing a lot of the same things that you did.
Yeah.
And you want to try to help facilitate their dreams as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just like parents tried with you. And it's in my opinion, for me, what I'm doing, I'm doing everything I possibly can
Mm-hmm.
about burning the house down and blowing the place up, because my kid, I know, is going to want to mix up all kind of things and play with rockets.
Yeah.
The list goes on.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, we could certainly use an optimistic message in these times.
Yes.
Still, I grew up in the 80s with a lot of dystopian nuclear war.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be awful. And now here I am living at home, hoping that didn't come true. And yet here's this presentation of let's be hopeful again. And I think the timing is just great for this film.
Yes. Damien is trying to jump back in. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get him in. Speaking of little ones. Speaking of little ones. Yes, my dear. Yes. Oh, yes. You're so special. You're so special. How you doing? In a little bit. I'll see you later. Yes, we will definitely do that when I'm done. Yes, we'll play like there's no tomorrow. Okay, after my work. Yes. Thank you. So infectious. So infectious. Okay. Damien, I emailed you a link. He'll be here shortly. I think he was having a problem with his phone. There was one little piece I wanted to mention about this, and that is that a lot of us grew up witnessing the space shuttle launches, and the space shuttle launches were, I think, as big a deal as the Apollo missions.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the shuttle didn't go very far at all. It stayed in the upper atmosphere of our planet.
Mm-hmm.
But it was used. Weren't there 6? There was 6 at one time, right? Was there 6 of them at one time?
6, 5 that went into space, and 2 that were lost. Yeah.
5 went into space, and of the 5, 2 were lost.
2 were lost.
And
3 are retired in museums now.
Right.
Plus the 4th that never went into space,
which was the Enterprise.
Enterprise.
And to make a long story short, I live in Florida. I've been living in Florida for a very long time, and I never saw the shuttle launch except once.
Yeah.
And it was the second to last launch, and I was so sad that I put in greater effort to see it launch all the other times.
Same here.
When I saw that shuttle launch, it was one of the most exhilarating experiences. I was fortunate of being relatively close. Speaking of Firefly, I met a guy who used to make Firefly fan films, and he said, "Hey man, just come by my house. I live real close to the launch pad." And I went to his community, and it was full of people in his community. And he said, "Yeah, when they use this launch pad, this thing flies almost over our house. It's so close."
Wow.
And I showed up right at the last minute of the countdown. And as I'm getting out of the car, running to this, I just see the ground is shaking. And this thing is a very low frequency blast. And I've been to the SpaceX launches. Nothing is compared to what I experienced from that space shuttle. It was so large. It's such a massive machine, and you've got all those engines roaring at the same time. And it flew, took off, and twisted, almost flew almost above us. And then of course the exhaust came through, and that everybody got probably sick from the exhaust. You definitely want to avoid that.
Yeah.
So, but it was an amazing experience, and all I could tell you is when that SLS takes off, don't miss that, man. If you have any opportunity to go see that thing launch.
Do people know what SLS is?
I probably don't even know what it is.
It's Space Launch System. It's the so the rocket in this film is the Saturn V, and the SLS is going to be the vehicle that takes us back to the moon, and it's as big as the Saturn V shown in the film. So
yeah, it's huge. I've seen the SLS. I was on the NASA site a couple times. It's something called NASA Social. I highly recommend it. NASA has been a sponsor of BCF for some years. We love them. And we hope they come back next year. But I had this amazing opportunity to what in the world?
You had Damien for a second.
Yeah. I've got a very important call here, guys. This is like almost a call from God. So
Stop it, try.
I've got Todd Chernawski on the phone, and Todd, just give me 1 second here.
Yeah, take your time. Take a moment.
Okay, we're going to have to take a technical break while I go on this call. So 1 moment. Just 1 moment, please.
Sure, take your time.
What do you want me to do, Troy?
Hang out. Okay, well, it has been confirmed, reconfirmed. Todd Chernawski is going to join us today at 5 o'clock. And Todd Chernawski, if you don't already know, is a production designer, set designer, a fantastic film creator of Discovery and the latest series of Picard. He's responsible for a lot of stuff that we see on Picard, and he's going to join us today at 5 o'clock and talk about all the things that he's produced. And we're referring to Earth, a lot of the history that's discussed in the film, and the Borg cube. So he's going to have slides and props.
Nice.
So we're gonna have a good time.
Good.
We're gonna have a good time, and so we're really looking forward to it. Holy smoke! Somebody just chimed in on Facebook, watching us all the way from Nairobi, Kenya.
Sweet.
Whoa, whoa, that's awesome. And we also have a message from Eduardo Basil. We're doing great, Eduardo. How you doing, buddy? Good screenplay. We really enjoyed it. And Damien. Hey, Damien, how you doing?
Hi, how are you all doing, Troy?
Good, good. We got you on the screen.
Nice.
We have you here.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a journey to get here. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Technology.
Yeah. Well, you're one of the producers of Liftoff, and we thank you very much for sending your film in. It's an inspiring piece, and it's generated a lot of conversation.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting project to work on. What you saw, Liftoff, was actually shot over a whole weekend. It's just done on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we had a deadline to get it into a competition. NASA run a competition called CineSpace. So we said let's do a drama. Kevin, the writer, director, and also co-producer, is a good friend of mine for years, and he came up with the idea, and he was kind of saying, you know, what has NASA really done for us? They went to the moon and got some dust, and they, you know, flew up into the air and they came back down again. So we wanted to say that they've done a lot more than that, and that, you know, humanity needs to get to space, and that's exactly what they're about to do. They're going on to the moon and then on to Mars.
Right.
So we were finalists in 2018, and then I did a follow-on project. Kevin was editor on it, and called Homo Sapiens in Space, which is humans in space. That was 2019 finalist, and I'm actually in the middle at the moment working on the next one, which is the Historian Code. It's about NASA code, programming code. So in the middle of preparing for that, because that has to be in for, they have a deadline of July. So we're kept busy in Ireland, kept busy on this side of the pond, as they say.
Uh-oh, pond. You're referring to the North Atlantic.
Absolutely. But in space travel, Troy, distances are very small, you know? One side of this planet.
Yeah, 400 miles up in the atmosphere. It looks like a pond. So where about you calling in from, Damien?
Where am I calling in from? I'm in the southeast, the place called Kilkenny in Ireland. It would be famous for animation. We have animators, a small little studio called Cartoon Saloon. They were nominated for a few Oscars over the years.
That's pretty neat.
That's where, as I said, we're hanging out. So Kilkenny is famous for very much the artistic side of, you know, filmmaking and animation and stuff like that. So
that's
so
awesome.
it's all around us.
Yeah.
So,
You know?
So Damien, I don't know if I missed it, but obviously you're doing a lot of work on NASA related projects, and how did that begin?
It began with a dream, my friend. The dream was to go and visit NASA and have an excuse to go and visit NASA.
Awesome.
That is how it's done. You know, you make your future.
Mm.
That's good. That's really good. Well, I'm sure we can come up with a couple more questions. We have a couple questions from the field here. Let's ask them. Where can we? One person says, "Where can we see the movie?" That was you, Damien. Were you? I guess you were not referring to your film, but is your film online yet? I think it was part of a program, isn't it? You can watch your film on Amazon, right? Damien, you still here? Oh my God. Yeah, I have a link right here to Amazon, and his film can be watched on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
And
Oh, that's good.
yeah. So 1 second, I'm gonna just post a link right here.
I noticed that that movie poster, Voyage to the Moon, the French film.
Yes.
You catch that on the wall? The 1903 silent
Oh, yeah,
film.
that's the old silent film. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's like the first sci-fi film ever.
Yes, you're right. Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. Yes. Missy Fee we had a little exhibit on that film with
Really?
it was a collaboration with some steampunk folks in Miami about 2 years ago.
Wow.
One of our outreach events that we performed. It was a very, very exciting time with them. They were huge fans. I don't think their function is around. They may be reassembling,
Mm-hmm.
but it's cool. And I can't show you the link,
Oh,
but I'm logged into my Amazon, so I'm going to keep it open right here. So this is the film. Here it's on Amazon Prime.
yeah,
And,
that's good to know.
Yes, you can definitely check it out and rate the film, review and rate the film. Why not? Maybe we can do it now. No, just kidding. Anyway, but we thank
You're in trouble.
Yeah, we thank Damien for coming out. There was a question to him. He's gone. But folks, please do not hesitate to respond to some of the questions. One of the questions from Jeff Carroll, who's also a fantastic filmmaker in the South Florida area. He's been very, very busy with his projects. He's got a film that I had the absolute pleasure of witnessing it being produced called Death Pledge. And I think his film, you could actually see it on Amazon. You could definitely see it on a lot of the platforms that are operating today. But it's called The Death Pledge, and it's an independent film which deals with sororities and fraternities.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave, you being an alpha, you're gonna know exactly.
Yeah, being in a fraternity, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you know.
A little skeptical, but okay, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, Jeff Carroll asked a couple questions, and these are questions to the independent filmmakers. You could either respond to this in the Facebook or to us. We're going to get it. If you respond to the Facebook or YouTube, we will get this, and we'll be able to relay the question to them, or they will be able to respond to it directly. But his questions are: do you pay your actors? Which I can tell you, half do, half don't. Because that really fluctuates the budgets. In my opinion, you pay people. How do you find your projects is one of his other questions. How do you find? I'm sorry. How do you fund? He really means fund. How do you fund your project? So where does the money come from to pay for the film? And he also asked a question about distribution. And I can tell you that a lot of the features, by the time they get to us, let's say by the time we screen them, half the features have distribution. And more of this is happening than it was, say, 5 years ago. And that's because the entertainment industry has moved. There's been a slight shift. When we speak about shift and things, those are very relative terms. So there's a migration. And that's not really the best word either. I think a more appropriate word is the industry is now encompassing streaming, because the industry is still there. You still turn on TV, watch programming. You still go to movie theaters and watch movies, and you still don't have as many independent films on those, or should say in those streams. Okay. But you can turn to an independent film channel, or you can turn to a programming system that is going to contain some independent content, whether that be Amazon, whether that be Hulu, whether that be Netflix, etc. So you have a lot more players on the field. So can you create your own? Yes, you can. But if you create your own, it might be very difficult to get your material seen. As time goes forward, it's becoming easier and easier to do that. Now we're going into my SciFi Outlook. So if you don't mind, we can talk a little bit about the SciFi Outlook. All right, I'll leave this here as we talk about that, and we'll put Jeff Carroll's piece here. That's the Jeff pledge. See it? Yeah, he's on Amazon, and he's on a couple other things. I actually have an autographed script. I was so close to this. I have an autographed script of the last day of shooting. So it's right over here, guys. It's right over here, right over here. Okay, I have that script. So as part of the SciFi Outlook, as time has progressed over these past 5 to 10 years, there has been an adoption of areas to distribute your film. And what we mean by distribution is places where your film can be seen, publicly seen, whether someone's paying for it through the means of direct pay and ownership, or direct pay and rental, or free viewing, just watching it for free on some of the free, on any platform, whether that platform is subsidized in some other means, such as YouTube, or something that is subsidized through advertisements. And those can be on YouTube through placements. Those can be through some other independent system that someone has. Let's say Pluto. Pluto is another one. A lot of people use Dust. Dust has become very, very popular.
Yeah.
And there are others out there. Dust, of course, we know because that's one of the big sci-fi platforms. There are a couple others. So, so is it easier? Yes, it's easier. It's easier because we have technology that has brought the technical expertise required to achieve those steps. The technology has been more accessible. Okay, it's easier to do this. Just the mere fact that we're having this done, this is totally impossible 5 years ago. What we're do today. The programming, a lot of the programmers have made it very easy for people to do this. So, and very affordable at the same time. So there's more people on the playing field. And of course, there are more viewers. A lot more people have phones than had phones capable of watching video 5, 10 years ago. So, so the marketplace has opened and is more dynamic. Now, since we have this pandemic that's ravishing the planet, half the population of the planet is on lockdown. What are they doing? Well, I can tell you right now, yesterday we had 600 viewers yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We've never had 600 people show up at the festival.
That's great.
Okay, so it's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely.
So things are times are changing. Things are changing. Opportunities are expanding, and I think the biggest challenge is how to get juice from the turnip, water from the stone. All these things are theoretically possible. And for some people that understand the theory, or should I say understand the recipe, it will be attainable for them. And they will make some money from them. It's all about balancing how much you spend versus how much you're bringing in. And, if you talk to some of the trauma people who have been playing this margin game for a very, very long time, they're going to make their films, they're going to keep their budgets down to a certain threshold. And Thomas Seymour will be able to go into that at extreme length and detail tonight. So log back in tonight when he comes on and talk about when he discusses his documentary film, VHS Massacre 2. But once you have that budget down to a very low, very, very low level, you'll be able to have the opportunity, the potential to make more money. That now you have not just making the same amount of money that it costs to produce the film, but now you have something that you could actually expand your productions capability to the audience. To, how reachable is your film? Reachability is just as important, because if it doesn't reach enough people, not enough people are going to view it.
Are you seeing more non-traditional filmmakers entering sci-fi? And I'm
Yeah.
thinking I'm thinking specifically of one of the films that I saw, which was I don't recall the name, but it was made by the marketing team.
Oh my God.
So it's like, is this real, or is this a story that I'm watching?
Right. He needs to bring it. He needs to come. He needs to come and tell the story, because I'm glad you brought that up, Dane. We don't have a whole lot of time, but
Awakening.
But I am going to show that trailer right now.
That was Awakening, right?
Yes, I'm going to show that trailer right now, and I was blown away by that trailer.
Dada,
Yes.
when you will be ready to play?
When am I going to come and play? I'm going to be taking a break, so when I take my break, we'll come and play with the LOL dolls.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm in trouble now.
Good morning, Doctor. Reminder set. Don't forget to follow your personal mantra. Better health and wellness begins with you.
We found out that they speak, you know. Who? The cells in our bodies.
The quality of life and limited medicinal resources, with the obvious consequences that are now being proved scientifically, that people are aging faster.
Unknown. Proceed manually with coordinates.
Yeah. You have the potential to cheat at the core here, Doctor, where everything starts, is now a science fiction reality.
Good morning, Doctor. Reminder set. Don't forget to follow.
Well, what's your take?
I mean, it looks like Westworld.
Westworld. Okay.
Well, it reminds me of Jurassic Park, which is this. It's sci-fi, but it's close enough that you're like, that's probably right around the corner.
Right.
The idea of this cellular studies that we can now leverage for at least beauty, if not aging. But it was very believable. It was blurring the lines between this being a commercial versus this is a story. Because I felt like I was being sold as an investor in this opportunity. Like a marketing package. Okay. And I want in. Sounds great, but it's really neat.
Yeah, exactly. Let me bring up real quick. Hold on a second. The director's, the guy's name is James Bozzacco. James, let me tell you, I called James. He ain't called. Okay. I'm calling you out, James. I called James. He called me back. Folks, it is so important. If you're a filmmaker and you're submitting your films, always, I know a lot of us have different phone numbers for, whether we're changing our phones or we have two phone numbers, one for work, one for family. Emails, especially. A lot of people have emails, and their emails, they lose their email or they don't answer their emails because they're getting a flood of emails. I can't tell you how many filmmakers miss out on almost showing their film or even knowing that their film received an award because they're so busy with their day-to-day lives. But let me tell you something. What James Bazzucco and as well as Misty Bazzucco, they have a recipe. From what I'm seeing, it's an amazing recipe. And this, when I first saw this, I'm just saying to myself, this is experimental. This is, right off the bat, I know this is made by somebody who makes commercials. When you watch enough films, you know who's behind the cinematography, who's directing this. And the first thing that told me was, this is a commercial. Okay, that was my first take.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it's Blade Runner reimagined, Rutger Hauer reimagined. I said, holy smokes, this is amazing. Where's the feature? What do you mean it's just a short? And it is. This is a public relations company, marketing firm, and they brand things for people. And I just said, amazing job, fantastic.
Yeah,
I'd love for you to be able to take 15 minutes of his time and just show his face and tell us a little bit about what went into this and what inspired him. Because all I could say is great job. And, when some of the judges saw this, they were like, damn, where could I buy some of this stuff? Matter of fact, is Brooklyn here? Because I think she saw it. I'm sorry, Brooklyn, you're here. Hi, Brooklyn. I think Brooklyn saw it. I know Leslie saw this.
Mm-hmm.
A couple others maybe as well.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's good. Daniel Donnelly sends it. He posted Prime as well for his film.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, any case, but yeah, it's a good piece of work, and I highly recommend it. As far as it's called Awakening XO. It is a product, and it's a cinematic short film commercial. And just a little bit, a mysterious invitation with unknown geographical coordinates leads a single doctor to unlock the truths that can change the course of a near futuristic present day health crisis. Does this sound familiar? Where prescription medication life support has both patients and physicians feeling the pressures of survival, a new scientific innovation could hold the key to restoring hope.
So, Troy,
yes.
So I was asking though, are you seeing more of these types of shorts and these types of sci-fi products that are, again, this to me is not traditional. As the fan, this is not what I would have expected, or the people that I would have expected to be producing films. And are you seeing more of these other outside of
outside the box? And yes, every year we're surprised, and that's one of the beauties of a film festival, and one of the reasons why I consistently tell the world not to ignore film festivals, because they are those are the hatcheries. Misifi is a hatchery. So a lot of stuff comes in, and the stuff that stands out, we share. There's stuff that I would share that we don't even have time for. A lot of films we didn't make it because we just didn't have the slot. Most of them are absolutely fantastic, great films. So we see every year we are surprised, and we get content that comes from left field. Content, and I'll use Space Detective from a previous year. Space Detective was something that came out of nowhere that blew everybody's socks off. From every metric, everybody's mouth was wide open. We had the chance to meet these guys from Las Vegas that brought to us a multi-dimensional, very diverse cast and crew that was that I can comfortably say when I saw an episode of Picard, I said, wait a second, That looks like something straight out of Space Detective.
Mm-hmm.
Space Detective say, hey, did you see that? He said, yeah, but that's what happens when you make good stuff. And there'll be probably some talk about it even further with Picard tonight with Todd.
Okay.
So yes, there's a small segment. I can't put a number on it, but there's a small segment of films that their approach is what we've just seen here.
Okay.
They're not just are they telling a story, you feel like you're in the freaking story.
Yeah.
Like you're there. And what they're doing, and this is one of, I don't want to tell all the secrets now. Can't tell all the secrets. But cinematography, okay? And look up for people, the filmmakers who don't know, look up the definition of cinematography. Study what cinematography really means and study who rides the very definition and extreme cinematography. Okay. The next thing is, of course, very technical stuff, audio. I got to be able to hear it. It's got to be able to hear it properly. And the cast has to be able to deliver a story. Okay, has to be able to deliver the story. And speak to the screenwriters. Please don't expect to be the only individual to create your story. Very few people have the talent of writing a story by themselves and it being a total success.
Yeah.
Okay. I speak to the writers. Don't have a problem of letting other people go through your script and provide you editorial comment. That's one of the things that we do at MCFE. Got to get those script reports out. We have script reports from screenwriters. Those need to go out today. Okay. So you need that because what that enables you to do is broaden your story so that it is touched by more people than just your scope. Because that's what yields commercial success. That's what helps yield commercial success. The more people you reach with your story, the more people are going to come watch your film. If you're able to have that crew produce what you do. Okay, we see this all the time. We've got me personally, okay, not just the festival, because prior to the festival, we were making films and we were in festivals ourselves. So we witnessed this for years. But then, of course, being in the position that I am with this festival, an international festival, having films from every freaking place on the planet, sent in multiple languages sometimes, you see it. Okay, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's it. What we have for now. We've run out of time for that.
Okay.
Here's some.
What's up next?
Some pieces. We got screenplays coming up next.
I'm gonna step out.
Yeah, that's fine, Dan. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Brooklyn and Candace now, who should be joining us.
Sure, I got a logistics question.
Sure.
You can take me off the screen, or
yeah, yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a roll call with screenplays.
Cool.
Yes, Edu Bazil. Okay, here we are. That was another gem from All India Radio. Amazing guys, absolutely amazing. John Saunders. He did it. He did it.
So far, we're good.
So far, we're good. How are you doing today?
Doing great.
Fantastic. We're going to also bring on Eduardo because we're really tight on time. Brooklyn, if you're there, please come forward. But we're going to talk with you guys for the next several minutes here about your film. I'm sorry, your screenplays. So, John, you are amazing. First of all, you produced, at least you submitted to us, 3 screenplays. Sort of like what we buckshots. Okay, you set off some buckshot of screenplays, and one of those got or made it into the finalists, and that's called Adaro. So you could enlighten us a little bit about yourself and how you became a screenwriter, and start telling us a little bit about your screenplays.
Okay.
It was Adaro. It was
Survive the Night.
Survive the Night and Mimics. So please tell us a little bit about them and folks a little bit more on Adaro.
Okay.
With yourself.
I'm originally a novelist. I wrote a book called The Last Spartan because I didn't like the stuff I was reading. And I got a call from Tyler Main, the guy who does Halloween and was in the X-Men. He was in Troy, and he wanted to option it for a movie. And I told him, good. I said, who's going to write the screenplay? And he said, you write the screenplay. And I said, I don't know how to write a screenplay. He said, well, learn. So we got to be friends. I helped produce some movies with him. Compound Fracture, Penance Lane, which comes out on the 21st. Through him, I met other film people and started writing scripts. And we had some of them made into movies. We had Beach Massacre, which I co-wrote with Lawrence Nelson.
We love Beach
Another
Massacre.
script we co-wrote called We Live in Darkness. It's supposed to film in September. So then he said, you should write your own stuff. And so I wrote one called The Daughters of Artemis that was in a contest, that won a contest, and a producer contacted me and bought it. So I thought, well, I should do this. I should try to write some more scripts. And that's what I did. And I'm down here in Carteret County, North Carolina, which is on the coast, and about 40 miles offshore.
Hold on.
Oh, we lost him.
It's a bed and breakfast out in the middle of the ocean. And I always thought it was cool, and I thought I should put a story there, which is what Adaro is. And I wanted to go there on a men's trip, but I liked the way it looked. So I built a story kind of around that place. And, you know, that's really kind of how I got there. Tried to have women that were not victims or just arm candy, and tried to kind of have a diverse group and decide what we out there 40 miles off the coast, basically on a lighthouse. And that's what Adaro was. They had some trouble and made some good choices, but you know, that's the main thing about Adaro. I tried to give you people that weren't all good or all bad, tried to make good choices, didn't always make good choices. You know.
Yeah.
Did you have any specific question about it?
Well, yeah. Where is well, Brooklyn's supposed to be here. Her and
hello.
Still here. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I can't believe it looks like I may have lost the sound.
No, we can hear
We can hear you.
We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Candace. You had a.
I can't.
You were going to say
can't hear a
that,
thing
Candace.
you're saying, but hopefully it's not all bad.
It's
my
okay.
wife wrote the
I don't know.
script after I wrote it. Told me the things she hated. Oh, time out. I got that signal. Hello.
So
grandmother.
So and is it pronounced correctly? Edu?
Edu or Eduardo, yes.
Eduardo. Okay. But yeah, tell us, Eduardo. Tell us a little bit about where you're coming from.
Well, I'm calling from Vancouver, Canada, but I'm originally Brazilian. And I came to North America actually exactly because of the film industry. And I used to work back in Brazil already with some productions, but I always have this creative side on me, and especially this love for sci-fi and fantasy stories. And unfortunately, Brazilian industry and budgets, they do not allow us to have it's really rare to have something out of the box. The producers kind of like they see sci-fi, they run away, you know. So I came to Canada a couple years ago to study screenwriting, and it started actually getting more into it, and wrote the short "Say Your Prayers." Who was I was very happy to know when it was selected for the festival, because it's a tight short. It's 10 minutes only. The screenplay 10 pages, but I put a lot of efforts on it on how I wanted to play with people's feelings. And I know not everybody read it, of course, but just to give it a small introduction, it's called "Say Your Prayers," and it plays a lot with the idea of religion and belief, and what else is out there, you know? Because I was raised in a Catholic family, and after I grew up, I got more into science and started to question things and got a little more not to offend anyone, got a little more grounded, let's say. But although I stepped a little bit away from religion, I still have that, let's call it faith, but the idea that the universe will always hold mysteries no matter how far we drive into the understanding of it, you know? So I try to play with that idea of belief. So what is the religious belief when you don't know what's going on out there? Like, could be anything. Could be I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but what's the difference of an angel and an alien if both are coming from the sky? All right.
That's very true. So would you say religion was your main inspiration to this script, or?
Oh, well, thematically, yes. So it's sort of a horror script, and I never thought of myself as a horror guy, but I thought, okay, I was studying screenwriting and I was trying to explore other genres, and horror itself, it has a really well. It's also sorry. It's important to say that I wrote the script with the idea of having it produced, because so I took a lot of care to make it like low budget, uh, minimum locations as possible, minimum casting as possible, because I want to have it made. I don't want it to sit on my desk, you know. And horror was also something that got into play because horror has this whole community that really spreads it out once they like it, and so it's sci-fi, you know. So I set at first I set out to write just a plain horror short, but I think I'm so in love with sci-fi that I could not escape from it.
That's good.
Yes.
That's really good. So, because you said that you wanted it as a horror short at first, and then it turned obviously into a sci-fi and like horror short, what would you say you would what horror films would you say you would take inspiration most from?
Well,
right in general, or just like the horror
definitely we cannot, like, I would be unfair if I would not say the first Alien movie. I mean, that was like something that really brought a sense of mixing genres, sci-fi and horror to cinema, you know. But I had a closer look to the first act of Close Encounters from Spielberg, because although it's like a really let's say cute movie, the first act is really horrifying. He tries to create a tension, like, oh my god, aliens are kidnapping people, and then at the end we find out everything is colorful and nice, and the aliens are our friends. But those first moments really inspired me to say, okay, how can I create tension in the audience before I reveal whatever is that my plot twist is, you know?
That's a good key, actually, creating tension, especially within horror films. So do you have anything next? Any new screenplays coming around, or?
Well, I'm working on a feature. It's called Abduction Ground Zero. So also about aliens, and it's a feature. It's a lot more difficult to write. I'm at the moment rewriting it, trying to make it suitable to submit to festivals. It's not there yet, but I hope soon we will be. And basically, the idea is that I follow two timelines. I follow a kid in the 80s, kind of like a Stranger Things vibe. What happens is that kid Chris, he gets abducted in the 80s. And after he gets abducted, he creates a telepathic connection with a soldier that's 100 years in the future. And their lives now are not only connected, but one depends on the other to solve the conflicts that their dimension, their timeline is put into them. So yeah, it's playing around with time and with dimensions is really complicated. I'm having a lot of trouble, but it's so much fun that it's definitely worth it. Yes.
Good. Come on.
Well, you know, Eduardo, I can definitely say to you that sci-fi horror is challenging to do because you're taking supernatural elements and you're infusing them into scientific elements. And if you get it right, which I don't want to say it's that hard to do, I don't think so, you know, but what I think is relative when it comes to that. But I think that is a recipe that works best in the entertainment industry. Horror films do so much better than any other genre because of its fan base. They're dedicated, man.
Exactly.
But sci-fi horror, you're adding a dimension that probably drives the other side of the brain as well. So you end up with a film that I think can really capture a much broader audience. You know, so basically I'm a huge fan of sci-fi horror. Huge fan. Yeah.
Nice.
So I think you're on the right path.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm really excited of all of it. I honestly, I wasn't expecting the short to do as well as it did. I got into this festival, Mississippi, but I got into some other festivals. I got a festival in Tokyo called Bloodstain, and that made me really happy because Japanese audience, they do have a special thing for horror, you know. So as you said, the horror community, they really dig up stuff, and if they like it, they spread it around, you know. So it's a great. You guys were talking earlier about the distribution, and this was something that I thought when I was still on the blank pages, when I was still creating. Because we, as filmmakers, I think we all want to have our stuff done, you know, and we have to understand what is our reality, what is possible for us to do, and what we cannot do at the moment. And from day one, work in a way that you're gonna get at the last day with your film ready. It's very upsetting to have a great idea that never comes out of the paper. So I try to go on that path. You know?
Very cool.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are out of time with this slot, but Eduardo and John Saunders, we really appreciate you guys coming on board and visiting with us, especially you, John. I think that this was your 5th attempt to connect with us from the remotes of.
Yeah, he said that he dipped out again.
Yeah,
it was nice.
Definitely appreciated. But of course, you're always welcome to come back, John, if you got a little more to add. But thanks so much, Eduardo. And
thank you so much, guys.
Please,
it was a great experience. I'm really glad you guys are putting all these efforts to do the virtual festival right now. It's really nice. I'll be watching you the rest of the day. Thank you so much, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are going to have a 5-minute break in this time, and I am going to show you in this moment, I'm going to show you the trailer for Journey to Planet X for folks who may or may not see it, but this is the story. This was the catalyst that brought us to the SciFi Festival.
I don't have a formal background in filmmaking, just kind of developed from a hobby. In order to describe the type of films I make, it may be a little bit hard to categorize. Fantasyland, you know. I love science fiction. I absolutely love science fiction. Eric and myself are scientists. I had met Troy in my office. We just found a common interest.
We showed his movie to my family. There's a lot of laughter.
Their past work was a little simple, really kind of rough. They should really focus on making sure
Sean Martinsboro.
competitive with what's out there today. I'm a perfectionist. I like to strive for the best. Everybody ready? Action. Hold on. Pause it. Oh, what happened? They don't know what to do. Okay. Lift off. My biggest thing is, what are we going to shoot next? Our running title is called Planet X. Definitely way above and beyond what we've attempted in the past.
So you do have to use your imagination.
A lot of imagination. It's gonna be a little emotional. There's a lot of action scenes.
War is over.
Boom! There's another huge explosion. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Oh my God!
Next 4 weeks gonna be really tough. One way or the other, it's gonna happen.
It's not the most organized set I've ever been on.
You're tangling the wires up. Let the wire go. It's gonna be hard to get you both in the same shot. Let's look at her.
Action!
It's down. Let's go. Where's the other outlet? Why does it have to be so difficult? I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you know the amount of money we're spending on this. We're very different people. I'm going in one direction, he's going in another direction. I definitely don't want to make anything that is substandard. Let's make this good, okay? We're out of time. We're rolling, set, go. I gotta invest in my future. Yes, it is a gamble, but if you never invested or tried, you'll never have it. This has gotta work. And, you know, I'm prepared to give all I got to make that happen.
Whoa. Yep, that was something, wasn't it? To continue the little recess, and then we're going to go with Manolo and House. So another few more minutes, folks. One moment. Please take your bio breaks or all these cool things that we need to do. Oh, that's what we call urban renewal there, folks. All right. Well, now that we are transitioning into our next set, we will be speaking about some of our feature films. And let let's start out with a trailer. There are actually a couple trailers. We have Manolo from House. Is that the right way we should pronounce it, Manolo? House?
That is the right way. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming in just fine.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. And you're out of Barcelona, am I correct?
That is right. Yes, I'm in Barcelona, in Spain.
Spain. Let's 1 second here. Just give me 1 second.
¿Qué pasará cuando la tecnología nos supere? ¿Qué pasará cuando una inteligencia artificial tome conciencia de sí misma? Y evolucione, y aprenda, y se reproduzca creando otras máquinas como ella. ¿Cuánto queda para eso? David? ¿Qué quedan? ¿Años? ¿Meses? ¿Días? ¿Qué pasará cuando la raza humana pierda el control? ¿Qué pasará cuando la tecnología ¿Qué pasará cuando la tecnología nos supere?
Wow, that is a very intense trailer. And I should have asked you if there was one that had the subtitles.
Yes, there is, of course. I can search it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay. So House is a feature film which is set in Spain. And if I'm correct, I would say that's in the northern eastern part of Spain. And Manolo will be able to elaborate a bit on it. My familiarity with Spain is it has lots of really good memories. I spent a little time.
That's right.
And it's super fun and a lot to learn from in Spain. Yeah, just post a link on.
You have it.
Say it again.
Yeah, you have the link for the trailer now.
Oh, okay, 1 second.
On the private chat.
I mean, I think that that trailer we just saw, though, you can tell that's a incredibly intense dinner party.
Yeah, thank you.
And I don't know if I'm allowed to have a favorite, but boy, this film blew me away.
Wow.
So I don't want to get ahead of the discussion, but this was so entertaining that I hope that we'll see this over here in the States. It was an amazing story.
Thank you so much for the compliment. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I don't have the Manolo. I don't have your link. Where are you putting it?
It's in the chat, private chat.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Perdón por el retraso. Hola a todos. Perdón por el retraso.
Sí, pasa.
¿Qué es lo último en lo que estás trabajando?
Bueno, es algo bastante secreto. Oye, Rafa, ¿y tú qué tal? ¿Tú sigues igual? ¿Enredando en la red?
Aquí, el rey de redes se ha metido en todas las conexiones inalámbricas que tenemos alrededor.
Ah, sí. Puede que también haya alguno del bloque de enfrente, pero os propongo un juego. 2 equipos. Puedo enseñaros algo. Una aplicación de realidad aumentada. Te reto a que pruebes esta y me digas qué es lo que hace.
Estoy un poco peligroso. Rafa, ¿pero qué tipo de realidad aumentada es esa? ¿Es un juego?
¿Nos quieres decir que tienes una aplicación de realidad aumentada en tu móvil, en tu bolsillo, que puede ver lo que va a pasar en el futuro? Solo 30 segundos.
Dime qué es eso de ahí. El mensaje era tuyo, Rafa.
Turn off that mobile. You're in trouble, buddy.
Yes. Actually, there are. We did 2 trailers. This is actually a second one. The second one, we know it has some spoilers. Not all of them. It has some of them, but it was more meant to bring attention on the market for the people trying to be interested by the film. The first one is a little more mild, a little softer.
Right. Go ahead, Dane.
I was going to say, I'd love to understand how you got the idea for this film.
Okay, sure. Here's the thing. So I always wanted to make a movie. So when I did this, I finally kind of completed a dream I always had, right? So I wanted to study film school, to go to the film school when I was younger. I couldn't. So I went, let's say, in another direction. So I'm an engineer and a telecommunications engineer. And then later on, having a stable job, etc., I was able to study and to go to a film school and learn, let's say, the basics for the cinema and get excellent colleagues in the film school, etc. So at that point, I said, okay, I'm going to try to merge these 2 worlds, right? I'm going to try to bring the geek side of me, the one with programming, the one with computers, the one with, I think we all share, 3D printers and applications and drones and routers and all this stuff. And then I will try to make a script with that, right? So that's how trying to merge these 2 worlds together, I ended up with this. Providing, let's say, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, but also making it appealing and science fiction.
Yeah, it was a interesting discussion that, I'm hearing these people talk about technology and then you started to pull in more ominous themes into this, which it was fascinating. The whole aspect of security and surveillance and I started to think about what am I at risk for and
exactly
what are my behaviors that perhaps I should be rethinking as well. So I thought that was fascinating.
What I'm trying to bring here is the risk that I have personally strong concerns about it. How just a kid, a teenager with a laptop, any place in the world, could be easily hacking into a hotel, a lobby, or something like that. I mean, I gave this example several times. A lot of hotels, I hope nobody's in a hotel right now, a lot of hotels have free Wi-Fi, right? Okay, if you have free Wi-Fi, you can just go to the lobby. Maybe you see behind the desk the password for the Wi-Fi. If you use that and if you enter the Wi-Fi from the hotel, then you can, let's say, ping the router. You can try to log into the router. If the guys in the hotel, because they are not experts, they decided not to change the password for the router, that means that kid, that teenager, is going to be able probably to log into the router with admin or 1234 or things like that.
Yeah.
If you log into the router, you have access to everything. All the guests in the hotel using that free Wi-Fi, you should be able to track that. That's a risk.
Right. Wow.
Well, I could definitely say, Manolo, I can only add to what Dane has already said. And you can tell, watching this film, you can tell that the authors know their stuff when it comes to technology, as well as predicting what people can do when they have technology that gives them that reach into other people's private lives. And you wrote this so that there is a very nice gradual uptick in fear. So this kind of turns into, it starts out as a very beautiful, picturesque movie that could be on Lifetime channel. It could be on, this is a very family-friendly
college friends
story. it's beautiful. It's people getting together, spending a beautiful weekend, which happens anywhere on planet Earth. We have this beautiful landscape here, which this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is in the northern part of Catalonia, maybe even further north, right?
It's in the northern of Spain. It's in Cantabria, in Santander.
Santander. That's a very beautiful part. That's the north central part of Spain, right? North central.
That's where I was born.
Oh,
okay.
So, and the reason why I know it, I flew over it en route from, I was probably flying from Basel to Barcelona, and the plane flies very low over the mountains. I don't know why they fly so low over the mountains, but you can see all of this stuff. And I'm looking, I'm like, my God, it looks like something out of one of the beautiful fantasy films like Lord of the Rings, these villages, mountainous villages, extremely beautiful.
That's
and
true.
I can tell you the culture, the cuisine, bar none, it's fantastic. So we open up with this beautiful setting, people, family-like, having a great time, and lots of these conversations are evolving into what's next. Well, what are you doing? And then we hear about the lead character talking about, well, yeah, how's the internet? Internet working for everybody? It's all over the place. His wife chimes in and says, yeah, it's amazing what he's able to do with technology. All of these little hint that opens it up with the inquiry of what takes place that follows. And I'm not going to give it away. There are no spoilers here. But
I rewatched the beginning, and it was like you were foreshadowing something to come, where the comments were, we're going to completely disconnect on this getaway. And then when David's girlfriend met Rafa, Rafa's wife said, "Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything he says." So then I thought, did I misinterpret the ending? Do I maybe not understand what really happened? And I love that. Not to ask you that question, but I thought that was really fascinating. That maybe it didn't end the way I thought. Maybe it's worth another watch.
You can ask me privately, and I will tell you the ending that we thought about. Okay. I can tell you it's not an easy one. So a lot of people say, okay, that's the easy ending. It's not. There is a reason for that. So send me a private message if you want. I will reply with our thoughts on the ending. And Troy, yes, the story begins also for the rest of the audience that may not know about this. The story begins very mild. I would say, and this is true, the first third of the film, all of those things are for real, because a lot of anecdotes come from me. Some other big part of the script was written also by Sergio. He's the co-writer on this, so he also added, for example, this part of don't trust anything that Rafa says, which is in advance, right? But then little by little, and this is for the rest of the viewers, little by little this develops into, because they are computer geeks, so it develops, like all of us, so it develops into, Anonymous, the dark net, all the new technologies there, etc. And then we jump into WikiLeaks, and we jump into the insurance files, which I invite everybody to download, because this is for real. This is not fake. As I said, the first third, all of this is for real. So these files are available for anybody. I can put them in the chat if you want. These files are available for anybody can download them, but they're passport protected, and it's a life insurance for Julian Assange. Everybody knows this. They're impossible to crack as of today. And if you Google that, that's the dead man switch. That's how it's called. So the day Mr. Assange dies, the password comes out, all of these huge files with secrets come out. So the main character in our story, this is for all the audience, has opened this file and shows what is inside. That's the beginning.
Yeah, wow. I thought that was part of the story.
No. It is not. No, all of that is real.
Wow.
That's what's scary, because you think, wow, that could happen, and it did.
That's even more disturbing. Wow.
That's right. And so let me just add this, even more disturbing. Okay, okay. Let's put it like this piece here. What is she saying?
Yeah, that's Miriam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
This character is very interesting. Then you've seen the movie; it's one of the most powerful ones. We wanted to make a hacker. This is a lady instead of being a man, and it's a really powerful hacker. Although she doesn't look that much like the geek hacker that usually present in films. It's just a handsome lady, right?
Right.
I'll tell you something. Then this character initially it was a man. His name was Marcos, and then thanks to Christina, which is the character right behind standing, thanks to her, we changed that to a girl. We changed it to Monica, Moni.
Yeah.
And she did a fantastic job in this film.
She did. I thought her. I mean, she was the foil to Rafa and David, and you know, she was. Yeah, she did. The actress did a great job. The role, the character was fascinating. She was clearly their equal, and and I love how you used her.
Yeah.
She's
fantastic. She does an amazing job. Absolutely, everybody does. I have to admit, the cast. I'm super happy with the cast because we all created in the team of shooting this like a small family. We were a very, very small team. I will tell you, in total, with 9 actors, we were 20 people in total.
Oh, wow.
20 people. Yeah, so a very small crew. But we created a very close family, especially the actors. That was impressive. I was amazed. I love them all. They did fantastic.
You can tell. It's after when you watch the film, you can tell how you invested a lot of time in casting these roles, and the actors knew what they were doing. They did a fantastic job in delivering this story. I was very impressed. You know, do understand this is all done outside of the English language. So for most of us, we have to read the context and, you know, read the text and see what's going on at the same time. And it captures you. It keeps your attention. Your attention levels are way up during that whole process. So you've done a very, very good job with this film, putting it together. Can you tell us a little bit about how well the film has been received?
Yes. We started to send it to film festivals after it was done. Initially, we made a private screening just for the family and friends and all the cast, you know, and everybody was clapping, everybody loved it. But you know, you always have this feeling inside of you. You say, well, okay, this is great, but I don't really believe it, right? So then we said, because it's family and friends, you can make a guy playing chess and they will like it. So then we send it to this fantastic film festival in the south of Spain, in Algeciras. And we say, okay, let's see what happens. And they were about to close the film festival, and they did select it. And we said, wow, they have selected it among all the hundreds of people of films they have received, right? And they said, yes, it's one of the top 3 finalists. And we said, wow, we're in the top 3, amazing. And then we won it. They gave us the very first film, yeah. So actually, I was saying this in Twitter the other night. Our math souls were telling us, stop sending it to any more festivals, because then you break the ratio. You have a ratio of 100, right? So you went to 1, you won it, that's it, stop. No, but then we send it to a lot of them, and it's amazing because we're getting a lot of fans all over. We went to Shanghai, to the International Film Festival in Shanghai, which is huge, massive. They selected it there. We made the international premiere in the Edinburgh Film Festival, which was really amazing also. The last one we went to was the Futuregate Film Festival in Prague. I'm talking about Vivarium was there, Synchronic was there, Color Out of Space was there, and some of these large ones, and we won the audience award. I mean, they love it. We came back with a fantastic prize. I mean, we're getting a lot of fans worldwide, and we're so proud of it.
Great.
That's great. And you know what you highlight is one of the things that SciFi communicates with its community, and that is for filmmakers to please reach out to festivals that like your kind of work.
Right.
Meaning, don't send your films to festivals that don't play your genre.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah.
a lot less likely, if they've got 1,000 films on the deck and 10 of them are science fiction films, just the odds within themselves is not in your favor unless they go out of their way to pick those films. You have to look at what the festivals show. What have they been showing for the past few years? And that's going to tell you who the judges are and what they're going to pick, what they're more likely to pick. Because even if the film is sci-fi, we can't show every sci-fi. We're going to do our best to show everyone, but we're constrained within a 3-day weekend. And yes, I think last year we showed 88 films in 3 days.
Wow. Yeah.
And we partied along the way. So, you have to look out for festivals that are looking for you. And it's not difficult. You just have to search. There are lots of utilities, Film Freeway is a great utility. You'll find a lot of festivals out there on it. And, and so forth. So great job so far, man. Very good.
I fully agree with that, Troy. The best film festivals we got, where we won most of our awards, are fantastic film festivals, and actually there are a lot of them. So there's a large selection. Then the first variant, of course, is the science fiction film festivals, which are also fantastic. So the two of them have been working really nice for us. And as you said, it's better just to aim straight to those ones.
Yeah. Did you also go to Sitges?
No. We made let's say a small mistake with Sitges because we sent it the very, very last day. And by then, even if the rules were still open, then later on we found out that actually they were closed. So we sent it when it was open, but it didn't make it. No.
Yeah. Sitges is the oldest sci-fi or oldest fantastic film festival on the planet. They are over 50, I think it's 55 years now. Put it this way, and in no disrespect is this, but to give you an example of how powerful science fiction is, okay? There was a dictator that used to run Spain. What was his name?
Franco.
Franco allowed this film festival to exist.
Mm-hmm.
That's how powerful science fiction is. It will regardless, it'll make you a believer or anti-believer. Okay? I think science fiction is the most powerful tool that we have. In fact, I'm going to show, now that we're talking about it, I'm going to show the Trekspertise clip on what is science fiction. And when used properly, it will save us. It will prevent us from making mistakes. That's what it's done. That's what your film is doing. Your film is presenting a worst case scenario that if we learn and study from it, we won't do the same wrong things.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's the very definition of science fiction.
Manola, did I hear correctly that this was your first film?
It is. It's the first one. And actually, I want to use this right now to encourage all the audience, because a lot of people here are presenting short films. We did also some short films after the film school. A short film, you do it with a couple of friends or a small budget or just in a weekend, as Eduardo said before, 10 pages only, things like that. I encourage all of those ones to jump and make the future film. Just put on the table everything you have, come with an excellent idea. Obviously, you need a really good idea, but then put on the table all the savings, all the budget that you have, everything that you have, and then play with it and say, okay, I cannot make giant robots jumping on top of the skies, but I can make two people sitting in the couch, right? Things like that. So we did a little like that. We knocked on the door of producers. We got nothing. We built our own production company with just a few friends, a very small one. And with that and all our savings, that's the truth, we made the film with a really, really small budget, but we made it.
So you described your description of the content of the film and its connection to you personally. Are you Rafa? I mean, is he speaking for you in this film?
That's
I hear it.
I will always deny it. I tell you what, this was one of the questions that the actors was making me on
Really?
the shooting on the film. I say, okay, but who are you? Are you this one? Are you this one? Are you this one?
Yeah.
Most of the anecdotes that are explained during the dinner in the table, all of those stories are for real. It happened to me and my friends at the university when I was studying. So all of those are real. So you can recognize it even if you know some of the stories. You say, okay, I feel like this guy. So no, I'm not Rafa. Let's say that each one of the characters or most of the characters have something from me on them. So my dark side, a little of my dark side would be Rafa. For example, Rafa has these files. I have these files.
Got you. Do you see in your next project, do you feel like it'll look something similar where it's very much your personality projected into the characters, or do you think this really stands alone based on the topic?
I'm not sure because here we bet it all. You know, when you go to the casino, you just put everything on the table. That's what we did. We put all our savings into this. So we are not bankrupt, but very close. And because of that, any future project depends on us, let's say, recovering part of our investments.
Gotcha.
So ideas, there are always ideas, or some really good ones, but we cannot face anything right now because we used already that resource, let's say.
I see. I see. Troy, you see that question?
Yeah, well, let's answer. Let's get to some of these questions, you guys. I was just setting us up. There are a lot of people up there that are trying to stage. One question, a gentleman, Fernando Duran. What do you think is inside the files? This is
okay.
I don't. It wasn't the intention for spoilers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will start. Fernando is actually the assistant director. Fernando studied in the film school with us. So this is tricky. I'm discovering you there. I didn't know he was going to do this. So.
Blanca Pirotin.
Once more?
Blanca Pirotin. She's also asking.
No, first let me answer to Fernando's question. So what is inside the files? Nobody knows. I put the two sides are in the film. Some people think it's just going to be crap, like a lot of the same files one over and over again. Some of the people are the most conspiracy ones. They think probably some alien ships or I don't know, things like that. I think probably there will be something in the middle, but I honestly cannot answer to that one. All right, Blanca Perotena is actually my cousin. But she's not asking. She's just saying in Spanish that it's an amazing film and it keeps you on challenge and suspense all the time.
Agreed.
Thank you, Blanca. It's so nice.
Your fan base walks with you. Oh, that's good. It's always good to have a fan base running around with you and your theme music playing. We also had another question, I think. Hold on.
It's funny while you open that the actors started. The actors started to tell me the film opened in Russia earlier late last year, etc. Video on demand, etc. And the actors started to tell me, "I'm getting friendship in Instagram from a lot of Russians, and I don't know why." And I said, "I don't know why." So,
I think this film would teach them don't trust them.
Yeah.
Careful about who's reaching out to you.
Exactly. We also had fantastic reviews in China. I'm still looking for the way to put it somehow in the market in China. I didn't figure that out yet.
Let's have a conversation at the end of all of this next week. I'm happy to direct you to a few people.
Oh, thank you very much. That would be great.
All right. This was exciting.
It was.
Were there any other questions? I think that was everybody. Are there any other questions from the field, people? We still have a few minutes on our clock here. If you want to ask a couple more questions, well? Let me ask you this: Did we already cover what was next?
What was next? You mean for me?
Yeah, what's next for you, man?
Yeah. We did cover it. I said basically I have no budget, so any project depends on this.
Okay.
So yeah, but I would use the opportunity to say something, and I said this actually in a couple of film festivals, and it's an advice that I gave several times, but for everybody here in the audience, it's actually not mine, but. When I did this, when you make your first film, you say, okay, I'm the new guy here, and I'm going to be directing the team. So the key to be able to make this, is my opinion I'm sharing with you, is surround yourself from people that are better than you are. For example, the three ladies that you have in the picture on the screen, the three of them are actresses, are real actresses. They have done a lot of things. And they are way better than any other actress that I worked before, except for Christina, because I worked with her before. She's on the right. The director of the photography we had, Iñaki, he's been working in LA in films before he came back to Barcelona. He's an amazing guy. All the film looks so good because of that. I mean, all the crew, all the team crew that I was able to bring in, they were all better than me, and that's the key message. You make a team with people that are really, really good. You put them all around you, and then it goes by itself.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You have to have people that.
That's a mystery.
Yes, it is a mystery, my dear.
For somebody.
Okay. You have to surround yourself with people that are better than you at what you're trying to achieve. And,
that's it.
And you also need to have people who are going to excuse me. And you also have people who are going to support you, because there are people around you, in front of you, behind you, and those people have to let you know what's going on in your outer surroundings, and communicate with what's maybe coming that you may not see yet. Just looking at you, just letting you know. Just like the example I say, oh hey, I'll be happy to connect you to some folks from China that look for these kind of films, or that are interested in showcasing them at their festivals over there. So that's how you look out for people. That's one of the ways. And,
yes.
You know, we can get into far more details than this as well. People that are on your crew, they want to make sure that the film's done well because their name's on it, you know? So there are many ways of looking at this. And, you know, I think that, you know, you've highlighted some very good points, and anyone who's made a couple of films, and been down that road, knows what we're trying to get at here. So.
Actually, the best thing that Troy, that actually we get at this moment are film festivals like this one, like yours. I mean, the fact that among all the films that you watch and etc., you made the lineup and you selected our film, even if it is a humble film, even if it is really small budget, and you can tell that, and it's first film, etc. Even all of that, when you select our film, that's a huge moment of happiness for us, an exciting moment, and really encourages us and benefits our film, because right now I don't know how many people are streaming on this, but now they are start to hear about the film, and it wouldn't be like that if you haven't selected. So thank you so much to all of you behind this film festival for selecting our film.
You're welcome, and we are honored to have the film. You know, especially, you know, Miami being the capital of Latin America. Everybody knows there's so many people that live in South Florida that Spanish is their first language. We even have a tremendous number of Brazilians who will tell you they don't know Spanish, but half of Portuguese is Spanish. So, you know, so we have a large dynamic community that in my opinion, would love to see this kind of content.
Yeah.
Because it offers us a more cerebral spin than the conventional
Yes.
media set.
That's a good description.
It left you thinking. Yes.
Yeah, I totally applaud you. And rattle the cage as many times as you want with Univision. Maybe let's tag Univision and Telemundo. Let's tag them on the social media outlets. So maybe some of the people sitting at home, because 4 billion of us are at the moment, maybe they'll look over here too.
Okay.
I relish the days where the novellas look a lot like this. That's what I'm for.
Thank you.
All right, Manolo, if there are no other questions, anybody see any questions out there? I don't want to miss anything or anyone.
I got a quick one. Yeah, no, Manolo, you said you're not really sure what's next, but is this story over? Or are you open to more?
I'm open to more.
Yeah.
Yes, there are thoughts on how the story would continue. Actually, a lot of people told us it ended right when I wanted it to continue, right? And I did this small exercise. If you start typing the title in Google, it gives you the list of searches that everybody is doing regarding your film, right? You just put the title and it completes. And a lot of people are looking for the second part. They're searching for house
That's
second
awesome.
part, and it doesn't exist yet, right?
Yeah. No, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
I certainly wanted more, but I also felt like, well, that may have not been part of your vision. And perhaps that's great. Because that's good.
Yeah. No, I would just say something for everybody to remember how to reach this. It's kind of, I'm proud of it, actually. We bought the domain name. The domain name was, the house.com, us3.com. It was taken by somebody else, expired, and somehow only a few months ago we bought it. So if you want to remember how to get to our film, it's house.com. That's it.
Great.
Wow.
Writing it down now.
That post the link on Facebook, please. Someone post the link on Facebook.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but house, like with a 0 and a 3 at the end. That's the
0, right.
Yeah. 80US3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, which is one of the most common passwords. That's why it's sitting there. It is. Unfortunately, yes, it's still on the top 100 of the passwords.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they say, I'm going to put this amazing password. Nobody thought about it. I'm going to change the O by a 0 and the E by a 3. And that's a great idea. And nobody thought about it.
Oh, gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that's it for now. And we will I ask that you, Manolo, that you hang around. I know it's late over there. It's probably time for dinner, but don't hesitate to check back in with us later on in the late evening, because we have an amazing lineup that I think you'll get a lot from. That's going to be from Kyle Sullivan, Trekspertise, Todd, Chernawski, from Star Trek Picard, and
very good,
and George Gonzalez as well.
Fantastic.
The politics of Star Trek.
Wow.
And that's Dr. George Gonzalez. He's a political science professor at the University of Miami, and he's going to be delivering some philosophical viewpoints. He has a lot of hairs, man. So, all right.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much again. Thank you very much again. Okay.
Ciao.
I will not be out nerded.
Mine's autographed by Alec Peters.
So is mine. You gave it to me.
Oh!
Boom. What's that? Okay, that's cute. Did you recognize the ship I showed you a second ago?
I'll show it again.
Did you recognize this?
Oh man, what's that?
Sid Mead.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Aliens.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's from Aliens 2.
Aliens, yes. Second film.
Yeah.
Sulaco. Yeah, man.
Get some swag for you.
What's that? What is that?
NASA. Space Vacations.
Oh, it's a lunchbox.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's cool. What's I got around here? I'll let you pick my next show and tell. You want to see Galactica, or do you want to see the ship from Halo,
Halo.
or Star Destroyer?
Halo.
Halo. Don't ask me anything about the game because I don't play it, but I love the ship. The Infinity.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's the topic tonight where we're going to hear about design?
That's going to be Todd Chernawski. He's going to be talking about the creative aspects that went into Star Trek Picard.
Awesome. I'll be there. Troy, what are we watching?
This is a music video for All India Radio called Dark Star.
Dark Star.
Dark Star, yeah. The one we had earlier was from Star Crash. The other song.
That's a film?
Yeah. It was also in response to Star Wars.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll have to check that one out.
Pretty strong film. Very different. Very. They went all overboard with it.
I did recognize the Star Destroyer influences.
Yes, and had the guy from Knight Rider in it.
Yeah. Yes. Right. That's funny.
There'll be more music video interviews today.
I'm sorry?
Someone sent a message.
This was a response to Star Wars, huh?
Faith and Ricky, if y'all could send me a trailer to your film on YouTube, I'd appreciate it. Okay, wow, that was pretty cool. There's one thing I want to highlight here, guys. I'm gonna have to remove a few of us from the stream. Let's see if I can get this to work. I can't get it to work.
I'm back.
Yeah, it's not easy to put this on. So I think I'm gonna have to add it to streaming. One moment, please.
Are you hearing background noise on my end?
Yes, I am.
Now?
I am not.
I'll just have to be cold.
Just give me 1 second. I'm posting this here. Sabrina Cintron. Sabrina Cintron. That name is a name that rings, that will ring forever in my mind. And that name will ring forever in my mind because she produced this year's poster.
Oh, nice.
She produced this year's poster, and I met Sabrina virtually. I met her virtually on the internet because she was the artist that produced the world's first superhero from Puerto Rico.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a dope poster. Who's the superhero?
I'm going to show you if I can.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. I know this character. Yes.
Yes. Anybody who did some growing up in New York will recognize this character.
Yeah.
They're all
Is that Miss America? Does she go by Miss America?
No, this is Sabrina. You really need to come on here and help talk about this. But if I get it wrong, because I might, but she is based on a lady who is a lawyer in New York City for civil rights advocates. She's a civil rights advocate, and she promoted this character.
Yeah.
I can't
America
remember.
Chavez.
Yes. And it was just something really cool and memorable.
Yeah.
I followed Sabrina's work, and I asked her to please contribute.
Yeah.
So she did.
Yeah, I know this character. That's
Yeah.
I follow Marvel. That's awesome.
So what's going on with this poster? Well, initially this was just supposed to be a ship which has the insignia of Misi Fee 2020 on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, and
Mhm.
and it's a ship of us. It's the whole festival
Mm.
put in this ship, and we've quarantined the festival.
Away from the fire. That's awesome. I didn't catch that.
The way you quarantine the
Mm.
whole festival, and I'll give you a hint. The movie Fantastic Voyage.
Right.
You micronize the ship, so the ship is being reduced smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to the size of a subatomic particle.
Mm.
And that's how it escapes from the virus, because the virus is too big to get to.
I see.
And it's so small, it's smaller, many times smaller than a virus.
Yeah.
So we escape from the virus by going into inner space.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I love the ship. It's I love it looks just like reminds me of the Enterprise.
Yes, and she evolved it from an Enterprise design, a Constitution class design, and had
Classic.
blasting deeper and deeper into inner space. On the right side here, these are all the countries that are represented.
Right.
So, for the festival, we have films from Australia, our first time getting a film from Belarus, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Ireland. I think this is I'm not sure, I have to double check if this is our first time getting a film from Ireland. Japan, Kenya, it's our second time getting a film from Kenya, New Zealand, Norway, Portugal, first time Spain, the UK, and the US. Okay, so as we move on, our next bit is I just got so much. I need 3 monitors. Okay, now we're going on to the shorts. So we are now bringing on board Faith, Ricky, and where please make sure your microphones are sorted.
Okay. Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep. How you doing, Faith?
Excellent.
We're waiting on also Lauren. She was also invited. Okay. How you doing, Faith?
I'm doing great. Enjoying everything. How are you guys doing?
That's great.
Awesome.
Good. Oh, we do have one last piece that came in from the conversations. Just to clarify, the La Boriqueña, okay, was created by Eduardo Miranda Rodriguez. That's who created Miranda Rodriguez. And Eduardo Miranda Rodriguez, correct me if I'm wrong, Sabrina, but Eduardo is the lady's husband. Please help me. Please help me with that. But I think that that's where that came from. And yes, Sabrina was part of the team of PR artists.
Very cool.
A comic, because it's actually a comic book.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Oh, that's
That's
adorable.
the gift.
Oh, that's adorable. Thank you so much.
And there's hearts behind.
Thank you.
And look at here. Look how I do the arm.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Wait, I got one more thing for you.
Yes.
An Easter egg behind.
Yes.
And on the front, this. I put these 2 hearts on there.
Wow, now that's creative. That's creative.
Oh, wonderful.
Bravo.
When I finish.
I want you to play these now.
When I finish, okay? In a few minutes.
I want you to read them down.
Okay. In a few minutes. Okay. She told me I need to stop talking. So, we're all quarantined. So
On the door.
ordinarily she'd be running around on the auditorium floor,
It keeps
getting our
falling
attentions.
off.
Okay, we still don't have Lauren. That's okay. Let's go forward. So, folks, once again, thank you so much, Faith, with your film Chuma, Ricky with your film Truth.EXE. Ricky, did you send me?
I'm just sending it now.
Yeah, I do. Just to help us go super fast, we're going to start out with Chuma's trailer. This is a trailer, right? The Chuma trailer.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a teaser, but yeah, teaser trailer, same thing.
That works. That will work. It would help if it was up on the screen.
Na sasa inasemekana kuwa wachuma wameanza kujamiana na binadamu.
Fake news hiyo, haiwezekani. Unaona, Chuma by nature.
Buda wagwan over. Zik metulia. Gari na kam sa sita. Actually poa, bailo kila sila show. Msomi poa. Wacha karibia. Niko macho. Over and out.
Chuma. Wow, that was pretty neat.
Thank you.
And thanks so much, Ricky. A moment.
I want you to imagine a fish. A fish is not as enlightened as a human. A fish is incapable of knowing that it will inevitably die. A fish is incapable of knowing the futility of its existence, and so the fish lives in bliss. Let us suppose you have the ability to enlighten the fish, to teach it these truths. Now the fish is capable of knowing that it will inevitably die. Now the fish is capable of knowing the futility of its existence. By enlightening the fish, you have given it nothing but pain and suffering. How does that not make you a monster?
Boy, that was
Yeah.
also very good. Well done. I can only tell you guys that I enjoyed both of your films immensely, and we recommend that people go out of their way, and hopefully our festival link will be up at the end of this festival so that people can enjoy the films with a festival pass. But Leah, let's start out here. Candace has joined us. Dane's here.
Hi, Candace.
Hello.
I don't want to just lead everything, please. So
can I start then, Troy, if it's all right?
This is really, really hot on this.
Ricky, you did Truth, didn't you? I wanted to ask you, what was your inspiration for the sound? Because I'm a sound designer and I really liked your sound, so I just wanted to know what your inspiration for it was, because it's very disorientated and it makes me feel like I'm disorientated, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to see what your opinion was on that.
Well, I think the sound mix was done very collaboratively with the with my film composer on the project, and her main idea of one of the main motifs was sort of a locrian rhythm, this sort of repeating motif where it just feels like it can keep going. You can just keep repeating it. It feels like it needs to lead to something else. And there was one major motif that we kept using throughout the film. It's a sort of thing where when I was making it, I didn't have a very specific idea of what I wanted the soundtrack to be, other than just sort of working with what the film was and just using the music as a way to expand on the ideas of the film itself.
Okay, cool. Also, where did the concept of the film come from, if you don't mind me asking?
That's all good. Well, it sort of came from several things. The core idea of the film was inspired off the work of Swedish philosopher Nick Bostrom, and I created this whole lore and universe based on one of his ideas, and this project sort of became a sort of like a concept film. It gave me the chance to sort of bring that world to life in a very simple sort of story, where I sort of approached the Arthur C. Clarke approach of having a character that has no understanding of this world, so having it through the eyes of the ignorant and just seeing what that world would look like. And
pretty cool.
I have a question for Faith. So I don't get to see many alien films in Africa, and so this was certainly a refreshing opportunity. And I guess, how is alien lore and science fiction viewed and received in Kenya?
At the moment, I wouldn't say it's received one way or another, because a lot of the science fiction or alien lore that we view is very grounded in what the West has been doing.
Right.
However, we do have so many folklores, and the world of the supernatural is not foreign to us.
Right.
So so for me, part of my inspiration and my drive is marrying what we know as supernatural folklore and kind of fusing it with what the West has been doing with science fiction, and presenting this new narrative that is slowly shaping up to be Afrofuturism.
Yes, that's awesome. There was a casual mention, you bring up the supernatural, but you brought up at the beginning of the film, there was a mention of a hill where water flows upwards. And
yes.
Can you kind of elaborate on the significance of that?
Mm-hmm. So that's an actual real place. It's what inspired the short film, actually. When I first heard of it, I thought it was nonsense. I mean, because we have our understandings of gravity, and when you pour water, it's supposed to flow downhill. But we do have a place in the county where I come from. So Kenya in East Africa is broken up into different counties. And the county I come from is called Machakos County, which is right next to Nairobi County, which is what everyone knows. And there's a hill called Kituluni Hill, and there's a section of the hill where if you pour water, if it rains, the water doesn't go downhill, it goes uphill. And there's a scientific reason for it. It's not, just like some random whatever. They did tests, and there's a massive deposit of mercury. I don't know what type of mercury, but it's big enough that it affects the elements that are in water, so that when it rains, the water is kind of dragged, it's pulled uphill. So there's that scientific fact, but when my overactive imagination heard that, I thought, well, what if the actual reason is because there's a portal to a dimension nearby that's causing the phenomenon.
Wow.
So that was the birth of Chuma.
Wow. Sorry, go ahead, Candace.
Sorry, Ricky, I just wanted to ask, what was the significance of the fish throughout the film?
The fish. I can't remember what I chose. I think my decision of the fish, I think, was to do with the with religious correlations with the film, because a big concept I had around the film is about pursuit of truth. What sort of this battle of two ideas of a hedonistic stance on life or a pursuit and value of truth. So which is an idea that Robert Nozick and a few other philosophers have argued about in the 20th century, about what's more important, living a good life or being able to pursue the existential truths. And the character of the woman in the story is trying to persuade the protagonist Gil that, well, no, you should not pursue these truths because it will only lead to suffering. If truth leads to suffering, then truth is not a valuable thing to have. And I think the reason why I chose a fish, because it really could have been any animal and the allegory would have still worked. It's the idea of an animal which doesn't understand the same sort of truths as a human. If you enlighten the human of those truths, the animal of those truths, it would only lead to more suffering, because it would be able to understand things that would lead to suffering. So any animal could work, but I think what drew me to the fish was the religious connotations, at least with like Judeo-Christian sort of connotations around the fish. And I think that symbolic connection I found was subconsciously drew me to it. I think it was only afterwards I actually thought more about that connection.
Okay, cool.
Faith, so you alluded to some supernatural and folklore background. Could you maybe elaborate on some of those elements that you relied on for your story? Or to inspire you?
So yes. So the story kind of, that was a springboard. The Kituluni Hill was a springboard for the whole story. But I'm personally a massive science fiction fan, and this was my first venture into the genre. I mean, to go back to your earlier question, we don't see enough science fiction in Kenya because we have so many obstacles to making any film. And, when you're dealing with sophisticated, genres like that require a lot of visual effects, people just steer clear from it because, funding's limited. So you focus on what you can do. Okay. So my angle was I wanted to kind of ground the story in one thing and not go too much into other things. But I did have, my visual effects were very much Western, but in the feature that I hope to make of the film, I'll dig into a lot more other folklore because I love history. I love especially East African history, where we've come from as a people. We have an incredible history where we've been a melting pot for so many cultures. And this is just, in the past 200, 300 years. So in the feature film, I will dig into more folklores, like in my county, again, in Machakos, there's a rock. And apparently if you run around the rock 7 times, if you're a girl, you'll turn into a boy. If you're a boy, you'll turn into a girl. So we have Yeah, we have a lot of those things, and that's just from my tribe. And Kenya has over 50 tribes, and each tribe has its own unique folklores. I mean, so the potential for the stories that could be told if people mind their own folklore, it's I don't think you can put a limit on it. Yeah.
I can tell you guys that I could tell you that I just did a search with the water flowing uphill, and I see it there.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I definitely need to find a scientific paper that someone is going into it and trying to explain it. It's very, very interesting. I heard this before. A colleague of mine was over there and traveled to see it for herself. And she told me about it. I was like, "What? Are you serious? That's different. This should be more than just news." So yeah, I'm definitely more into that. But this is good work, guys. I can only tell you I love both of the films. Ricky, you are out of New Zealand, and what town was this shot in?
This was filmed in Christchurch.
I know it well. I know Christchurch well. I've been there twice, and a beautiful town, and very good setting. I was going to say that looked like that was a university where it was shot.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Yes, it was. It was University of Canterbury.
There you go. Awesome. Awesome stuff. So, hold on. I'm sorry. This final thing was going on here. But that's pretty neat. So how long did it take you to shoot Truth.EXE?
Well, it was originally, finally you say university because it was a university project. So I was assigned a project to make around the beginning of last year. And I happened to make that university thing the decision of my project. And I think it took about 2-3 weeks of filming.
Awesome.
I mean, we had to schedule it. It was sort of the film schedule sort of displaced over those few weeks because I'm working with a team of people that have day jobs and things like that. So
yeah,
it was all sort of displaced. But yeah, it was around 2 to 3 weeks that it took to film the bulk of it.
Yeah.
And then, a few months of editing after that.
Not to give too much away, but I enjoyed the twist when he was underneath the tables hiding. And I think someone had hands underneath there or something like that, trying to find him. And he just escaped. He was lucky to escape. So that thrilling element that you have in the film works very well. It's done very like the black and white feel of this. It's very good. Faith, the film Chuma, how much time did you put into this?
So pre-production was about 5 weeks. The actual shooting was 3 days. And mainly because it was self-funded. I kind of decided I was just gonna bite the bullet and just do it. And because of that, the people that I got to work on the obviously that has an influence on the cast and crew, but everyone just gave me almost every minute of those 3 days, because we were shooting from way before dawn until one of the days we had to shoot until, we weren't shooting, but we were on set until almost midnight because we had car trouble, and our location, we were in the middle of nowhere with no signal.
Wow.
And that was I don't think I'll be forgetting that anytime soon. And post-production was about 6 weeks, almost 2 months.
Yeah, and I have to remind folks, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you're from the same film community as Willis Warari, right?
Wanyiri, yes, Willis.
Willis Wanyiri, whose film from Kenya came in, was very, very nice, did very well. You're of the same film community. There's a community of filmmakers there.
Yes, yes.
What was the driver that made people to decide to make science fiction, which we also categorize as Afrofuturism, the way you guys are doing?
Honestly, I would say, and I mean, I know people are probably gonna, fight me on this, but it was, Black Panther was quite, pivotal and quite massive in showing people that we can have an African narrative with a different context than people know of, because people will typically think, if it's an African movie, it either needs to be like a Nollywood film, no disrespect to the Nigerians, or it needs to look a certain, way. And then with Black Panther, it was just showing people that we can have the African stories, and then the Africans can be technologically advanced. It's something that we can play around with. I mean, that being said, I know Willis's film Sayari 47 I Won, he started it way before, but it's because Willis, who's become a good friend of mine, he's had a massive interest in science fiction as well. And I think for him, it was also throwing away those shackles of feeling limited, like we don't always have to tell these dramedies or these, melodramatic, stories. We can do something sophisticated. So I think it's just also with technology becoming more, I think tangible is the word I'll use, because before it was, if you're thinking of doing visual effects, you need to get a visual effects company that knows what they're doing. But now you can literally on your laptop, and a green screen, you can, download, plugins, templates, and you're able to do quite a lot from just your own laptop. And I think that's been a huge influence on people moving more towards that genre of storytelling. It's just the finesse is not there yet, but I feel, with more people making stories like that and, making mistakes and learning from mistakes, we will start seeing, the cream rising to the top.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. And likewise, Ricky, we get a lot of films from New Zealand and Australia. And of course, a lot of the Australian films have New Zealanders or Kiwis in them because there's a lot of cross culture, so forth. We've had some exceptional films that came out of New Zealand. Matter of fact, we had a best comedy sci-fi that came out of New Zealand some years ago.
So the papier mâché one?
Yes. What was it? Paper. It's a very long title.
Yeah.
Paper mache. This paper mache boulder is really heavy. That was a and if there's time, I'll show the trailer on that a little bit later after this. But it was so funny. People were falling out of their seats laughing. It's worth a rewatch. Yeah, but very good film. Is this something that you want to further develop? Sort of like a sci-fi thriller, sci-fi horror. Is that something that you're seeking to develop?
You mean the genre of this film specifically?
Your next sets of films that you intend to produce.
Well, I mean, in general, I'm not a huge sort of genre-focused person. I never tend to say I want to make a film in this genre and then pursue that. I tend to wait until I have a topic or some sort of broader idea I want to explore, and then find a type of story that I feel is appropriate or is able to fulfill that purpose. In this case, that just happened to be a sci-fi. But I'm currently working on extending this film into an anthology feature. So I've spent about a month or two, just around January, filming the next installment to this story, and that was about 5-6 weeks of filming. So I am planning to explore a bit more with this story specifically, and I suppose as well, the science fiction genre, and just seeing where that takes me.
Yeah. Well, you always got us on your side when it comes to a fantastic film, science fiction in particular. Sci-fi thrillers are always good. So we'll definitely be looking for more of this from you. And Faith, can you tell us what's next with you? What's next?
I hope to make Chuma into a feature, but before then, I'm happy you brought up Willis because since Chuma came out, because of this growing community of science fiction films, Willis got a hold of me, and we've been collaborating on developing his film into a feature film. And before the COVID-19, the unfortunate outbreak, he and I were hoping to go into production in August. And, a lot of good things have happened, for us in terms of financing and sponsorship. So we don't know what that looks like, but he and I, that's what's immediately next is working on that and making, the first chapter. We're hoping it'll, develop a life of its own.
Sure.
But we're doing, this first episode of his feature film, and I think up until February we were developing a story, and it was just so much fun. And he pointed me in the direction of the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival, and he's watching now. So thanks, Willis.
Hey, Willis, how you doing? Yeah, we really enjoyed his film. Well, that's awesome. I actually spoke a little bit with Willis, and I continuously encourage for him to produce science fiction through the Afrofuturism lens. I think there's a huge market for science fiction in general.
Oh yeah,
it will continue to be. I don't like to really. I try to stay humble about it, but the timing of Journey to Planet X debuting at the time when it wasn't a lot of sci-fi, the hype that came out of Journey to Planet X, going to so many different festivals and coming from one of the top 5 festivals on the planet, the hype that it produced, it wasn't until it was like a year after that we saw this wave of science fiction content that just continued to grow and grow and grow. I have no idea if we contributed to this, but it's something that we've observed, and I think for the foreseeable future, there will be plenty of opportunity for people like you and Ricky to produce fantastical content for people to consume. That is in the independent film community or even in the pay-per-view community, which I think there is a lot of opportunity growing from this. I just got a note that South by Southwest finally released all their films. Well, not even all, because I could tell a lot of people said they didn't want their film to be released for free on Amazon Prime. But there are quite a bulk of films that are now from this massive festival, which is one of the top festivals in the planet now, that was not allowed to have their festival, and they put it out on Amazon. They put out as many of their films on Amazon. So you see that there is a shift. There's a shift in language. Okay, language. So for example, on the contracts, it's what it says, what you can and cannot do. The same thing doesn't apply anymore. The language has changed. 2, the methodology in which way that people are watching the films are changing. We can watch films completely on our phones. We never even have to leave bed. Okay, so I think that's going to open up the doors, because it's going to leverage now the independent filmmaker who has access to hardware, software at fractions of the cost, and the ability to spin off films faster than before. It's going to make it really feasible for people like yourselves, Ricky and Faith, and everybody else who has a film in the festival, Screenplay, of producing content that is going to have remuneration. It's going to make money, and it's just having the right balance of cost and reachable audience to make a good living from this. I think this is the future. I think this is happening. This is unfolding.
Wow,
all right,
that's great.
Are there any other questions?
No.
No other questions. Okay, then that being the case, we are going to break here. And Damien or Pierre from Astronaut. We'll play your music video. I'd like to get some comments from you next. Okay, guys, thank you so much. It's great to have you. I really, really appreciate it. And I look forward to you hanging out with us a little longer, spending some time, and definitely please participate and listen in on the talks, the lectures this afternoon, which I know the timeline in New Zealand. It's probably midnight over there in New Zealand right now.
It's just reached 6:15 in the morning. So, yeah.
6:15 where?
Yeah, 6 a.m. now.
Oh, are you in New Zealand or are you in Hawaii?
New Zealand.
You're in New Zealand, and it's 6:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
And that's Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh man, you gotta need more than a cup of coffee. Okay. Well, that's awesome stuff, man. I can only tell you that New Zealand has a place in my heart. I really love the place. I did my honeymoon there, and I saw a bunch of towns. I saw the whole country almost. And New Zealand is a very, very special place. I highly, highly recommend everybody go over there. Don't hesitate to shoot a film, over there, whatever, man. It's a great place to do it. Okay. And as far as Kenya, I'm jealous. I have not been to Kenya. I haven't been anywhere on the eastern side of the continent. I spent a lot of time on the western side of the continent. But I know it's different. East is definitely different than the West. In no way.
Yeah, it's more beautiful, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm biased. Yeah.
I'm sure you will be.
Yeah. Troy, I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, thank you for giving Chuma this platform. I mean, to you too, Dan and Candace. It's, as African filmmakers, one of the things, that as we continue to grow in our skill set and, venturing out, it's wonderful to get this platform where we're on an equal par with other films from all over the world. So I just wanted to say thank you for giving Chuma that opportunity.
It's a pleasure.
So it's good. It's okay.
Absolutely.
I also want to say, thank you as well for the great opportunity, especially like as a student, like having the opportunity to make work and get it out there is something that is such a great opportunity for me and other people that are trying to sort of get started and make films for the first time. It's a great experience. And I'm also really glad about having this all virtual because actually, like if we were able to have it physically happen, I wouldn't have been able to attend because, tickets across to a lot. And so it's great to actually be involved through this virtual platform. So it's been great. Thank you.
Yeah, we've had someone fly over from Australia. We've had, I think, 2 people fly from Australia to the festival over the years. And it's a long trip. It takes almost 3 days to make the trip. If you're not on Air New Zealand, which is one of the best airlines on the planet. Just trying to get used to the time change is nuts. So, yeah. Well, definitely, man. We're definitely happy to have you. Thanks so much. And keep making good sci-fi.
Thanks. We will.
All right. Hey, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, bye.
Pleasure.
All right. With that said, we're going to take a tiny break. Lauren, I don't know what happened to Lauren, but she was supposed to join us. Her trailer is the Under the Silver Moon. I just had it queued here. Very special film. I love it. Right. Okay, we're gonna take a short break, Pierre, and then we're gonna start with your trailer. I'm sorry, with your music video. So 5-minute break, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bonjour Pierre. Ça va?
Bonjour. Ça va? Et toi?
C'est bien, c'est bien. It's been quite busy, as you can see.
Okay.
It's been quite busy, as you can see.
Je peux regarder sur l'écran.
I'm just looking for un moment. How was that? All right. And where is your music video? It's awesome. We actually showed it last night.
Okay.
And Brooklyn was going nuts over this. She loved it.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So we'd like to show it again if that's okay with you.
No problem.
D'accord?
Tout le monde est prêt? Quand vous voulez.
C'est parti, je lance maintenant, tout de suite.
Looking at the window, it's another day. Woke up very tired, just like yesterday. Dress up like a man, and I take my place with hungry snakes and broken ladders all the way. And maybe all your dreams come true. Maybe no one cares about you. And maybe all your dreams come true. Maybe no one cares about you. Trying to get some nowhere on the holidays. And every Friday night at the city gates. Finally horizon and see in the direction. There's something in me, can't think of another way. And maybe all your dreams come true. Maybe no one cares about you. Maybe all your dreams come true. Maybe no one cares about you. Everything must be so tightly. There is so tightly. Above the lamppost, above the chimneys, the radio towers,
Whoa, that was pretty neat, man. I can definitely say I enjoyed that considerably.
Thank you.
And I know a lot of others did as well. Actually, here's some Jeremy Mjolk says, really nice.
He's the guy in the video. He's star.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's very cool, man. Very cool. So, are you in southern France?
No, we are in northern France. Very, very northern France.
No kidding. Not or what area?
Lille. It's the very north of France.
Oh wow! What's the name of the town?
Lille.
Lille. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow, that's impressive. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for chiming in so far away. And it's a great connection. You see, you're outdoors. It looks like it's good weather.
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. About time, right? About time you get nice weather. So,
yeah. About time. Yeah.
So, what was your inspiration, Pierre? Inspiration behind the music video?
Well, the first inspiration was obviously was the music and the lyrics from Jeremy's song.
Right.
So that was it. The idea was to make like a big movie without any money, and that's it. You know, try to go to different places without moving because we didn't have any money to go out of space or to go into anywhere. So that was it.
Yeah. So it's a good way to good use of resources of what you have.
Sorry?
No, it's a good use of your resources. You're using what you have.
Yeah. That's it. That's the idea of using actually what you've got just around you to make something that looks like it's a movie or whatever.
That's cool. It shows here we've got a question. Where did you get the idea from? Uh-oh. We lost you. I think he walked too far from the house. Okay, well, we'll put it up on the biggie and just show it here. He'll be back. There he is.
It's just a problem. Sorry.
Fine. It's fine.
I'm
So,
back.
boundless, questions are coming in here. A lot of folks like what you've done. Someone has been to your city, Damian Donnelly. I think he's been there. He says it's a beautiful city. Asked, where did you get your idea from to make this?
I just got a dream one night because we made a first video with Jelly Bean band, the band, and my favorite song was Astronaut, and I always I was thinking about this song, and I wanted to make something very special about it, and but I didn't know how to deal with it. And one night I just had a dream where I saw every part of the song, and when I woke up, I just got to figure out how to make every scene in a sequence shot and in the same place, because I wanted the singer to be always standing at the same place and moving from one background to another, and that was it.
Sure. Okay. Well, I can only say that you did a really good job. I'm looking at this. Look at this scene right here, this little piece. How in the world did you guys, of course you don't have to tell. You don't have to tell, Pierre.
I have to tell, because that's part of the funny thing about the video, is that we made a behind the scene of the music video, which I found most likely better than the video, because you actually can see how everything was done. And those planets are like little lamps that was hanged from a just like a I don't know the word in English, but we made like babies when they want to sleep or just reach things, you hang little objects from just strings, and that was it. It was tiny lamps and little planets made of I don't know, I don't remember, maybe paper, or so that's how it was made. But I will give you the link to the behind the scenes, because it's
definitely post that here, because we can share that. How long is it?
It's there are several versions of it, but we just made the same music video, and on the right side you can see the behind the scenes, and on the left side you can see the actual video at the same time. So it's the same length as the music video.
Okay.
Maybe Jeremy can post.
Yeah, if you could post it, that'd be easier,
Yeah, but I just don't want to skip my actual page on my phone, because if I do this, maybe I will.
Well, he'll post it. Can you tell me how did you make this? This looks like a rocket ship or something flying in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then the behind scene here, back here, it looks like there's another screen, like there's a movie playing.
Yeah. This movie was actually shot just next to Jeremy's place, because when he thought about the song, he told me that he had the idea of this song on a very special city next to his home, So we went there and we shot those scenes on the streets, and we actually during the shooting we screened these videos on a white piece of just cloth, you know.
Yeah. I like the spacesuit. That helmet is pretty neat. It's not, it's not easy to make helmets. It's not an easy thing to do.
I made it myself with foam and just anything I found in my garage.
What was the outer shell made of?
The outer what?
The outer shell.
It's foam. It's like foam. You know, it's made. Just give me one. I go to my garage and I will show you this.
Okay.
Hop, hop. Okay.
So that would be your Cotier. Yeah. The Cotier is still.
Yeah. You see me? I'm in the garage with my actual helmet. I don't know. It's like, it's
It looks like you put two pieces and you molded two pieces together. It looks almost like a tire.
Yeah, pretty much. It's it's I don't know how to say it in English. It's the thing you step on it. It's like it's made of this,
Yeah.
It's like piece of a square piece of foam, and you use it on your garage maybe to
insulation.
What?
Insulation.
Yeah.
Insulation. In French, it would be
isolation, peut-être. Ouais.
Excuse me, the isolation in French.
Actually, it's just foam.
Yeah. D'accord.
Jeremy.
He asks, "Can you turn it on?"
I just can't because I don't have the battery. Jeremy has the battery.
So it runs with a battery.
Yeah. It's like USB battery,
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Okay. That was for the helmet.
Very cool. Jeremy says that you have an arcade machine in your basement, which tells everything.
Yes, I have. I do have.
Yeah.
I made it myself too, with a good friend. This is my son.
Hey. Hi. Bonjour, monsieur. Comment allez-vous?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So, do you have any other question about?
Yeah, absolutely. How well has the tell us how well? Well, I can see it's been received well because you guys got a lot of rewards. Can you explain a little bit about how well it was received? What it was like going to other festivals, or at least the response that you got back?
That was a big surprise because when we did this, and after the shooting, it was pretty much it was pretty hard to tell if it was good or not, because I had such an idea of it, and I couldn't tell if anybody would like it or not, because that was pretty different from many things you can see, because it's really not professional. There is quite a charm about it. I can tell afterwards because many people said that, but at the beginning was pretty hard to judge it, because it looked different. And then I started to try some festivals, and we had some good reception about it, and that was so good, because we just we gave our heart to do this, because it's only a bunch of friends who did this. There is no professional staff or anything, just friends. That's it.
Okay. That's okay. Cool, man. Well, can you tell us about how many festivals you submitted to?
A lot, because one day I was
More
just
than 50. More than 50?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I found this site, Film Freeway, one day, and I spent so many hours making this video, and I found this beautiful tool that is Film Freeway, and I just said to myself, okay, I made this. Maybe I will do this only once in my lifetime, so let's try it. Maybe if I submit to many festivals, at least one of them will like it, and so I submitted to quite a lot, and we had some good. We had some good success. We had success with it, so
Yeah.
that's great.
Okay. No, that's good. But what you did is something that it's not easy for filmmakers to fully understand, and that is that many don't understand that you have to spend a little money to make a little money, and that concept, which means if you want people to know what you've done, you've got to tell a lot of people. The more people you tell, the more are going to know, the more are going to pay attention. And that's the same thing with festivals. Because with festivals, there are hundreds of film festivals worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And of these festivals, there's a significant amount of those festivals that are going to play this kind of content. Your kind of content are going to, because it has a very broad. It's not the fact that it's sci-fi, but it's also a little fantasy-like, fantastical, and it's a music video. So it's got its reach is quite broad. It's got a nice tune to it. It's got somebody acting in it. It has a little science, a little fantasy in it. So it has a very broad reach. So of course, looking at this, at the number of films awards you have here, just looking at this for people to see, many of these are festivals that don't play sci-fi. You get it. So my point being is that it's an amazing opportunity for people to use the tools that are available, so that they can truly have their films seen. If you don't submit your film, if you don't find festivals that are going to like your work, and you don't spend the money, because I could tell you right now, you don't have to tell me, but you spend quite a bit of change sending your films to festivals, and you've probably tried your best to take advantage and submit to them when they first open, where the prices tend to be lower than if you wait till
Mm-hmm.
that does, if you're trying to submit to 20 festivals, it's easier to pay, like for a music video, $15, $20 submission, opposed to $35 submission. these do add up, and we stress to the independent filmmaker to have a budget for this kind of have a budget for this part of the project. This is the marketing project. So that is making sure that the design, the presentation looks good. You're making sure that you're available when they call to say, "Hey, we'd like to show your film." 3, you may save a few dollars or have some time to go to some of those festivals because you're marketing the film. Because one of the biggest questions, which we might as well ask it now, what are you doing next? What's next? And you want to be able to respond to that with whatever you're going to do.
Actually, all of this was really not planned at all. You know, I just woke up one day and I said to myself, "Oh, okay, let's try to submit it." And I just did it, like 3 hours spent in Film Freeway submitting, but I didn't think about anything. So what's next? I don't know. I don't know. So it's like the videos, you know, you just have some pleasure doing things you like.
Yep.
And that's it, you know. I didn't. It's a premiere for me, you know. Sure. I never submitted to another video to festival. Just it's a premiere, you know. So I don't know what's coming next. I hope something beautiful will happen. I don't know.
For sure. Well, one of the things that could happen, you know, you have to put a little effort in, but by collaborating with other filmmakers, because there are going to be filmmakers that are going to like the way you did this and going to want to know how you did it. And there may be some that may even want you on their teams when it comes time for them to produce their films, because films are not made with just one individual. There's usually a crew. So that's something that has weight, that you could be part of someone else's team and offer your skill set. So don't look at it like, oh, well, you know, as if it's an end deal. There are other opportunities, and it's just a matter of networking and communicating with others. There are plenty of people in this room who are watching your video, your music video, that would be, you know, could definitely have a dialogue with you about it. I'm sure of it.
Why not?
Absolutely. All right. Well, are there any more questions? Well, Jeremy is asking more questions. No, you know he's going to prod you. So that's it for now. If there are no more, let me check this one portal. Okay, just want to check one portal. No, that's it. That's it. So that's it for now. Thank you so much.
That was a pleasure to chat with you.
Absolutely, Pierre. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
De rien.
All right, now. You take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Au revoir. All right. Well, we have next on the lineup, we have, let's show a trailer. I think we have another trailer here. we definitely wanted to cover this one called Entangled, and the filmmakers actually were coming, but I think something happened and they were not able to get together with us. But this one here, Entangled, is a very interesting feature film we wanted to share.
You know about multiverse theory, right? Accepting that an infinite number of universes exist. At least one of them will be exactly like ours.
Whatever Loretta did, she opened up some kind of tunnel. Pressed all the buttons, then all of a sudden, poof.
Jesus! So you don't remember that night at the locals?
Yes, I remember that night. It was the scariest night of my life. But I sure as shit didn't die.
I blinked and we were here in this world, in this identical world, where there are two versions of each of us. There's another one of me, and there's another one of you. We're not exactly like you.
Where is he?
He's gone.
Who made him gone?
None of this is real, don't you fucking get it?
What is happening? You killed him, and you didn't even shed a tear about it.
It doesn't matter which version fails, but one of each version has to go. Call it a correction.
And I'm not going to give away not going to do any spoilers, but I can tell you that there are some twists in this film that will keep you going. And let's just categorize it as mirror universes, alternative timelines. And so it has a very nice spin to it. And I would recommend to be on the lookout for this film, because it will be getting some distribution soon if it hasn't already. It's a very good play of the mystery with a nice thriller theme to it. Okay. Next on our list, we're actually ahead of time now. The Final Land interview will be coming up very soon. I know those guys are setting up. So what we'll do is we will play their trailer.
Daddy,
You better tell me exactly.
that my camera's not working.
Your camera's not working.
Yeah, look when I turn it on. It doesn't work.
It needs new batteries, perhaps.
No, but look, these are the batteries that my mom gave me.
Als ich draußen war, bin ich einfach.
Look, Dad, these are the batteries that my mom gave me. I think I need to take some more batteries.
Als ich draußen war, bin ich einfach nur gerannt. Immer geradeaus. Und irgendwann ist das Schiff vor mir aufgetaucht. Ich habe noch nie ein Schiff gesehen, das mehr Schrott war als das hier. Und die Bauform habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Aber es ist flugtauglich, offensichtlich. Was ist das hier? Du bist der Ingenieur. Du hast mal in der Werft gearbeitet.
301, sofort Meldung geben, das ist ein Befehl.
Komm zurück, hier stimmt irgendwas nicht.
Zurück. Du verlässt das Schiff auf der Stelle.
Du hast doch gesagt, wir hätten so lange Zeit, bis die Stimme sich gelegt hat. Ich habe mich geirrt. Ist das zu sehr klar?
Ist das unser Sonnensystem?
Da beginnt der richtige Weltraum.
Was bedeutet denn richtig in dem Zusammenhang?
Freiheit!
Weißt du, ob es da Menschen gibt?
Wo das Ding herkommt, ist auch das Schiff hergekommen. Oder zumindest die Besatzung. Das Ding hier kommt von einem Ort, den wir beide nicht kennen.
Ist Ihnen mal aufgefallen, dass alle Lautsprecher kaputt sind? Also zerschnitten?
Wir müssen nicht wissen, was mit der anderen Crew passiert ist.
Die sind verrückt geworden.
Hast du Angst?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Genau. Wir haben hier beide gar nichts.
Was wollen wir denn hier?
Das ist doch Schwachsinn. Ich will hier weg.
Ich will einfach irgendwo hin. Es gibt keinen blauen Himmel. Keine Wiesen. Keine Seen. Keine Bäume. All das gibt's nicht. Geht es nicht mehr weiter?
Hörst du? Hier geht's nicht mehr weiter.
Als ich draußen war, bin ich einfach nur gerannt. Immer geradeaus. Und irgendwann ist das Schiff vor mir aufgetaucht. Ich habe noch nie ein Schiff gesehen, das mehr Schrott war als das hier. Und die Bauform habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Aber es ist flugtauglich, offensichtlich. Was ist das hier?
Du bist der Ingenieur.
Ich denke, du hast mal in der Werft gearbeitet.
301, sofort Meldung geben, das ist ein Befehl.
Komm zurück! Hier stimmt irgendwas nicht.
Zurück. Verletztes Schiff auf der Stelle.
Du hast doch gesagt, wir hätten so lange Zeit, bis die Sturm sich gelegt hat. Ich hab mich geirrt. Ist das trivial klar? Ist das unser Sonnensystem? Da beginnt der richtige Weltraum.
Was bedeutet denn richtig in dem Zusammenhang?
Freiheit!
Weißt du, ob es da Menschen gibt?
Wo das Ding herkommt, ist auch das Schiff hergekommen. Oder zumindest die Besatzung. Das Ding hier kommt von einem Ort, den wir beide nicht kennen.
Ist Ihnen mal aufgefallen, dass alle Lautsprecher kaputt sind? Also zerschnitten?
Wir müssen nicht wissen, was mit der anderen Crew passiert ist.
Die sind verrückt geworden.
Hast du Angst?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Genau. Wir haben hier beide gar nichts.
Was wollen wir denn hier?
Das ist doch Schwachsinn. Ich will hier weg.
Ich will einfach irgendwo hin. Es gibt keinen blauen Himmel. Keine Wiesen. Keine Seen. Keine Bäume. All das gibt's nicht. Geht es nicht mehr weiter?
Hörst du? Hier geht's nicht mehr weiter.
Als ich draußen war, bin ich einfach nur gerannt. Immer geradeaus. Und irgendwann ist das Schiff vor mir aufgetaucht. Ich habe noch nie ein Schiff gesehen, das mehr Schrott war als das hier. Und die Bauform habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Aber es ist flugtauglich, offensichtlich. Was ist das hier?
Du bist der Ingenieur.
Ich denke, du hast mal in der Werft gearbeitet.
301, sofort Meldung geben, das ist ein Befehl.
Komm zurück. Hier stimmt irgendwas nicht.
Zurück. Du verletztes Schiff auf der Stelle.
Du hast doch gesagt, wir hätten so lange Zeit, bis die Sturm sich gelegt hat. Ich habe mich geirrt. Ist das Triebwerk klar? Ist das unser Sonnensystem? Da beginnt der richtige Weltraum. Was bedeutet denn richtig in dem Zusammenhang? Freiheit! Weißt du, ob es da Menschen gibt? Wo das Ding herkommt, ist auch das Schiff hergekommen. Oder zumindest die Besatzung. Das Ding hier kommt von einem Ort, den wir beide nicht kennen.
Ist Ihnen mal aufgefallen, dass alle Lautsprecher kaputt sind? Also zerschnitten?
Wir müssen nicht wissen, was mit der anderen Crew passiert ist.
Die sind verrückt geworden.
Hast du Angst?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Ja. Wir haben hier beide gar nichts.
Was wollen wir denn hier? Das ist doch Schwachsinn. Ich will hier weg.
Ich will einfach irgendwo hin. Es gibt keinen blauen Himmel. Keine Wiesen. Keine Seen. Keine Bäume. Alles gibt's nicht. Geht es nicht mehr weiter?
Hörst du? Hier geht's nicht mehr weiter.
Als ich draußen war, bin ich einfach nur gerannt. Immer geradeaus. Und irgendwann ist das Schiff vor mir aufgetaucht. Ich habe noch nie ein Schiff gesehen, das mehr Schrott war als das hier. Und die Bauform habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. Aber es ist flugtauglich, offensichtlich. Was ist das hier?
Du bist der Ingenieur.
Ich denke, du hast mal in der Werft gearbeitet.
301, sofort Meldung geben, das ist ein Befehl.
Komm zurück. Hier stimmt irgendwas nicht.
Zurück. Du verletztes Schiff auf der Stelle.
Du hast doch gesagt, wir hätten so lange Zeit, bis die Sturm sich gelegt hat. Ich habe mich geirrt. Ist das Triebwerk klar? Ist das unser Sonnensystem? Da beginnt der richtige Weltraum. Was bedeutet denn richtig in dem Zusammenhang? Freiheit! Weißt du, ob es da Menschen gibt? Wo das Ding herkommt, ist auch das Schiff hergekommen. Oder zumindest die Besatzung. Das Ding hier kommt von einem Ort, den wir beide nicht kennen.
Ist Ihnen mal aufgefallen, dass alle Lautsprecher kaputt sind? Also zerschnitten?
Wir müssen nicht wissen, was mit der anderen Crew passiert ist.
Die sind verrückt geworden.
Hast du Angst?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Ja. Wir haben hier beide gar nichts.
Was wollen wir denn hier? Das ist doch Schwachsinn. Ich will hier weg.
Ich will einfach irgendwo hin. Es gibt keinen blauen Himmel. Keine Wiesen. Keine Seen. Keine Bäume. Alles gibt's nicht. Geht es nicht mehr weiter?
Hörst du? Hier geht's nicht mehr weiter.
When the time is right, you will announce that you've achieved immortality. When the rush for applications is over, you'll probably be deified.
In einem Haus besuchen, deswegen das erlaubt ist. Wie viele Leute gucken mir zu? Steht das irgendwo? Ich guck mal hinten was.
Ah! Troy.
Yeah.
Hi, Troy.
Good night, gentlemen. How are you?
Yeah.
Guten Abend.
Hi.
Fine, how are you?
Very well, very well.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good to see you. You're definitely
Yeah.
not doing the distancing there, but I'm not going to complain because you
No,
live-
no.
We live in the same house, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
allowed here. Yeah.
Yeah.
You live in
You know, this is the apartment of my girlfriend and myself, and Johannes is living beneath us.
I'm living
So,
downstairs.
Yeah, and the sound guy lives above us. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
That's fantastic. I think
Yeah.
that's great. That's great. And this is, you guys are also in Dusseldorf, right?
No. This is Daniel, the living dog guy. No. Düsseldorf is near, but it's not. It's not our town. It's Siegen. It's much more, unimportant than Düsseldorf.
It's more unimportant than Dusseldorf.
Yeah, it's more unimportant. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Well, let's just leave it at that then.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I really, really appreciate you guys putting in the effort because I know it's not easy. You know, we've had people who try to make it out, come all the way here. They come all the way to the festival, and other they can't participate.
Yeah.
And, it's a little sad, but you know, I do understand we're in the middle of a pandemic. All things.
That's it. Yeah. But we had, you know that we had plans to come. Yeah, this is we have that
one too.
We have that too. Yeah, we have 3 of that. Yeah.
3? I didn't even get 3.
Yeah.
Compliments to Garen, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys went to Boston. I'm sure the film was very well received there.
I hope so.
And we look forward to hearing about how you produced this amazing masterpiece called Final 10. And I want people to, I'm going to put it out now. Hold on a second here. Trying to get to some of the scenes here. I want people to realize that everything, folks, you just witnessed on the trailer to Final Land, I played it about 5 times. But everything you witnessed there were no visual effects.
No CGI.
Yeah, it depends a little bit on your notion of that, but
let me rephrase that.
It's right. It's right what you want to address. Yeah.
All practical effects.
Yeah, it's all practical. What you see here is our space station, and it's a model. Yeah, it's a miniature.
Can you start off by tell us what's going on with the space station? What's the story with it? It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see this on the big screen, or if you have if you're lucky enough to have a large projection system at home or a large television, to see this unfold on the scene. It's
always the best choice. Yeah.
It's beautiful. So tell us a little bit about this and what it is in the film.
In the film, it's nothing really certain. It's something like it's a little a part of the journey. It's something they face on their journey through the outer space, and it could be something where they could land, but they don't. They think about landing there, or going there, looking for some other people that might be in there or so, but they don't. It's just a little. What would he say in English? Eine Station auf der Reise. A passage. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, in German we will say a station, but it's not the right word in English. Something that.
Station. We call those space stations.
Yeah. But in the story, it's something what they see in one scene, and then it's gone in the next scene. It's a opportunity that's gone. Something where they could land, but they don't.
Yeah. So in a navigation system, you're provided a limited amount of time to make a decision to go there, and if you pass that time, you can't go.
Yeah, right. And in this scene, they're already far away from where they came from, and this is something like a surprise in the movie to find something like that, and but they don't go in there. Yeah.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. When you guys conceived all of this, does that station were there any people expected to be on that station, or is it just a dead
It can be. You see the red lights when you see the film, when the pictures are moving, then there are red lights blinking at the station, and this is maybe a sign for life, for ongoing action on the station.
So potentially there were people on there.
Potentially.
Can you describe us and of course we don't want to give away too much, but can you describe us what is the universe? What's going on in the universe of Final Land? What's happening? Why are the people living the way they're living?
There are not many people anymore. They live on several places which are not very, very nice, and the Earth is gone. We can tell that the Earth is kind of a myth. It's a legend, and everyone who tells you something about the Earth is someone who's a someone like a believer, or a crazy guy who tells you something about the Earth. The normal guys say, no, there is no Earth. It's just a fairy tale.
Right.
So it's a bleak world. Yeah.
So it's fair to say that what you're saying is these are people that colonized other worlds, and the quote unquote empire that made all of this doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, it's you know, the whole story is like a little footnote to maybe a bigger universe, a bigger story.
Yeah.
But we do only get a little story within that.
Yeah.
You know, possibly, you know, there could be many stories in this universe.
Sure.
And we get one of that. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I understand. It's to me, it's definitely fascinating, interesting, well done. So let's dive in a little bit to why did you guys make this film? What prompted you to make this?
Yeah, one of the reasons we always remember is that at that time when we decided to do that film, it was about 10 years ago, a lot of sci-fi films weren't that good at the time, and we were really frustrated about what was going on. Yeah.
What were you so frustrated about what was going on?
Yeah, there were several things. So, for example,
CGI.
Yeah, for example, CGI. So every movie was using CGI, and yeah, putting things on the screen that weren't possible before. But sometimes, yeah, maybe it wasn't that bad that it wasn't possible before. So yeah, and we didn't like some of the stories, and we thought, what was so great about the films in the 70s and 80s, which we love and which we grew up with. And yeah, one of the things we realized were that they were using practical effects. They had sets. They were not running around in green screens, and but in real life sets, and they could touch all the elements that were in the spaceships, in the space stations. And yeah, they were running around on real planets, so like Tatooine in Tunisia, for example.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we decided, why can't we make something like they did in the 80s today?
But
Yeah.
only in a smaller scale.
Yeah. So Marcel already had some ideas in his mind for a story. Yeah, but then we worked from what would be possible for us to make, to really achieve. So yeah, we were being really realistic about all this.
Yeah. You know, we had this very low, even non-existent budget, like all the films that you have in your program, I guess. And so very low budget, just a few people, and so we had limitations, and we had to be aware of them. But inside of this, inside of this context, you can still do something like like what we deeply wanted to do. But you had to choose just one set, just one spaceship, not not many of them, or not, see your and consider what you can do, and not do everything what you think of. So this was something we had to do. Also about the characters, just 2 characters, not 30 characters, just 2 characters. That's better when you're no budget. But then you can, or we did several things that you should maybe that you should normally not do when you when you have no budget. Maybe building the whole spaceship or something. So we broke some no budget rules, of course. Yeah.
And this is the ship.
This is the ship. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have the ship here.
Yeah,
so
here it is too.
That's one of the advantages of using practical effects. We do have the spaceship model.
Yeah.
So this is the one that was used in the film.
And this is that's how it is in the picture you just showed. Yeah. That's the model. Yeah.
Wow.
And now we know you're all geeks out there, so we can show you some things, some pieces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
So I think this one is
like this.
This the rear part of the snowspeeder of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Yeah, this is from a TIE fighter. This sphere.
Yeah, the cockpit
thing. Yeah, the cockpit. But the two parts of it. And here is the back of the head of a ATST walker here. I don't know if you don't see that. Really good.
Wow.
Yeah, ATST. Yeah, and some.
Yeah, there are some parts from the USS Voyager in the front.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this one is from a model train.
Yeah.
Here, this section.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all these. Yeah, this is also from a model train. This is from an airplane model.
Yeah.
This one is from Battlestar Galactica, from a Cylon Raider.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
you see,
all of my childhood models had to be sacrificed for this spaceship.
Yeah, everything was slaughtered. Yeah.
Some of your models in order to do this.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah,
and we didn't have
good.
and we didn't have much money to buy.
We bought some. We bought some.
Yeah, the train, the airplane, and a helicopter. I think we bought, and the rest
deliberately
is,
we went into the shop and bought some special certain things, certain pieces. But most of it was found footage in a way. Yeah.
Oh, there are comments here.
But can you at least bring the model back and point where the front of the ship? Where's the front of the ship?
Yeah, it's a crappy thing, piece of So this is the front, and this is the front window. This is the window, because the window had to be flat. It couldn't be like a cockpit window of a plane or of a starfighter. You know what I mean? Yeah. It couldn't have this kind of shape, tube shape, or so that it had to be like that.
Yeah.
Because of the bigger one, because of the set, we had to build the set like that, and it had to fit together, of course. And because of this is the front. It had this front. It was supposed to be like a Winnebago in space or something, or some kind of
more of a utility vehicle.
Yeah.
That would be used for mining purposes or something like that. Or
that's the thing. It's and I don't want to give away the film, but there's a scene in the film where I think one of the guys said, "Who in the world built this thing?"
Mm-hmm.
It's not normal. They were talking about, I used to work in a shipyard, and guys, well, I have never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, it's special even in their context. Yeah.
So in other words, it's sort of like someone built this in order to either get off of one world and end up on another world. It was someone's last ditch effort to construct a vehicle to get them off of the planet or go somewhere, and that person ended up somewhere else, not being able to get to the ship. I don't know.
But that's the point. You don't really know, because it's the point of the ship that you don't really know where it came from, and there are some glimpses of hope or fear where it could come from, some possibilities. And this is what is crucial for the story. It's important that you don't know what kind of ship is that. But they're still stuck in it. It's still there, and it's their only hope, their only way to go somewhere. Yeah.
And a shout out to Daniel and Dane, I think, who are commenting on.
Ah, right.
On the spaceship.
Yeah, this is Daniel. Yeah. Nocturnal.
Greetings to you.
Yeah.
You have a fan base that's
That's Dane. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a fan base. That's cool. Hold on a second here. We had something else.
There he's addressing paper mache planets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. Also the planets and everything you see had to, create it practically. Yeah, and of course the interior of the spaceship.
Yeah, looking at this is it must have been hell trying to shoot inside this.
Right, it was tight and narrow.
Yeah, it's an enclosed set, so there are no removable walls or anything. So you enter through one of the through the wardrobe, and then you are locked in the ship. So there were always about 5 or 6 people of the crew in the ship when we were shooting. So the 2 main actors, Milan and Torben. Then of course Marcel, who wasn't only directing but also doing the photography.
Shooting itself. Yeah.
And then we had our sound guy Jan, who's now living upstairs, and Caroline, Marcel's girlfriend, who is also the assistant director.
Sure.
And
and sometimes someone who had to hold something or do something. Yeah. So, and this was pretty much of pretty many people in this narrow ship. Yeah. So, and because of this, we had to develop a choreography, very precisely.
Lots of very close, many close-up shots.
Yeah.
Use any special lenses for this?
Just one.
It was a Sigma lens, I think 1835, so a zoom lens, but with a 1.8 aperture, and we used a speed booster to get it down to about, I don't know, I think 14, and that made it also faster. The lens was faster through the speed booster. So everything you see on set is lighted by tiny LED spots, right?
Yeah.
And that's the reason why. Thank you, Kineto. Yeah.
Lucas Kasper. Yeah, I know this guy. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So by using that fast lenses, or that one fast lens, all the light that was coming from the screen, from all the little lights in the set, they all reflect on the skin of the actors, and they light parts of the set, and that makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the cinematography was very, very good. You guys did a fabulous job.
Thank you.
It's just for me, the mostly sad component is that it took you a decade to make the film.
Right. Yeah.
To me, it's sad because in those 10 years, you need to, for the next 10 years, try to make 4 films.
Yeah, you're right. It's it was a good time, but it was also, it's not a recipe for making a film. You cannot do it like that normally. Usually you cannot. It's one crazy thing you can do. You can do it one time. Yeah, I think, and then you have to do it in another way. Yeah. Right.
So, how did you find the actors? How did you cast the cast? How did you put the cast together?
You see Torben here, Torben Föllmer. I know him from school days. He was no actor back then. He was a school kid, but then he became an actor. And I thought, I know him. He's an actor now, and I already did some short films with him during school days, and so this was this was that was
the
it.
obvious choice. Yeah.
And he's a good actor, of course. And the other one, Milan, he's also from our town, and he's an actor. And a friend of us, he knew him, and we went to the theater. He was on stage playing something, I don't know, and then we saw, and we thought, he's good. He has a beard, and we wanted the other one to have a beard, you know.
So you know I'm gonna have to tell you this. You know I'm gonna have to say this. So when we started out, Marcel Barry, you said that your town is one of the most unimportant towns, and so far, this town has been very important to your film.
Oh yes, that's right.
Cool with one guy, the other one you met and on the stage.
Yeah, you're right.
And everybody got together and put together this film, so it's actually a very important place.
It's really important to us. It's unimportant in the sense of
that guy
world fame. But I mean, we all still live here, and we love it here, and we have so many good friends, and they all worked in some way or the other, had to do something for this film, and we grew a lot closer during that time. I mean, sometimes such a stressful thing as doing a movie for a decade could also drive you apart, but it drew us closer together. So that's really great.
Yeah. That's pretty neat. There's one thing I'm going to do here, because I actually have family in Dusseldorf.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
In Deutschland. And I promise to let them know when their fellow Deutschlanders were on. I have to do that. Otherwise, I'll be a bad boy if I don't do that.
And we also have Pia and Daniel Rabold from Dusseldorf in the comments. So
Well, I can tell you, I enjoyed Dusseldorf. I was there myself for a little bit, and it's a nice town. I raced from Basel to Dusseldorf one night. It took me I don't know what's the distance from Basel?
Yeah, 400 or more. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe 500 kilometers.
Yeah,
so 350 miles or something.
Yeah.
Let's see, Basel. So it's a Basel Flughafen. What is Basel Flughafen? What is Basel Flughafen? What is a Flughafen?
A Flughafen?
Yeah.
Airport.
Yeah. What do you mean? What is a Flughafen?
But I took the Bahnhof.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Bahnhof is a station.
It was. I took the Autobahn. And, the Autobahn from there to. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Doesn't fit.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about here. Okay. Just to put it into context.
And now you can see where we live, between Frankfurt and Cologne.
This Cologne.
So you were close to, nearly. Yeah, it's like somewhere there. Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
Yeah, the A5. Remember, I was telling you, I took the A5. I took the A61 to the A5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I made sure to stay in Germany because for some bizarre reason, they didn't have speed limits.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's the great myth of the German Autobahn. Yeah.
So everybody's driving like 150 miles an hour, and if you're driving under 100, you'll probably be driven off the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part with the myth. Yeah, you can do that. You can drive like a normal person, and it's okay too. Yeah. But what you said is a better story. So
Well, yeah. Well, I did it in 4.5 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, probably a little less because I got lost. I got lost and ended in the Netherlands, so I had to turn around and come back to Dusseldorf.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really American-like driving.
You overshot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over. That's about right. I overshot it. All right. Well, that's very cool. So, I also wanted to bring up another little thing here that we can show. Like, look at this piece. This is like an access portal or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the how is it called in English?
Yeah, it's like the exhaust of the rocket. So
Yeah.
or of the engine.
Hello, Jens. Very good. Yeah, it's the ship is lying in the desert. It's stranded there. And then this guy comes along and finds it, and he tries to get into this ship, but there is no entrance. So what does he do? He tries to get in through the what is it?
Some part of the engine.
Yeah, it's a part of the engine. Yeah, and that's it. That's the shot. Yeah, one of the first shots in the film.
So that's actually part of the engine.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that I'm gonna just play it, but I'll have the audio off. What I find interesting is that as small as this ship is, as small as the space that confines of this, you were able to get those shots. Look at the camera here. You were a camera, another perspective, a camera here. You're able to get these shots. And it's such a small confined space, and you're still able to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And we don't see the same scene, over and over again. They're different scenes.
Yeah.
It's not like so you're moving the camera, moving the camera, adjusting it.
Oh, Troy is gone. Okay, I know what you wanted to address. It has something to do with I think there are we try to have a richness of details in the design of the interior, and so you can look here and you can look there, and it's never the same.
Yeah, and Marcel and Massimo, who did the whole set construction and part of the set design, they were always talking about different rooms. So even though we only have two room spaces in the ship, they all have sections which are assigned to a specific function, like a cooking area or a kitchen, a science area, of course the cockpit itself, where you control the spaceship,
the engine room, and with a wardrobe and some little pieces of room or with different functions. So you can make some make something. You can make more of this room when you when you put it into those pieces. And
so it is natural that Marcel, as the cinematographer, used very different angles, very different positions, and really specific positions for each of these functions. But not only for the functions, of course, but also for the feelings of the characters and their interior motives.
Right. And now we're waiting for Troy. Still waiting.
He returns.
Troy, where are you? I could call him. I could call Troy. Here I got a network interruption is written here. Okay. Back in a minute. Does that mean? Okay.
Yeah, maybe we in the meantime we can show some
yeah, we
stuff.
can show something.
Yeah.
Here the ray gun. We can show the ray gun. This is the gun in the ship.
It's really heavy.
Yeah. Because there is a
we put concrete in it, so it has some weight.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be used like a toy gun.
Yeah. But it was a toy gun.
It was a toy
once.
gun. Yeah. So here you can see that it was a nerve gun.
Yeah.
So this is the base is a nerve gun.
So this was a nerve gun, but we put some new elements on it, like this is a part of a
welding machine.
Welding machine. Yeah, right. Troy is back. Hi.
He's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an acrylic tubing.
Yeah.
What else? From a printer, parts of a printer.
Yeah.
And even one of our actors, Torben, he was also
involved
helping
in prop making.
Yeah. And so he did a lot of stuff on this weapon.
Yeah.
Wow.
And here we have part of debris, which is
hurling through space.
It's a part of a wreck in space, floating through space. Yeah.
Yeah. Daniel is commenting, having real weight in film is really important for the
he did the same. Yeah. Daniel had also very good weapons. Right.
Yes. Yeah, it gives it a kind of realism if they are handled in a different way when they have the right weight.
Yeah.
Sure. No, I think that's pretty neat, guys. For us at the festival, it was an honor to get two well-made films that, you get these two features that are heavily using practical effects.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some mix of CGI and Living Dog, which we'll definitely speak with him tomorrow. But to me, it's just really amazing that we're able to get films that are features that are really, have a nice retro feel, but yet you have a really good and intense action-driven story, or just a really good story in general.
Thank you.
Really, really happy for that. So one thing is, tell me how was the reception like for your film? When did you first start putting this out into festivals, and how was the reception? I know your debut was in Australia, right? Am I right?
The debut, not. It was the debut. The world premiere was in Germany at Max Uffels Preis. But you're right. The film was screened in Australia, in Sydney, at the SciFi Film Festival. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it was we had quite a festival run. Yeah, we had several screenings in different places all around the world, in the US and in Europe, and this one in Australia. It was obviously the one the most far away, and and we're really happy about that. Of course, it's because it's something we wouldn't believed in the beginning when we started to make the movie and putting scrap metal together and old devices, old computers, and all this stuff that we needed to make the interior of the spaceship. Climbing through all this dirt and bringing it into our shipyard. This was a very physical kind of work, and you were dirty during this, and it was a kind of it was a work. While you were doing this, you wouldn't have thought of something like, this film could be screened in Austin, Texas someday, or in I don't know, in London,
Australia,
at SciFi London,
Miami,
or in Miami. Now it's not in Miami; it's all around the world because it's via the internet. But
it's really a great experience.
Yeah.
So there's a question from Dane, and he's asking if we if the items we use in the spacecraft were rather a means to an end, or if they inspired our spacecraft.
Yeah.
So I think in the first place they were just a means to an end, but of course they influenced the form of the spaceship. And yeah, I mean, the ship designs from that time, so from Star Wars, from Alien, from what's its name, Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah,
they influence our style, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
And we were always talking about these films when we were doing things, building things. We always had these as kind of a language. So this part should look like in the Nostromo, you know, that one part where the chains are hanging down or something, or so
you can say it was supposed to be the little brother of the Nostromo, or the very small little brother of the Nostromo. It was especially Alien, the first Alien film from 1979. It was it was also about the dirt level, you know, the filth level in the ship, which we wanted to, you know, this is something we liked very, you know, we loved, and also in the Millennium Falcon, it's filthy, and we like that really. It's
you know, that the ship has use. It has an industrial use.
Yeah,
and, you know, either it was repurposed or through a series of events, this is where they are.
And it's functional. It's a functional design. You see all these elements and the parts, and it looks like everything has some purpose,
or had a purpose,
or had a purpose once. Right. And we, of course, we also like the design of the Enterprise, but it's very different. It's very different from that.
We have another question here. Die Genre Filme. Really impressive production design. How long did it take to build the interior set?
I think about between 1.5 and 2 years. And the major part was done by Massimo. Who happens to be our friend, and also happens to be a master carpenter, and also a huge fan of science fiction. So it all came together. So we were really lucky to have all these talented guys in our crew, and in our
Philip Boya was the other one, and he did all the electronical things, you know, because everything had to be orchestrated in a way, like a visual orchestra, all the little lights, and this was also very important to bring it to life.
We always wanted to the spaceship to be some kind of a third or even fourth character in the film. So that was really important to bring it to life, and that was Philip's responsibility.
Wow. All I can say is fantastic job. You know, you got a crew, but you have a crew of people who were able to contribute super significantly in a large scale to the production, to have all of those elements come together and put this and you know, create the set that you then were able to shoot. You know, it's interesting that it's, you know, you're saying that it literally took hundreds of days to produce the interior design of the ship. And I can tell you, when I was making Planet X Part 2, The Frozen Moon, we spent a year in construction, you know, for a short film. You know, and that wasn't building the interior. That was just building because we didn't build an interior like a shell. We just everything that would be inside the shell. We didn't build walls or anything like that. All of that other stuff was green screen. But built all of the things that we would physically interface. Wood, metal, whatever. And it took a year just putting this stuff together.
For such a thing you need time.
Or a lot of money.
Or a lot of money and a bit of time.
All right. Well, let's see if there are any more questions. Oh, that last question, which is neat. That last question came from Twitter. That's our first question from Twitter. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody else is listening on Twitter, which is great because
cool.
I didn't see anything. This is my first time seeing anything from them. Oh, that's good. From Japan.
Yuichi
Kondo.
Yuichi-san. Very good.
Greetings.
Yeah, he's one of the guys we met several times. No, 2 times.
Two times in Berlin, and in Boston.
And in Boston, yeah. You know, these guys you meet on the festivals.
That's right.
This is cool. Yeah.
That's one of the nice things about festivals. We always tell folks, if you have a film, you know, please make sure in your budget you have the money to attend festivals when you make it in, because the experience is like no other. It's like Disney World, you know?
Yeah.
And you're a VIP. So you know, take advantage of it. Sometimes these things don't come that often, you know, those opportunities.
Yeah.
So make the best of them. So let's quickly talk really quick. Let's talk really quick about wrapping this up now. What's happening with the film?
Yeah.
Where is it ending up as far as the distribution side?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to do it yourself? What are you doing?
We've recently, during our festival in Boston, we met our sales agent. So we now have a sales agent, a Glasshouse from LA, right? Yeah, and they are doing all the stuff to find distributors around the globe, and we are really happy with them.
But it's just the beginning.
Yeah,
it's really fresh.
Yeah.
But for now we had a very good festival time, you know, and maybe there is something. Maybe it's not the end. Maybe you're not the last festival. We don't know that, but but it can be. It can be that you were the final festival. Yeah.
In Miami.
Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, and then we hope the best. I don't know. Yeah. You cannot count on anything. It's just like you have to be hopeful. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know, no one can really predict what the future holds with this pandemic.
Right.
It could die down, but it could easily pick back up again during flu season.
Yeah.
And cause bigger problems. We don't know. The festivals, we'll see what happens later on.
Yeah.
You know, with the festivals, as far as what, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. So timing is everything. And, you know, my only advice is just, you know, make sure that you guys get the film well marketed, because festivals are an excellent way to market your films and test the market, who really likes the film. You know, collecting that kind of analytical information of who accepts it, who plays it, what's the response at the festival. That information not just helps you, but it helps the sales agent.
Yeah.
Time to valuing your product.
Yeah, right.
And that's going to help you gauge not the story, the next story, but how you shoot the next story, how you present the next story. That's something to also take into consideration. Someone says that they want to watch the film in a cinema in Siegen.
Yeah,
that's where we come from. Yeah,
we had a screening planned for the end of March, but because of the virus, it had to be postponed indefinitely. So we also hope that we will have the opportunity to screen it in Siegen, but maybe later this year. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for now, guys. Are there any other final comments you'd like to add?
Just thank you for selecting our film and having us, and providing this online platform because of all the stuff that happened in the last few months. So thank you for putting this together in such a quick time.
Thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. We enjoy it, and we enjoy facilitating you guys like-minded filmmakers. We're doing the best we can to continue the momentum.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, let's go. Let's carry it out with one more viewing of the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And before I forget, before I start, did you say that were we going to have the film, or what was the status with that?
Yeah, right. Yeah. You can you
to be able to watch it. So folks, you'll be able to watch the film once we get it up on the platform. All of that's going on now. So it's taken us a little bit to get all the films because a lot of folks haven't responded. We still have a few people that haven't responded. And we want to make sure that we have enough films for this to be worth everyone's while. So $25 to see all of the films. That's a deal.
Yeah, we'd be very much fine with that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna share one more time here.
Yeah, while you're doing that, thank you to all the comments and questions.
Yeah.
So it was really nice. It felt like a real Q&A.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah.
Ich habe noch nie ein Schiff gesehen, das mehr Schrott war als das hier. Die Bauform.
And thank you so much for producing captions in the film.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Otherwise, I know you know a bit German, but yeah, maybe it wouldn't have been enough.
Wow, I remember seeing this, man. Look at that. Oh boy.
You know, this is all cloud tank effects, you know? Aqua color in
an aquarium.
In an aquarium. Yeah.
And the space station, it's made of styrofoam.
Yeah.
So from packaging from an oven.
Yeah. And the sweat is partly real, partly not. Yeah.
Trying to get to the zoo house.
Du musst nicht wissen, was mit der anderen Crew passiert ist.
Die sind verrückt geworden.
Hast du Angst?
Ich hab gar nichts.
Genau. Wir haben hier beide gar nichts.
Was wollen wir denn hier?
Das ist doch Schwachsinn. Ich will hier weg. Ich will einfach irgendwo hin. Es gibt keinen blauen Himmel. Keine Wiesen. Keine Seen. Keine Bäume. Alles gibt's nicht.
How do you pronounce that?
Das letzte Land.
Das letzte Land.
Yeah, really good.
Wow. Well, awesome piece of work, guys. Awesome piece of work.
Thank you.
Dr. Sin, and again, thank you so much for sending it to us. We really appreciate it, and look forward to talking about it again. And stick around. We've got some really cool talk coming up in an hour.
Yeah,
Todd Chernawski is going to be on. So, folks, we're gonna get one more intro in, because it'll be a short interview with a short film, and then we're going to take a break after that until the main event. Thanks again, gents.
All right.
Thank you. Have a
You're
nice
welcome.
day.
Thank you, Troy.
All right, now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
working.
Cerrato. those who believe. There are those who believe that life here began out there, far across the universe, with tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans. Some believe that there may yet be brothers of man who even now fight to survive somewhere beyond the heavens.
One more. And Mom can be at home.
The biggest mistake.
I need you, Dick. This is a bad one. Worst yet.
There was an escape from the off-world colonies 2 weeks ago. 6 replicants, 3 male, 3 female. They slaughtered 20.
A Blade Runner's job is to hunt down replicants. Manufacture humans you can't tell from the real thing.
What's this? Roy Batty. Probably the leader.
There was just one outfit making replicants that superhuman. The Tyrell Corporation.
Mr. Decker, Dr. Eldon Tyrell.
I don't get it, Tyrell.
Commerce is our goal here at Tyrell. More human than human is our motto.
I was looking for 6 replicants in a city of 106 million people.
You ever see this girl, huh?
Never seen a puzzle.
What I didn't know was they were looking for me.
Questions. I just do eyes. Just genetic design. Just eyes.
Hello?
I'm in a bar here now, down in the 4th sector. Why don't you come on down here?
That's not my kind of place.
Time to die.
If I didn't care more than words can say, if I didn't care, would I feel this way? If this isn't love,
Excuse me, Miss Bellamy, can I talk to you for a minute?
Are you for real?
Goddamn one-man slaughterhouse. I'm going home.
No, mommy said go upstairs. So can you put this light on, please? Can you please put this light on?
All right. What we're sharing with you. I hope you enjoyed those couple of clips. But what we have here is from another one of our amazing sponsors. One of our amazing sponsors, which is Red Giant. And Red Giant produces some fantastic software. And some of the software some of these movies you may be familiar with, but a lot of this is produced with the Red Giant VFX suite or some of their similar packages. And of those packages allows us to do some really cool things like this isolation force field or lighting, lensing, real cool applications that will dress up your cinematography for you. So one of the top prizes is the software package. One of the things that we do here at BCF, we have $10,000 worth of software that is awarded to the filmmakers and screenwriters. So definitely we will be being part of this. You will be able to take part as a winner in some of the software that these companies provide. So we're going to be taking a short break at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock is our grand scheme, which Todd Chernawski will be visiting with us and providing a lecture on Star Trek Picard. So don't miss it. Do not miss that one. All right. So that's it for now. We will do a short recess up until 5 o'clock.
having fun right away. For the shots that I'm doing today, I've settled on these hero glow sphere particles with some random size, also some random color from this custom gradient. Then I've enabled the auxiliary particles, these little darker blue ones that float around. And I've also got a secondary system emitting some blue cloudlet particles. They're a little bit bigger and they combine to make this kind of sparkly mist look. Now that we've got some of the particles doing a bit of sparkling on their own, there are some easy things we can do to make them even more magical. Even though I don't use it every day, Starglow is sometimes the perfect plugin for things like this. Now, playing with the settings for just a few seconds, or even reaching into one of the many presets, we could dial this into some amazing animated glitter sheen. You know what I like to call them is star glows. Now, let's use this to mimic one of those shots from the trailer. Watching this reference clip, I see maybe 4 hero swirls. So I'm going to make 4 copies of my lights, add some Z translation to their paths, and use each light's brightness to control how much is emitted from each. And check out this bad girl. To complete the look of the portal, I pre-rendered a smoke cloud in particular that I can duplicate a handful of times quickly and place all around my scene. All this was in front of a free image from Picture, which I tinted and darkened a lot. That's all we needed for Murder footage. I'll key her using Primat 6, which just knocks out the background of a few clicks. I'll also run Colorista's guided color correction to make my log C footage look a lot better. Now I can place her here behind a few of the foreground smoke layers and add a feathered mask so her legs kind of disappear down here.
That's a picture.
So it looks pretty good. I just need her to disappear into the portal when she gets to a certain point. I'll start with just animating some mat chokers with a ton of iterations, keyed to kind of erode her away. Now, if I sandwich my eroding character between a handful of fluid dynamics particles that I created, I can get this really cool mist effect. Fluid dynamics is this really exciting part of the most recent particular. And if you want to learn more about them, check out our Getting Started video and also the part 2 of my cheap tricks on Aquaman. All these layers get thrown into SuperComp, which I'm kind of addicted to now because it takes these kind of layers and turns them into something like this. As a last touch, I add some CC vignette and some universe spot blur, which I often throw in, make a large ellipse out of, and then invert it to give me some cool edge blur. You can do this with your own matte and a compound blur. And that's shot 1. For shot 2, I'm going to mimic this diamond explosion. And here are my ingredients. We've got a background, Elsa, the ice shelf she's standing on, some simple hand sparkles at the head, and then these diamonds. For that background, I'm just grabbing another Pixar image and photoshopping it, and tinting it, and adjusting it into something that more closely resembles the background from that movie. Now, this reflection is a little bit too sharp and has a different kind of scale than the shot in the movie. So in After Effects, I'm going to use VFX reflection to recreate that part of the image, with a much softer reflection. Next, I'll prep Marta by cropping myself out of this footage and drawing a little green mat around her dress contact point. Then, like before, I'll run Primat and then Colorista. Now, we filmed all these clips at 60 frames per second, so when I add them to a 24 frame per second comp, the motion's a little bit sharp. So I'll add in some pixel motion blur to help blend things together. Next, we need this ice rock. So I jumped over to Sketchfab and downloaded Fantasy Rock by Johnny 10. Now, do you folks remember Mirror? We used it to create these curtains and this water surface and this shock wave. Well, what you may not know is that I can select an OBJ model as the base geometry. I can import that rock I just downloaded and then position and scale it in 3D. If I import the texture that came with it as a layer, I can then point to that layer under the texture setting. For now, this gives me enough information to block out my camera. It's a simple snap, pull back, kind of fast at first and then really eases in at the end. I'll adjust the curves to look kind of like that. Now this rock's a bit of a fixer-upper, so to get it looking better, I'll change the object's base color to a kind of blue. And then with a combination of lights and also some color correction to the texture map itself, I can mimic that icy look from the shelf in the movie. And now that you've seen me use Mirror as a 3D generator, I can do the same with this custom OBJ model I built in Cinema. Now, I haven't seen the movie yet, but I'm assuming these are the souls of every Sims character you ever murdered. You monsters. And just like before, I'll import it with Mirror and create a little looping sprite. I was pretty sure I was going to use trapcode form for this, and it was relatively easy to just jump in, create a spherical array, and use those sprites as particles and turn up the disperse. But then I remembered I really wanted to use an obscuration layer to put some of these diamonds into the background and some into the foreground. And at the moment, Particular has really got that functionality. So I'll actually scrap this, and I'll switch to Particular. I'll make it a little burst of particles, and then I can keyframe the physics time factor from 1 to 0 to kind of freeze the scene once the particles get to a certain point. As the particles, I'll select that diamond sprite, fetch for the numbers and timing until I'm back to having a healthy number of diamonds in the sky. Under the visibility section, I can add a few keyframes to the near start fade and the near vanish to make these particles kind of appear from back to front along with the camera movement. Next, I do a little pre-comping, putting Elsa and the rock into their own composition, along with a copy of the camera so they become their own 2D layer over here. Now I'll do a trick that I use sometimes when I want my particular particles to interact with a footage layer, which is to create a 3D duplicate of a 2D layer to use as the particular obscuration layer. If your camera is static, this is super simple. You just create a duplicate that's 3D. But since there's a camera move in my shot, I've got to scale up my 3D obscuration layer to counter that camera pulling back. To do that, I'll mimic the placement of my camera's keyframes and then manually scale up the image at the end, matching the velocity curve with the cameras as well. Now I can hide this layer. So my Marta layer comes clean 1-to-1 from the 2D layer, but the 3D obscuration layer is allowing some of the diamonds to be behind her and some to be in front. Then later, if I want to mess with a particular system, it's just one layer to deal with. I use this same technique a lot for these shots in Mary Poppins Returns. In the original shot, these diamonds kind of appear almost with like an iris wipe, along with this other kind of cloudy burst. So I'll create something like that, again using particular smokelet particles with some blue shadowlets and some trailing auxiliary particles. She's also got that magic coming off of her hands. So for that, I'll create a new little system of light emitters that I can just keyframe along with her hands, and then add a particular layer with really the most basic of sparkly glow particles coming from them.
What you doing, Dad?
Pretty cool. Now, as you may remember, I'm colorblind, and at some point along the way, Aaron Rabinowitz asked if I'd ever considered making the blue dress into more purple using Colorista. And I didn't know how to do that. So he sent me this video.
What you do is just kind of go into the hue, saturation, and lightness area. And all you got to do is grab hold of the blue little pin there and move it towards purple. And if you wanted to saturate it more, you could pull this out, right? If you wanted to make the dress lighter or darker, you could make it a dark purple. You could make it a lighter purple. Anyhow, that's it. Hope that helps.
And now you all know how to do that as well. You also now know that bespoke Aaron Rabinowitz microtutorials are just one of my many favorite things. Okay. Well, heck, folks. I may sound like a broken record, but now that I've got all these great layers, I bet they'd look really good if I threw them into SuperComp, where I can add in some diffusion and some glows and haze to each layer, mimicking that original shot. Now in the final, because our live action footage had this pretty strong rim, we decided to add in this full moon back here, and also use a VFX shadow to just put this little cat shadow right back here. Now here's a quick before and after. And there you have it, 2 great frozen shots without my computer freezing up once. Now in my work here and elsewhere, I use a lot of Red Giant plugins. Not just because I'm making tutorials for them, but really because they save me a lot of time. I mean, just today I used Magic Bullet and Trapcode, Universe, and the VFX suite. And in the past that might have felt overwhelming, but now you can just subscribe to Red Giant Complete, where all of these are included. It's an absurdly good deal. If you haven't heard of it yet, go listen to these distractingly beautiful humans talk about it on redgiant.com. And now it's sharing time. As I mentioned earlier, I simplified these 2 shots into some templates you can use. Each of them do come with a 100% AE version, and a version that's a little bit more interactive that uses Red Giant Complete. First, we've got the Frozen Scenes template, which when you first open up, there's a character comp for each scene. In here, you can place your footage of your actor doing the action described, or something else if you want. Key out your character here, and then place them roughly around these guides. Then hop over to the RG or the AE version, and you're probably pretty much there. In the Frozen Particles templates, I've saved all of my particle setups. So if you've got trapped with particular, you can just download the template and be able to do all this. These templates use light emitters, allowing you to animate the lights to wherever you want the particles to be. The brightness of the lights works as a percentage dial of the particle count. The color of the light can change your particles to different colors if you want. And also, you can duplicate these light emitters and then have multiple emitters. Sometimes I find that parenting a light emitter to a null is actually a really good way to have a handle on translating them around. And if you're working in a relatively flat scene, you can actually motion sketch or record a cool motion using a 2D null, then switch it to 3D and parent your light emitter to that.
Put it like right
Now,
here.
because these are light layers, be aware of how they may affect your 3D layers, if that's how you built your scene. You can always turn the light layers off if they're adversely affecting things, and it'll still function as an emitter for particular. Or you could add like 100% ambient light and then see if they happen to create a cool look for you. Now with any one of these, you can import your own keyed footage, place it as a 3D card, and then set it as the obscuration layer in particular. And now your particles can do things like this. If you don't have trapped with particular, or you're putting these together somewhere else, don't worry. I have pre-rendered a handful of these simple particle animations so you can use them any way you like in whatever software you like. I've also rendered out a sprite of that rotating diamond thing. As an additional resource, it's worth checking out Action VFX, where you can combine your particles with some of their free spell hits, or their blood mists if you tint them white, or their dust waves to create some really great looks. And also, it's really worth having a look at all the new stuff they have on there. So now that you've seen how fun and easy these particle effects can be, play around with it. I guess anything cool that you've made online, love seeing what our creators are up to. Now, as some of you know, I spent nearly a decade working on animated films. It was an incredibly humbling experience. I have all of my animation mentors to thank for my appreciation for every part of an animated movie, no matter the media. By their very nature, animated films have to be generated entirely from scratch. Literally every single piece of the movie has to be designed by someone. And it's not computers making these films, it's people. Humans, artists, and engineers. Because software and industry standards are always evolving, you rarely even get to use recycled computer assets in sequels. You can't just grab something from an old movie and throw it into a new one without a lot of additional artistry, engineering, and work. Production designers, art directors, and thousands of artists help lay the groundwork for us mimicking these shots here today. So always be sure to give these creators their due. And on behalf of Cheap Tricks, I continue to thank you to all of the artists out there making great things. Keeping each other inspired is one of the most important things we can do. So thank you. Now go make something.
it's not Next Generation. Almost 20 years have passed. Things have become more complex. The world of Starfleet, the world of the Federation, is not quite what it was the last time Jean-Luc Picard was seen in that world. It's different, and it's not all good.
One of the first things that Patrick wanted to make sure of is that we were paying homage to and respecting what came before, but doing something entirely different. Our mission was really to figure out how to build a show that did honor Next Gen and many other Trek shows, but that really had its own unique identity.
Lars heard you talking in your sleep last night.
Dreams?
The dreams are lovely. It's the waking up that I'm beginning to resent.
It was important to establish this different tone for Picard because we are ultimately building a series around his character.
Chief, Earl Grey, decaf.
And so what could we do with this character, it's 20 years later, to really focus on him emotionally, internally, what is he going through? And kind of that was the jumping off point.
After so long, sometimes I worry you've forgotten what you did. Who you are. We have not.
The ability to work character with arguably the greatest single captain and actor in Star Trek was really a delightful opportunity. I mean, whose internal and external struggles would you want to see more than Captain Picard's 20 years on from Nemesis?
No legacy as rich as honesty. Who said that, number one? What is so fascinating about is that I can bring my aging, my experience, the way my life has continued to change and grow, and allow all that simply to infiltrate the character Jean-Luc.
The story of Picard, it is the title. It is his character journey that is the actual journey of our show. And we get to take the time to do it, which is not to say we're without plot or many things blowing up now and then, or daring to, but they do take a back seat to the story of this man and this chapter of his life.
For over 75 years, people have saved money with... sorry, from the top. For over 75 years...
That was not a sponsor there. Sorry for that. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again back to the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. And today, here at 5 o'clock, we have Mr. Todd Chernawski. Todd Chernawski is a production designer, art director. He's contributed significant works to the fantastic film genre. He's from Edmonton, Canada. His work that you may know, if you're familiar with Pet Sematary, Star Trek Discovery, Star Wars, The Last Jedi. If you're familiar with, just put it right here for us, What Lives Inside, Call of Duty, Splice, Ginger Snaps, supervising art director for Star Wars Last Jedi, supervising art director for BFG, Alice Through the Looking Glass, Oz, Avatar, and the list, I can tell you, goes on and on and on. And you may say, well, how far does it really go? How far does it really go, Troy? Well, let's keep going. Santa Sleigh, Ginger Snaps, Earthship TV, Endgame, Hijacking Hollywood, Terminator Genesis, Jurassic World, Oblivion. He made the motorcycle for that. Zero Dark 30, Transformers, Beowulf, Superman Returns. The list goes on and on and on and on. Thank you so much, Todd.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for the generous introduction.
Do you have some slides that illustrations that you can provide me with?
Yeah, I apologize. I misunderstood it. I thought I was going to be able to share the screen on my end of things. Let me. There isn't a way to just drag things into the chat line. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just take a moment. I'm going to email you some stuff, and then we can chat a little bit up until you receive that. Let me just.
That's fine. And also to remind folks that in another hour or so will be Dr. George Gonzalez, who will be presenting his lecture, which will be extremely exhilarating. I can also remind you, he will be speaking on the politics of Star Trek and beyond. This should be very, very interesting. I think everybody will enjoy it as well. And after that, we will be having the Science Behind Science Fiction panel, part 1. So to our filmmakers, please sign up if you intended to be part of that lecture. We have 2 folks, but we need another 2 more.
That your light down. When I was trying to lay down like this, the light fall, can I put it back where it was?
All right, Trace. I sent a couple your way. I sent a couple your. I don't know if you wanted to. If you had any. I'm assuming that the majority of the people that have seen the show and it's going to give any kind of preface, etc. And I think
yes,
in these things, it seems that there's never enough time for the questions at the end. So it seems like we have the ability to kind of take comments, etc. So if people come up with questions as things come up, I mean, that might be the best thing possible for people to throw up into the live comments area, because I think it'll be best maybe if they drive the conversation, because
sure,
I have obviously I would have so much work to show in. So what I did send you was the filmscape for La Sirena, which will kind of show some of the development of Captain Rios' card. Here's for so yeah, if anyone's got their the idea to say about it, it was a much easier experience. I think for 2, and I think the criticism on Discovery is quite. We all acknowledge that this is a precious franchise to all of us that grew up with it, that have been fans our entire lives. And my perspective, getting a chance to get back into the franchise with, I think, a clear direction and a path that had already been established so deep, and obviously having Sir Patrick Stewart at the table and coming in with, by no means when I say the word his agenda do I mean that in a derogatory way, but he had a very, very specific vision and wish. And there's nobody better to decision for what happened than we very much followed his guidelines as far as what he wanted to achieve with it. At least the we're all very hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
An afterlife after the first season, but if the situation presented itself where we were only allowed to do one at show, and the one thing Patrick really take forward and carry with, which he has times both at LA Comic-Con, I think he was at New York Comic-Con, which was, you wanted to see a real change in Picard's character. I think he, in the beginning, to even come to the table, and because I think he felt that it was probably a very hard story to tell, and then B, it's been 20 years. So if we're following any kind of chronology, what would Picard have been up to? And I think those questions led to the idea that it's very important to do a more complex rather than an episodic, and try to tell a much larger arc to Captain Picard, which is, you have, at least in science fiction genre, probably the most decorated and heralded, I look on no better description. When you look at what he has life, with all his escapades with Q, having become a Borg, and then being able to become reassimilated with the human race, and then knowledge of and what he's done, Sir Patrick very much wanted a bit of a shell of a man at the beginning of the show, someone who has not given up, but has not been able to find comfort in his own skin. And even though he's in this very familiar world to him, back in Bordeaux, France, back on the family vinery, he wanted a character that was very clearly traumatized by all of this. And when you have too much time to kind of reflect on what you're doing and what you're up to, it can be a bit of a downward spiral. You can take yourself down a rabbit hole in negativity or pessimism, but in a self-reflective way that one could be a little bit more critical of even the decisions they've made along the way, etc. So I think, I'm obviously a fan of the show, a fan of what we did, not just because of it, but I think it had a real beautiful arc to the story. And I just personally think that the opening scene of episode, and one of the last scenes where Picard, I think, are two of the great scenes in any of the Star Trek films or television shows. I think both of those are just eloquently written and very deep, and what the show is about. Reflection, and I think it was very that I think the unresolutional action, got addressed, and I think there was a very, very nice kind of closure. This chapter, and I think quite a delightful way to get us into 2.0.
May I ask a question about this? You said that Picard had some guidance, and what were some of the things that he insisted on remaining in his vision?
When you say remaining from
certain things that you said that they were
TNG itself.
Well, no, there were, I don't know whether it would be TNG, but there were certain things you said. There were things that you said that needed to be preserved, or he needed things to stay a certain way for him to be part of the production. What was some of those things?
Well, I think. Well, there was I think there was a catch because card that's on the branding. So there was an aspect of that Sir wanted to revisit. He to be in a room all the time. He wanted at the beginning, and he felt that if we just hopped back into that kind of same serialized version, he personally I think was trying to avoid that, but he was being very acknowledged that is also what makes the greatness of the character, is having other people around him and being able to collaborate with Riker, with Troy, with all these great characters of past. So the preservance of it was those, I think what he saw was those relationships, those strong friendships. I remember a chat that we had very early on. Actually, this was the very first time I met him, and as he was going, discussing this and putting it forward, I said, that's a really good point. I mean, how many of us are still friends with our high school friends? Or how many of us are still friends with, even the last job we had, not our current job, but the last job we had? You get to know colleagues, you develop friendships, but very few of those are preserved along the way. But I know he was very insistent that those relationships still be very, very strong. And as we found out, it had been a very long time since he had spoken to Riker, since he had spoken to Troy. So those moments wanted to have a real familiarity, but also a preciousness. Hence the fact that we don't have the whole crew back in one shape or form. I know one of the comments has been, well, there's so many other great characters that it would be wonderful to cross paths with. Obviously, Worf, Geordi, just to name a few. But, there's a couple more seasons ahead. So I think there's, rightfully so, we're not trying to, it's not a house visit party. So I think the natural aspect of those characters of past getting introduced back into the storyline had to feel validated by Picard's pursuance and on Picard's terms. So I think those, to me, those were the things that I know that I spoke with Sir Patrick directly about.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. I can tell you, I enjoyed the season. It had a mix of many different aspects in it that kept it going. You saw that arc. I thought it was very nice. Well done. The design And of course, not just to talk you up, but the designs were very nice. How they pictured the Federation in the future and Earth in the future. This ship. The ship is very interesting that they were on. I'm very interested in learning more about the history of this ship.
Sure.
And
sure.
I think that's a very interesting point. I was able to get your files.
Okay.
Your PDF file here up. Is this what you had in mind here? Does this look
yes. So if you want to, we can just go kind of frame by frame through this. So this is what we would call a filmscape, or the final lookbook of the of La Sirena. So I think there's about 18, or actually maybe this one has about 30 different slides. So we can just kind of quickly go through them one by one, and I can kind of talk you through. So this is the nose art for the ship, which I'm not quite sure if we've ever really got a good shot of at any point during the season. And we didn't want it to become too overbearing, so it's relatively tiny. Obviously, we were taking our cues from World War II bomber artwork, aircraft nose artwork. This is an illustration that was done by John Eaves. John Eaves has contributed over the last 3 decades to the Star Trek franchises, and has authorship of so many things, including the Borg cube. He's one of the original concept illustrators to delineate what became known as the Borg cube. So fortunately, I had John on the entire season, so he was instrumental not only in La Sirena, but when we revisited the Borg cube, he was instrumental. And obviously, for any of the Federation fleet vehicles, he's contributed dozens and dozens of the ship forms over the years. So perfect candidate for this. You can go ahead to the next one. So this is, it's not the final. So it's very close to what we eventually did in the show, but this is very close and very reflective of where we were kind of going with things. It was inspired by a lot of Chris Foss. I think that was one of our starting points, because the one thing I think it's clear, and I think people have over the season, over the last 10, 12 weeks, figured out, understood the fact that this is not a Federation vehicle. This is essentially a long-haul freighter. So the idea, as far as the premise of it, is that Rios, once he retired from the Federation, he was a very, very lonely guy, and as we learned through the season, was still carrying, I think, a lot of emotional baggage with his experience. So he had made the choice, to continue with his path of piloting, but in a solo tradition. So the purchase of a long-haul freighter, and I think we see in a few of the illustrations down the road, we'll kind of see it in its full kind of freighter glory. But that was also the idea of why the interior was so vast and open, that was kind of an interior cargo hold that he had retrofitted with these kind of sleeping pods, the hospitality suite, which had the full hologram, a holodeck, I should say, which allowed the recreation of Picard's study as well. So I think these first few slides are just the 4 different angles of the ship. The underside as well, just showing off the detail and so forth. So the majority of the exterior ship was done by Mark Yang, who's a very, very good, one of the great vehicle designers here in the Los Angeles area. And I've worked with him several times in the past. So he did the initial sketching of this, and his, what you're looking at right now are overpaints of the 3D model. But Mark's process was to do these beautiful painted illustrations, which then are so accurate and so well developed that the 3D modelers were able to work right off those illustrations and those orthographic views, create the model. That came back from visual effects to the art department, and then Mark and I painted over those 3D views so that we could get kind of the final surface treatments. You can go ahead to the next one. Yeah, just again, another underside view, more the front 3/4 view. Oh, you might have to zoom out a bit more. Actually, you'll probably want to, yeah. It's odd how, oh, you may not be viewing this in Adobe, so that's probably why, or in Acrobat. This was just to work out a detail that, we were a little bit, I guess, not concerned, but just trying to make sure that we, filled in all the gaps. And, one of the things was, as this ship evolved, we realized that we really never had a proper deflector array on the ship. So it was that was one of those things where you get so caught up into the form and just trying to make your deadlines that we had overseen this detail. So it was easy enough to come back in, and we found some past reference as far as the necessities and the locations of how arrays worked. So John Eves cut that in. You can go ahead to the next one. Yeah, now you can zoom back in. So in an earlier draft of the show, the ship was actually going to land at the Paris spaceport, and Picard was going to, rather than beaming up and into the ship, he was actually going to just get on it surface-wise. It was going to give us a chance to do kind of a very, very interesting introduction to the ship rather than the path we went. But of course, it made for all kinds of other minor plot holes and, I think, confusion, in the sense that well, then everyone's going to know where Picard is going. The flight plan will be filed by the ship, etc. So this illustration, although it still was very valuable for us to get into a bit more of the detail of the front of the ship, this is, of course, not in the show at all. You can go ahead to the next shot. So that's just an aft view of the ship, again, on the ground. This was just, again, a shot that's not in the show, but allowed us to explore in good detail what the back of the ship looked like. Go ahead to the next one. So this is a plan of the ship, and this is very much to scale. So you can see, obviously, on the right-hand side is the bridge. As we move to the left side of the page is the pit, which is open down to below. Then there's the two little windows that give you sight lines down into the medical lab and the sick bay. The cargo transport pad, which was very well utilized, which is that hexagonal thing almost right in the middle of the page. Yep. And then the big line right down the middle, about a third or a quarter of the way from the left hand of the page, which is kind of this dividing line. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, probably not. But yeah, right where the hand is, just a little bit more to the left. So that bulkhead was the extent of our build. Yes, and where that little white open rectangle is, that small rectangle in the center, was the light array, which was just basically a reflection for the how much the fusion reactor and the antimatter engines were working for both impulse and warp drive. So we never explored anything to the left of your cursor, but that's all for maybe future development and anything else that the future of the show might need. There's definitely more space for opening up that whole set. And then we also gave, there's also an additional stairwell on top of the ship's ladder right behind the bridge. There's one more stairwell just slightly, yeah, that's the ship's ladder. And then there's one more stairwell just above and to the left of the transporter pad, which would give again access to the aft lower decks for the future of the show. All right, you can click ahead. And then, so this is the lower deck. The picnic tables in the center for the crew, essentially for the canteen area. And then the walkway, which leads you back to the lab area and the med bay. So that set is built at obviously at full scale as a continuous set. So it was quite nice to be able to explore it through the season. And it definitely gave, I think, the various directors and the DPs a lot of interesting angles. I think the nice thing about the approach to this ship that we came up with is that because it was more of a cargo-based ship and a freight liner as opposed to a traditional Federation ship, is that we were able to keep the plan relatively open and with a lot of depth. We weren't stuck into hallways and corridors and smaller staterooms. We had a chance to let it breathe back and forth between this larger open space and the various quarters. And because the ship was just so big, and it was up to Rios to retrofit it, we could give his stateroom the size and the scope, as opposed to the tinier rooms that we've seen, which are more accurate to the stateroom of a Federation ship. But because this wasn't a Federation ship, it gave us a lot more latitude. You can go ahead to the next one. So now we're going to go into the interior of the Serena. So those are two cutaways just showing the general layout of the ship. So you can see we've got the bridge at the front that takes us over and around to the open pit area, the canteen. So you can see it's cut right down on the keel line. So we're cutting right down the middle. What might be interesting is that front, what's underneath the bridge, which is the front landing gear, the front skid plan, which actually has built into the landing gear a set of stairs that you could actually walk down. So that right now there are three ways to get in and out of the ship. Obviously, the transporter pad, which we have seen in the first season. And then the other two ways would be in the aft loading ramp, which you can't really see in these illustrations, and that forward nose gear. So there's always the opportunity in future seasons for them to explore that. We can go ahead to the next one. And again, this is just another section right through on the keel line, showing the deployment of those stairs. Now, this is reflective more of what we were building on set and on stage. So what you're looking at is more so a schematic, kind of a projected schematic of if we were going to build those stairs, if we ever had a sequence where the ship had landed and somebody was coming down those set of stairs. That's what we were dealing with as far as distances, etc. And it just became very, very tricky. Those are very steep stairs for someone like Sir Patrick to go up or down. So it didn't become a practical way. And the narrative of the first season never really required it, but it is there for future use. And again, this is one of the things we do as production designers, even if it's not on screen, you do want to make sure, especially in the Star Trek and Star Wars universes, you want to make sure that you've crossed your T's and dotted your I's, and you've gone to the proper extent of understanding what it is that you're designing so that it works as a whole and it's very cohesive, that you haven't drawn yourself into a corner where something's not explained. Yeah, and that's just it. That's just it. Stowed away. Again, this was more so for our internal exploration to just figure out if we were to build it, how that might work.
Do you think that you might use it in season 2?
I hope they do. At this point, I've moved on to another show, and I was not able to make season 2 and 3 work with my schedule. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go to get back. I would be surprised everyone's on La Sirena that I think they would definitely be exploring this front entrance and exit way as well as the aft section. The aft section is probably a little more cinematic because it has more of like a loading ramp idea, and it's much closer to the ground than it is in this instance. So,
right. So we definitely we probably will see more new cast members through season 2. There'll probably be some new cast members.
Yeah, I mean, we're carrying this, our specific 5 right now, and there's definitely room for more. So, or 6, I should say. So, go to the next one. So these are early renderings, again by Mark Yang. So these these are overpaints, again, of our 3D model that illustrate, where it would finally be, because, as we would have been probably halfway through the building process of the set, which was a 12-week build for La Sirena. So we were probably at week 6 or 7 in the build. So everything would have been still raw plywood and MDF steel, etc. So while construction is building, we're starting to, at this point, finalize finishes, paint colors, what the heads-up displays will look like, what the paneling does, the consoles. So this is we're getting close to kind of final overpaints, etc. for La Sirena. Yeah, I think we've got maybe a couple more, maybe 1 or 2 more illustrations left. That's the same view with the chairs put in place. And then this is an aft view looking towards the bridge that fully illustrates the aft view. What's missing there, or I shouldn't say what's missing. What's right behind us would be the transporter pad. So almost right underneath where the camera is where the transporter pad would be. And there might be one more. There we go. So this is just behind the bridge. So we're probably, we're on that aft, probably just standing right where the aft starboard chair is on the bridge, looking back. So it's always rewarding with it as you're designing and illustrating something to have the opportunity for the finished set to match very, very closely what you're able to produce on stage as the actual scenery. Is always rewarding, and it's always a testament to the entire crew. I'm fortunate to be able to be the head of the design department, but it's not without people like John Eves, Mark Yang, Stacy Drysdale, our construction coordinator. It just goes on and on, with our paint, the paint leads, just everybody involved adds a certain level or layering to the authenticity of the set. And I was very fortunate. Everyone on the crew was a Star Trek fan themselves. So there were a lot of people definitely put in above and beyond time. I mean, we're fortunate to get paid to do this, but I think we also realize the good fortune we have to be able to touch something as valuable like a Star Trek franchise. So I know there was a lot of extra time TLC put in on every departments and you know, everybody who was working within the art department, construction, set, deck, props, special effects, visual effects. You know, we all wanted to be able to try to raise the bar for the show.
Well, let me not forget to tell our community, folks, if you have questions, please go ahead and ask them in the channels, whether it be in YouTube or in Twitter or Facebook, because we'll definitely answer some of your questions. First, I would go ahead.
I was just going to say, and from this interface, I can see the live comments, so that might be a really good place right here on the Google feed in the live comment window. But if you have access to all the various feeds, you can do the same as far as just putting forth the questions. I do have a couple of props. Unfortunately, even as the head of the design department, I do not get to keep stuff. There's no version of like, oh, I'll take that and I'll have one of those and one of those. Everything is very, very carefully accounted for and inventoried, etc. But occasionally a handful of things which are produced in mass quantities or large enough quantities, or are not so fiscally involved that you would be taking, removing something from CBS archives. So there's a couple little things I have here, which, you know, again, I can't, I don't have the space to take too much, so I keep it on smaller things. This is just a visitor badge. This is the visitor badge that it's actually given to Captain Picard when he shows up at the Federation offices in San Francisco. There's a moment where he kind of checks in at the front information gate and is not really recognized by the fellow who is checking him in, even though the guy probably knows who Captain Picard is. I'm pretty sure this was cut from the show, but he even mispronounces Picard's name and calls him Pickard, which I thought was kind of a funny, nice little moment. You know, a nice little side story to, I think, people forgetting history. To me, it was a nice little moment of, you see a young Federation officer who should know their history, their Federation history a little bit better, given especially he was only 20 years old. But I think the way it comes off, there's just enough. To me, it's one of my favorite moments, because you see how Picard's become a little bit of a grumpy old man. Because there's a moment where I think I interpret it as he just puts, you know, he holds himself and edits himself back from saying something like, "Don't you know who I am?" Which would not be of Picard's character anyways, but I thought it was really quite a nice moment.
Well,
go ahead.
I would be a little bit upset, you know, for folks not remembering their history. You know, hundreds of years from now, we're not supposed to make the same mistakes we're making today.
Correct.
Yes. You know, that would be my only pick at any of it. You know, why do you mean we're making the exact same mistakes? Otherwise, we'll never advance.
Right.
And
actually,
whoever, you know.
Yeah. And Picard himself brings that to light, or in the first episode when he's being interviewed by the news journalist. You know, he brings up Dunkirk as an example of like, how can we find ourselves back in the same place and not, in this case, not have repeated history, something that was an extremely you know, as to a certain extent, a turning point in the war, having rescued those people. And I think that acknowledgement and his constant understanding of history, of human history, was one of the things that made Picard such a great captain. So I think there is that's so much of that's Michael Chabon and Akiva Goldsman in their writing, as far as just finding that ability to, map out the arc of what was happening to Sir Patrick playing Picard.
Yeah, and Todd, I think that's also that, even in some of the older Star Trek, if we look at the original series, Kirk, Bones, as well as Spock, especially Spock, would always reflect what happened in the past. As a matter of fact, I think that almost all of the lead characters in Star Trek constantly referred back to historical times and that took place. I think that was a very common. I think that was quite common for them to do that, to show that
very much so.
I think so.
Yep. So I see that Dane Elliott Lewis asked a question, and it's, is the ship intended to be human in origin? Or, is there alien influence in its design? It's predominantly meant as a terrestrial ship. There might have been some minor additions that Rios may have made along the way. John Eves and Mark Yang and myself, we did have discussions about, at some point, we need to dig back into the ship and really delineate everything and every choice we made. One of the things we face that's more tricky than ever as film designers is, the social networking, the internet, all those things have brought a level of dissection that happens of your work. It's now happening in real time. When I started this 20 years ago, it would be months before anyone would be able to dissect what you've done. And now, I'm not sure, it might have been Trek Yard. Somebody had a mock-up of the La Sirena, which was amazingly close to what we did as far as scale and detailing. And I think that's one of the things that's so much trickier, to kind of implement, is have the time to go through the whole entire ship and make sure that it's completely all copacetic in that respect. We had, I think, in total 17 weeks to design the ship and build it. So, which sounds like an exorbitant amount of time, but it really is not for something this complex. It's a lot of fast track construction where they're building as fast as you're drawing, and sometimes you're actually having to go back with a sawzall, a skill saw, sometimes a forklift, because you're building faster than you can make all your design adjustments. So sometimes you'll have to come back, and sometimes it's less expensive to just build with momentum. And if you do have to go back half a step on one area in order to accommodate a better decision, that's way better for morale, time, and money than people waiting for information while it's being designed. So it's a real balancing act between, many people, essentially 24 people, all needing certain requirements in order to, be ready for shoots.
Here's two questions for you. One would be this here: possible that the hold would be able to accommodate, will it be able to accommodate one of the Xindi from the Enterprise series? I think one of the species lived in tanks. They were like giant beluga or something that would swim around.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is space, not here. I think on this main deck, I don't think there's enough room. But in the cargo hold, which we have not seen yet, which is on the lower deck and the aft part of the ship, it's definitely, it's not a football field in any means like the Star Trek Discovery shuttle bay is, but it is, I don't know. I'd have to do a size comparison. It'd be probably a little bit on the tight side, but Yeah.
Well, yeah, it could be one of those missions where, hey, we have to make sure no one knows that, we're hauling a Zindi diplomat or someone like that,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
My second question goes back to what when you were talking about the props and, things that are fiscally a fiscal contribution, a significant fiscal contribution. Does that mean that there's probably 1 or 2 or 3 staff members whose job is only to deal with that prop? Their job is to make sure nothing happens to that prop and that prop gets back to its storage container?
Yes. So within the property department would be made out of, there's 4 main jobs or positions. So there's the property master, the head of the department. He or she oversees all finding, design, and construction / fabrication of each and every prop. So the prop master is who I deal with on a one-on-one basis every day. Every day I chat with the prop master, the set decorator, and construction and special effects. So there's always a dialogue that's happening between those. They are their own self-contained department. So I leave all the logistics, the budgeting, etc., up to the prop, and then the prop master and illustrate with the illustration. With the prop department, you'll have an assistant prop master and the property key people whose specific job is just that: shopping, finding those things, getting them to the property department, getting them to the right things to construction, the right things to special effects. When a prop is finished, making sure visual effects can do a proper LiDAR scan of it. Then you have your actual floor, your property floor supervisor. So, for example, on a day where you might have 50 extras and they've got phasers and communicators, badges, additional cases, briefcases, all of that stuff is inventoried. So as the extras go through the property department to get their items, it's not unlike an old school library system where essentially those items are signed out. So prior to any extra leaving or even any cast member, they are required to give it back to the prop master. And that happens very naturally in the sense that actors don't want to be carrying this stuff around. The moment that cut is called, someone from the property department is there to take the weapon out of Jerry's hands from 7 of 9 back in the armory rack. It's not like Jerry goes back and puts it in herself, because the focus is, and that's why films are so expensive. There's somebody there to do each individual job, so that you do not have to think about anyone else's job. So the actors, the cast, does not have to think about, oh, where did I put the coffee mug when at the start of the scene? Somebody else should be there, and hopefully the Starbucks cup doesn't make it into the shot. So,
which happens quite a lot on some productions.
And I think as an outside audience member, you can scratch your head and go, how can that happen? How on a show like that can it get so far down the way into broadcast that it's not ever even seen? And I haven't been, unfortunately, part of that equation where, oh my goodness, there's a folding table in the background that I can completely see, but there's nothing. It's too late. So it happens. I just noticed a comment from Nocturnus Films, which says, good sci-fi should always feature stories about us and how we deal with our past and our present. I couldn't agree more. I think the beauty of the science fiction genre has been just that. And it then takes that to give us, hopefully, guidance or a warning of what we should or should not do. And I think the genre that, most other genres can't do. So I think science fiction and science fiction fantasy have those abilities to tell those stories and hold up a mirror to humanity. The only other thing the other show, which, you know, some people may own some version of this already, which is a bottle of the Chateau Picard. You know, this is specific. This is specifically what we had generated for our show, but there is actually now, I forget the name of the vineyard that's out of Sonoma County, where you can actually buy a bottle of Chateau Picard. In this, as you can see, that there's, you know, there's no backing for these. This was one of probably four or five dozen that were made for background. So, you know, you don't do any more work than you need to in film. So for the purposes of these, there's no back on it, and there's just grape juice inside it. But, you know, the detailing is quite amazing, down to the fact that, you know, they're actually truly corked and bottled. So beautifully detailed. And, you know, the artwork was used for that. I think it's, I can't remember if it's Sunstone. Anyways, there's a wine manufacturer or importer out of Sonoma Valley that imports actual Bordeaux wine that's specific to the region that Chateau Picard would have come from. So you can buy about as authentic of Chateau Picard vintage as you can. And this vintage is 2386, which was the best year that Chateau Picard actually corked wine. So hence why Picard brings that when he goes and visits Rafi, and the hook for Rafi to have the chat. So
that's truly amazing. I have to say. Is it easy to obtain any more of these bottles, or?
You know, I think they were. I know Jeffrey Lombardi, our prop master. You know, I think a handful were kept for inventory, and there was a handful of us lucky few who were able to get some. You know, get one of these.
Well, that's definitely you know, I read basically that this was a big deal at one point, and a lot of people were running around trying to connect those bottles.
Right. You know, I know there was a handful of choices that we made on this. Like, for example, the bottle shape is not. I think if you asked most sommeliers, who were really, really knowledgeable to the region, you know, the bottles are not correct. But again, it's one of those things where, you know, it's always one of those tricky things where there's a balance between what looks best cinematically and then authenticity. So, you know, there were, like I said, I know the shape of the bottle has been acknowledged as, you know, quote unquote incorrect. So here's Nocturnus again. It's so crazy that you always have to exaggerate the amount of props, like the bottles in a scene. Like they say, if you want the audience to see 10 chairs, then you have to put 50 in the shot. Yes, that definitely happens at times. I think you know, you try to avoid as a production designer and art director extraneous dressing, extraneous propage. But you know, it does happen, and I think this is just an aesthetic choice that, you know, different filmmakers, different directors will make / request. You know, sometimes I find it becomes distracting. Sometimes, you know, if the story isn't that compelling and the script isn't great, sometimes having a lot of extraneous props is all that, you know, the only thing that's keeping you watching whatever it is you're watching. So I hope that wasn't the case too often in Picard, but I know what's being said without a doubt is sometimes, you know, I very much come from a Mies van der Rohe background in aesthetics, which is less is more. So I try to be, more of a minimalist. I find it's very easy to get kind of too many notes on the screen. And I, without diverting, because I know our time, it's already on the hour. I think, the Borg could be its own conversation without a doubt. I know that there was, for every positive comment, I heard a negative comment about what we did with the Borgs, which is all, it's all fair. I think, as I always say, everybody is a production designer. When you read a book and the visions that form in your mind's eye is production design. So we all do it. I'm just either both fortunately and unfortunately tasked with the idea to be the only one to do it and show you my version. And I think that's why I've never been one to mind criticism. I'll take the good with the bad at any point. But I think, that's in summary, this was my vision of the Star Trek universe that dealt with Picard. So these were the kind of things that I wanted to implement, that I wanted to kind of overlay into this world. And I was very fortunate to get the support of Sir Patrick, of Michael Chabon, of Akiva Goldsman, and Alex Kurtzman. I mean, they were all very supportive of my choices and the directions that I took things in. So I'm fortunate beyond belief to be able to do this.
Yeah, that is an excellent opportunity, and to be able to get paid for using your mind and being creative. That's a wonderful, absolutely wonderful thing to be able to do.
Yeah.
Looking forward at some of the other slides you have here. And,
right.
Saw the armory you had over here, which was pretty neat.
Right.
Lots of inspiration there. That's a phaser rifle there. That's a phaser rifle.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a John Eves illustration over a photo of the set. So like the floor, the ribs, that's already been built. So that's actually on stage, almost finished. So this was by no means was it an afterthought, but we knew there was going to be an armory rack. We just didn't know where it was going to go. And then as the sequences were written, and there's that specific moment, especially when 7 of 9, asks for a few weapons before she leaves, and obviously that's where she heads back to Free Cloud to take care of her one of her nemesis, Bajazal. So that was the kind of thing, the kind of detail that could go almost anywhere, and ultimately that's where we chose to put it. And then yes, that's.
Can I ask another question? What are the materials composed of? These beams and the walls. What are they made of physically?
So there in that part of the ship, there's steel running inside those, and then because we have to carry the load of the entire upper floor, and at any given point, we could have as many as 50 people, plus a 3,800-pound techno crane. So there's more than at this point, this isn't just scenic construction. This is structural engineering. So inside those ribs is steel. Then it's all boxed out in MDF, which is medium density fiberboard. Mm-hmm. And then, for example, in that side elevation, though, the side panels that have those unusual shapes with the triangulation, etc., that's all 2-axis, 3-axis CNC'd panels out of MDF. And then everything is just painted with auto paint finishes that are metallicized, which give those beautiful, beautiful finishes.
Wow, that's amazing. So once again, I remember your very first presentation with us, which was could have been 4 years ago.
Right.
A lot of your sets are fully functional. In other words, they have to be able to do what they look like they do,
Yeah.
other than fly.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah, that's truly amazing. Wow. So these
and this is this. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say this is the furniture that is in Rios, like in all the staterooms, predominantly Rios. Because again, it's like once you build the entire ship, then there's like, well, where do you get the furnishings from? There is no Star Trek aisle at Restoration Hardware or Target, so you have to. And obviously, we take cheating points. We do go to IKEA. We do go to European manufacturers when we can. But even with the amount of content that's being generated these days, it's getting tougher and tougher, to do things original. So if you want something original, it usually means, a design build as opposed to just a rental or purchase.
Yeah. And can you say what something like this cost? The set, what they spent to build that set, at least built the ship.
Yeah, I mean, it would break down into two components. So there's the actual set build, then there's the dressing of the set, then there's the lighting and rigging.
Right.
I think all in for to get it, basically to get the lights turned on and the ship humming. I'm guessing in and around, it's probably getting close to $3 million. But you then have a set that is good for 3 seasons.
That's
so
right.
The amortization of that becomes very, and it's what you would call a turnkey set.
Right.
Every light is on a dimmer channel. So as far as lighting, as we know it, as far as, getting a 1K with a piece of gel on it and so forth, that rarely happens, that the sets light themselves. So we had, I think, close to 400 fixtures built into La Sirena. So with those 400 fixtures, the DP and the gaffer can pretty well light everything as is. Obviously, if you have interactive lighting, i.e. a sun, you're coming around and banking across a sun, there's going to be an exterior light source that's going to be on a swing arm of some source to move the lighting. If you're going through if you're in a transwarp bubble, that lighting is going to look different. So there's definitely additional lighting that's added, but it doesn't look like a traditional set as we know it, because so much of the lighting is just built in as LED lighting.
Okay, that's I think that's fair, based on what these budgets are. And of course, yeah, when you drag this out to multiple years, multiple seasons, the math will work for it.
Right.
And of course, then it becomes the financial, or let's say, then it becomes the marketing department. You get people to see enough of the story to want to be able to subscribe in on it.
Right.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very, very interesting. I really appreciate you providing us with this level of depth to what
sure
these productions. And
my
could
pleasure.
you speak a little bit about what's next? What's next for Picard that you know of?
Yeah, of course. What I can say is that I know Sir Patrick was interested in having every year feel a little bit different tonally. So in some ways, there is a first, a second, and a third act to the 3 seasons. The first act this season was just to get us back to the old Picard. And I think that's, to me, what was the great thing about working on this show, is that to me, it was very evident that there was a really beautiful arc to this, that we were seeing a shell of a soldier make his way back and find his pathway back to brilliance. And I think when he has assembled his new crew, and as we feel at the end of the first season, we're probably going down the route of possibly a more serialized a more episodic version, because now we're set up. Picard has a crew. He's been reinstated. If anything, this has helped the Federation expunge any of the darkness that may have built up during this insurgence. And I know that's always been a bit of criticism, that the Federation should never be dark, that the utopian aspect of it should always be true. But, it's just not human nature as we know it. There's always a bad egg in the family. So, yes. So I think this was, Alex Kurtzman's, Michael Chabon's, and Akiva Goldsman, and Kirsten Beyer, and a number of all the other great writers that contributed to, get us to a place where the Federation has kind of acknowledged its mistakes, moved on, and hopefully expunged, not just Commodore O, but anyone else who may, taking a much closer look at themselves internally to try to address some of these, kind of PR concerns. So I think that's also the beauty of the show, is I think this illustrated that a serialized version of the show can work very well just as much as episodic. But I'm suspecting that a slightly more episodic route is taken for the second season.
Okay.
I'm not involved, so I actually don't know. I'm not positive. This is just me speculating.
Yeah. Real quick. How many spaces can the ship sleep? How many people can it sleep?
If you quickly scroll back to the floor plan, the upper floor plan, you can kind of see that. One more. On the top are 2 staterooms. We specifically gave Girardi one. There was a to be determined. Then we also had, let's see. Well, on the lower side was Picard's, was the kind of hospitality suite, which became Picard's study. And then Rio's stateroom was across that near the front of the ship. And then in the lower left-hand corner is room for 2 more staterooms. So all in all, you could have, I think, a total of 4 individual staterooms on the upper deck. Rio's stateroom, which was larger, and then the hospitality suite. So a crew of 5 to 6 can become, very, very well accommodated, which is all you'd really need in a cargo cruiser at the most.
Right. So definitely, if more crew are introduced for the ship, more characters introduced for the ship, we'll probably see them, and of course this is speculating, we'll probably see that they're going to have to make additions or modifications. We have to add more pod space for folks to have rooms. Of course you can say Picard doesn't sleep. You could say that too.
Right. We never saw Picard go to his stateroom. We only saw him. We saw him leave the hospitality suite, his study, a couple times to go to his stateroom, but we never saw him in his stateroom. And I think we only saw Rios. We saw Girardi in hers. I don't think we ever saw Rafi in her stateroom. So, I mean, obviously we were redressing one stateroom to be many, many others. But I think if the ship, or, if the show decides that they need more, that back 1/3 of the ship could be completely delineated and built. And again, that was just my, future planning of what I thought might be needed. But we'll see what they do with it.
Wow, very cool. All right. Well, just as the last call for questions, if there are any specific questions, please ask them now because we are going to be wrapping up. So, what else is next for Todd? What are you going to be doing in the following season when productions and things start up again? I know you, if it's okay to talk about it, you actually one of the times we spoke prior to this, you were racing out of Hungary to get back into the States because production had stopped on one of your sets. Can you elaborate a little bit about that and what else is to come? Did you hear me?
Sure. In Budapest, when were announced by the White House administration, Wednesday, March. So those of us that, sorry?
You actually,
yeah, I hear you.
You got cut off for a second, Todd. Can you say
I'm
that
still
again,
okay.
please?
On a plane the next morning, there were, I think, there were. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I was in Budapest on a feature film called Distant. The administration, I think, met Wednesday, March 11th, come effect. One of us, and Canadians, needed to get back immediately, along with 3 of the studio, all on planes the next morning, Thursday morning. So we were all back stateside by Thursday afternoon, and you know, it's impacted our industry like it has impacted everybody. Things have come to almost a grinding halt. Shows that are still in post-production right now are fortunate because if the material has been shot, they're able to kind of continue the post-production process, editing and visual effects, because the entire post-production community has been partially, if not close to fully, working independently anyways. Working remotely in post-production has become a slightly more common thing over the last few years for post-production. So it was, I wouldn't say an easy adaptation because you're dealing with so much data transfer. I think that's not like everyone can just go home and even on a 10 megabit line, that's just not fast enough in some cases. If you're in editorial, you can be you might need to move gigabytes of information very, very quickly, if not a terabyte very quickly. So now that physical transfer is, you know, equation where drives or your server and that you're working in near real time, that has been the trickiest thing. So VPNs and the issues of security with data transfer has been the biggest issue because it's just, you know, nobody wants their material, their intellectual property being skimmed or lost to the masses. So that's been definitely a tricky thing. You know, right now, our departments as we know them just don't exist because we are one-on-one in person, closer than 6 feet, large groups of people, construction, you know, material getting and items getting handed from one person to the other. It's a little too we're going to adjust. I mean, at some we will have to, you know, get all back in a room with 50 or 100 people. Yeah. I just, as we all know, we don't know. So that's kind of on its way as far as what's going to happen. So I'm actually going to take a break from production designing and go back to just concept illustrating and concept design, concept set design. So I'm actually going to go and work on season 3 of Mandalorian, which is just starting to get going.
That's a surprise. I love it. The Mando.
Yeah. So there's probably 4 months of concept work that needs to happen before we would all need to get back in a room. So there's many shows that are very similar in that kind of similar situation. Marvel has a few projects. There's quite a few projects that, you know, what's going to be so tricky is that when things do start to roll back into a normal way, the glut, or I should say not the glut, the emptiness or the void of content that happens and hits us, that right now we have probably more than enough to watch with between Netflix, Amazon Prime, Apple TV Plus, Disney Plus, Hulu. With all those abilities and portals and content providers, we still have a lot of material that we can kind of watch and wade through. But there will come a time when all those providers have emptied out their libraries. We have probably various broadcasters, networks, etc., have anywhere from 2 to 6 months of material that can be deployed. But there will come a hiccup when, and it's not if, it's just when that's going to happen is a little unknown to all of us. So yeah, right now there's only a handful of shows that are still able, that have the timing where they have just gone into R&D or concept phase in the last 2 months, or were just about to when this broke out. So for those purposes, yes, remote working. I've been using my art departments have been partially remote for many, many years, probably 5-6 years. We've been using Zoom since that inception, if not earlier, to communicate with artists that are working remotely, because to have a great artist that's not conveniently located to you geographically, it is one of the few we can kind of work remotely. So hence the reason why I can kind of jump on to something something like able to stay busy, because this, again, have to get done before it need to get to camera.
Yeah, that's amazing. So how do you think this will play out for a lot of the low budget independent projects that are like at this festival, and others that are being released now or ready to be distributed? How do you think that's going to play out for them?
Well, right now the trickiest thing, I think people who are looking forward or have their next project ready to go are in some ways in a better position than some of the studio productions, because the studio productions, there's a lot of people that come to the table. So independent filmmaking, you generally have a smaller crew, a smaller footprint. So I think those productions will stand a chance at getting back into production much sooner than some of the larger shows face a very large hurdle, where, i.e., an Avengers set might have 120 people on set. So when does that happen versus a small independent film that on a skeleton crew could be as small as 10 to 12 people, if not smaller?
Right.
So I think the independent world might have, if things unfold in a very slow, gradual, smart way, there might be an incubation period for smaller independent work to thrive.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think now we, it's not that we have a captive audience, but this is one of those opportunities, is that as content starts to get harder and harder to find, this will give a chance for younger filmmakers, independent filmmakers, and even mature filmmakers to just rethink how you make something. It would be very, very interesting to see, somebody who just came off of a big show that has 100 people on their crew on a daily basis, strip back down, doing a 10-minute one-shot movie. So I think looking and re-examining their opportunities for creativity. If there's one thing that artists and designers actually do thrive under, it's kind of rules and restrictions, because those rules and restrictions tend to create and bound a certain amount of creativity and inventiveness that you otherwise would not see. And the analogy I always use is sports. A basketball court has not changed in 100 years. A hockey rink has not changed. Well, I shouldn't, there have been minor adjustments on the hockey rink as far as, crease lines and so forth. But other than minor things changing in any sport, it is essentially the same thing. So you find every every generation or every half generation, a player comes and reinvents the game. Right. Gretzky, Lemieux, LeBron, it's just endless as far as individuals who reinvent the game and bring a complete freshness to it. So I think it's, it's a bummer, but I think people will rise above it.
So overall, I think you pretty much have said what I've been kind of messaging this season at the festival, and that is that this is an absolutely wonderful time for the independent filmmaker. This is an opportunity that's a once in a lifetime for a lot of the independent filmmakers who have the ability to put whatever they have in the box and shoot it and be done with it in 6 months and have a couple films out there ready for distributors and buyers.
Yeah. And, by no means would I want to downplay anybody's experience, anybody's position of, the importance of working and being able to provide for oneself. But this is one of those moments where your assignment is to stay home. And you are not allowed to be distracted by work. You are not allowed to be distracted by your daily routine. So this, this becomes quite a thriving time in that respect. I've been trying to just, get back to, reading that I haven't had a chance to do in years. It's a chance to go back and, do some personal work, design work. A chance to go back and learn some software that I've been kind of negligent on or just haven't had the time to do. So it's, if I think for any artist or designer or creative professional in general, it's a chance to pick up the guitar for 6 hours a day when otherwise it's like you can't find 6 hours in a week to do that. So
I'm speaking specifically for not telling people to go out and make a film right now.
No.
I have no way am I saying that.
But it's the time to conceive and create and, don't stop at one project, just, get your next few as developed as you can.
Get them in a pipeline.
Yep.
Yeah. This is a lifetime opportunity for some folks. We have a lot of films, there are about 60 films in the festival here, and only, I would say roughly 30%, actually about half of the features I know have distributions. They've got stuff out there. They're ready. It's happening for them. But there's another batch of them that don't have that. And the opportunities are there. We have a film that was in South by Southwest, and you could see the spin that happened with that. So they are probably looking at very reasonable opportunities now. The value of their product go up as a result of these gaps that are being foreseen. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it can. I agree. I think that's a very, very, it's a high chance possibility.
Yeah. Well, listen, Todd, I thank you so much for joining us, beaming in from Canada. And
I'm in LA. I'm actually in LA.
You're in LA? Oh, now.
Oh, okay, yeah. LA is home now. Yes.
Okay, awesome. But if you could hang around a little bit longer and participate with us later on this evening at the Science Behind Science Fiction, if you have time, it's only going to be an hour long to sit in on the panel. If you're able to do that, that's great. If not, that's fine. We will be doing a part 2 tomorrow.
Okay.
But either way, we'd love to have you, whether it's today or tomorrow.
Sure. I can definitely do tomorrow, and just drop me a quick text or email about tonight, and I'll get back to you if I can.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank And thank you to everyone who tuned in. And as always, thank you so much, Troy, for putting this together and following through in this virtual way to, not allow the festival to not happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Take care. Cheers.
Cheers. Well. How was that, folks? I hope everybody enjoyed that. Here we are with another one, and we're going to take a short 5-minute bio break. So please grab some food, get yourselves sorted, make sure you remain hydrated. These are not commercials or product placements, but please get yourselves together. We're going to take a 5-minute hiatus and start up with our next lecture, which will be George Gonzalez.
Starfleet has committed to finding a non-human interface. Until that happens, I'm happy to go the old-fashioned way.
Captain on the bridge.
Acting, Captain. Please take your stations. You may consult with Science Officer Brennan later.
Thank you, Mr. Screw. Bring me the small indulgence.
I never tire.
Seeing home.
Of course. Lieutenant Detmer, have we cleared the Sol system?
Yes, Captain.
Set course for Vulcan and engage at maximum warp.
Aye, sir.
Incoming transmission. From whom? Having trouble identifying it, but it's a priority 1 distress call. Identify the source, please. Federation ID code. It's choppy. Trying to clean it up, sir. Helm, slow us down.
Captain is at warp now, sir.
This is Captain Saru of the Federation Starship Discovery. Please identify yourself. Hails from Captain Pike, sir.
It's the USS Enterprise.
All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Troy Benier again, Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. And I hope everyone enjoyed the last event there, the lecture with Todd Chernawski. He presented us with a fantastic series of contributions of his excellence to Star Trek Picard. And we definitely want to follow him, definitely reach out. If you like it, if you didn't like it, definitely let me know. I think most folks liked it from the comments that we have, and that was fascinating. I want to now continue. We are continuing the Star Trek momentum. Here we have Dr. George Gonzalez. Dr. George Gonzalez, and help me here, George, with the University of Miami.
Yes.
And you're in the political science department, is that correct?
Yes, Troy, that's right. Yes. Professor of political science at the University of Miami.
With your presentation today is Star Trek, identity, politics, and globalism.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'll be talking about today. Yes.
Okay, 1 second here. We're getting trying to find our files. Okay, there we go. So I've just got to add the stream.
Great.
There we are. So, just a little bit of background, folks. George has been a contributor to MCFE. I think this is your second time or third time?
My third time. This is the pleasure of my third time, yes.
Third time. And we truly appreciate you coming back and sharing your ideas, your thoughts, your actions, and your literature, because you have published extensively about this topic. I actually have it right here. Hold on. I have it right here. Just so folks can see that this guy takes Star Trek seriously. Okay, just to show that he takes Star Trek seriously, going to Amazon, Amazon.com, And you see it right there, right? All of the text that he's involved in, all the text that he has authored, popular culture, conspiracy theory, and the Star Trek text, Star Trek, and the politics of globalism, energy, the modern state, and the American world system, energy and empire, justice and popular culture. Oh my goodness, look at all of these.
Well, you missed Star Trek, justice and popular culture. No, yeah, justice and popular culture. Star Trek is philosophical text. I wanted to add that last part.
Oh, and Star Trek philosophical text,
Yeah.
popular culture, and the political values of neoliberalism, the politics of air pollution. Boy, you just got your hands full here. Look at all these books. I have this one. Holy smokes! The price goes up.
Yeah, it seems to be popular.
Yeah, I have that one. It's here. I have it, unless my daughter is reading it. I have that book right here, literally. Okay. I read that when I was in Haiti. I was there, and people are looking at me reading this book, wondering what is Star Trek. I said, guys, you gotta watch it with TV, But in any case, with all due respect, let you go forward. And
thank you, Troy.
You have the floor, George.
Well, I want to start off by thanking you for having me. This is the third pleasure and honor of participating in this convention, and it's a wonderful, wonderful event. And congratulations, this is the 7th year, and so it's just wonderful and excellent. And again, I can't stress enough to thank you for having me here and allow me to present my ideas to your audience. What I do want to talk about today is Star Trek, identity politics, and globalism. If we can move to the next slide, please. And so, yeah, okay. And so just, Troy was kind enough to show some of the books that I published on Star Trek. This is my most recent one. It came out just last month, Popular Culture, Conspiracy Theory, and the Star Trek Text. They are all monographs, in case you're wondering. They're not any edited volumes or monographs. I just want to stress that. Next slide, please. So identity politics can be read as an effort to divide humanity along ethnic lines, of course, also along gender lines, if you want to say sexual orientation lines, right? It can be read as a way to divide humanity politically. And identity politics, then identity can be read as anti-universalism. Next slide, please. Now, what the appeal of Star Trek, I would submit, and of course, here we're talking about the Federation, the core institution, right, of this fictional platform, Star Trek, of this fictional Federation, this fictional institution, right, of Star Trek. The appeal, I would submit, is the universalism of the Federation, and by implication, the show. So what we see in Star Trek is a future free of ethnic and gender biases. We see a future of income equality, right? We see no marked social inequalities. And so again, this is justice broadly conceived. And again, I truly believe this is why this has been the most popular popular culture vehicle in all of human history. Again, because it is about justice defined as, again, universalism, true and total equality. Again, no social class, equality on ethnic, there's no ethnic or gender lines. Everyone is equal, full and total human solidarity. Indeed, of course, interspecies solidarity. Next slide, please. And so the universalism of Star Trek is highlighted in particular episodes. I think one of the most outstanding episodes along these lines is Savage Curtain, where an ersatz Abraham Lincoln is brought to life in the 23rd century. And very importantly, Captain Kirk really admires Abraham Lincoln. And the significance of this is that, of course, in Star Trek in the 23rd century, there is no United States. So this is not an expression of nationalism or of an appreciation of a national history. This really communicates the fact that Abraham Lincoln is recognized as a global figure, as a figure that embodies the defeat of the Southern slaveocracy, a figure that embodies the defeat of feudalism in the modern era, a figure that embodies the defeat of slavery as a formal institution in terms of the economy. So what the Civil War does is it changes politics worldwide, right? And in Star Trek, he is given that due, which again Lincoln greatly deserves. And so Lincoln as universalist figure, Lincoln as global figure. This is why he's admired by Kirk, and this is why this is such an outstanding episode, just on this question of universalism and universal justice. Next slide, please. What is interesting today in terms of our politics, and this comes from the left, is the idea that we are, as a species, we are, in terms of our politics, we are indelibly divided along ethnic lines, right? And again, this is from the left. Of course, it comes from the right as well. I'm going to talk about Donald Trump in a moment, but this comes from the left. So here I'm highlighting two different movies. On the left is a scene from The Free Country of Jones. On the right is a picture of the advertisement for the movie The Green Book. Both of these movies, is important to note, are based on historical fact. Of course, there's dramatization, there's going to be some degree of fictionalization, but these are based on historical facts. And in The Free Country of Jones, what this points to is the reality that during the Civil War, there were significant elements of the population in the South that drew alliances across ethnic lines to fight the slavocracy and to fight its confederacy. This is during the Civil War. In the Green Book, we see in what happens with the Green Book, again, this is based on historical fact, is you have an African-American gay pianist who is touring the South. This is in the 50s, as I understand, in the 60s, early 60s. And so he's given a driver and a bodyguard. And the driver and bodyguard, meets this gentleman and works for this gentleman or works with this gentleman, again, but he carries these biases against African-Americans, and the movie is about how this man overcomes these biases, comes to see the real quality person that this pianist is, and comes to view him as a very close friend and indeed as a brother. What is significant about both these movies, and the reason that I'm raising them, is because you have advocates on the left that denounce these movies. Now, again, I want to say this. These movies are based on fact. These are not fictional events. They're based on historical fact. So nevertheless, you have again voices of identity politics on the left that denounce these movies for some reason as somehow false, as somehow untrue. And so here I'm quoting someone, an editorialist from the New York Times, Wesley Morris, who is commenting on the Green Book. And he says, closure is impossible because the blood is too bad, too historically American. And so again, this is last year, January. And the significance here is that what this person, Wesley Morris, is saying is that he's pointed to grievances in the past, this notion of the blood is too bad, too historically American. And he's saying, because of these grievances, unity and solidarity amongst all Americans across ethnic lines, certainly along quote unquote black, quote unquote white lines, whatever white and black means, I'm putting quotes here because I don't know what that means. It's a social construct, of course. But unity across ethnic lines, across racial lines, and of course there's only one human race. But nevertheless, again, in the vernacular of identity politics, etc., that unity across the races is impossible because of these past events, right? So Star Trek is about, of course, the future. It's about a future that we can dream about, and it's not a fantasy future, but a real future where we have true solidarity. Again, there are no ethnic, no meaningful gender lines. Everyone participates in the polity equally, right? And so again, the movie The Free Country of Jones was denounced along similar lines. Again, how you denounce movies that are based on historical facts, essentially what's being denounced is the uprising against the Confederacy. That's what's being denounced. What's being denounced is the friendship that actually did develop, that's based on the Green Book, right? That's what's really being denounced, right? I mean, you're denouncing the representations of these events, but in fact of the matter, what you're saying is somehow these things shouldn't have happened. Again, amazingly and shockingly. If we could go to the next slide, Troy. I'm sorry, I know I've been focused on this one. Now, bringing this back to Star Trek. So again, Star Trek are used for universalism, are used for universal justice. argues for total solidarity, total inclusion. But interestingly enough, you have two books that in my mind stand out as arguing, these are academic books, that argue that somehow Star Trek manifests some kind of racial biases. Indeed, the insinuation is that somehow Star Trek is racist, which is, of course, on the face of it, a shocking claim. So, let me pull back from this notion that they say Star Trek is racist. Let me pull back a little bit, because I don't want to be accused of mischaracterizing anyone's arguments. But nevertheless, the argument is made is that there is some kind of racial biases in Star Trek that redound negatively towards African Americans, by way of example. And so one book is titled Star Trek in History. I mean, this is really a claim of racism on its face. The title, Racing Towards a White Future, that somehow Star Trek represents some kind of racist future. Again, how, I don't know. Then that book came out in 1998 by Daniel Leonard Bernardi. Then there's the book more recently published, Speculative Blackness, The Future of Race in Science Fiction by Andre Carrington. Again, he lauds in his book, he lauds Bernardi's book. He speaks positively of it, well of it. And so again, Carrington, like Bernardi, makes a claim that somehow African Americans, in particular, people of color, to use that phrase, are somehow mistreated or mischaracterized, or there's some kind of bias inherent in Star Trek. Next slide, please. What's sort of shocking and interesting to me is that both these authors will focus on the character of Lieutenant Uhura, played by, I'm sure most of you know, Nichelle Nichols. And so the argument is that somehow Uhura's character is reflective of a racism or something of the sorts. The truth of the matter is that here you have, in the late 60s, an African-American woman who's a bridge officer, right? Who sits on the bridge of the Enterprise, right? The flagship of the Federation, of course, in this fictional context, right? So how is that somehow racist? I don't even understand that, to be frank with you. I mean, yes, she's a supporting character, but the imagery is quite clear that African Americans, again, and African American women, right, can reach the heights of society in the context of the Federation and Star Trek. Of course, there are other episodes. One episode, the other episodes that, of course, fairly positively portray African Americans. In one episode, an African American is cast as one of the leading minds of the Federation. In another episode, an admiral is African American. So, I mean, Star Trek, indeed, you see with the portrayal of Lincoln, just by way of example, Star Trek, indeed, is a platform for equality, for racial, again, to use a phrase that I hate to use, but nevertheless, to just employ the vernacular, for racial equality and racial justice and ethnic solidarity, right? Next episode, please. I'm sorry, next screen, please. One of the most interesting things to me about Bernardi's book and Carrington's book and these arguments that Star Trek is somehow racist or conveys some kind of racial bias. To me, what's fascinating in reading these books is that neither one of them mentions the episode "Let That Be Your Last Battlefield," an original series episode. This episode, now you can see the two characters, right? They're white and black on one, white on one side, black on the other. And they have a tremendous amount of animosity towards one another. And, of course, the Star Trek crew can't understand why. Well, one is, white on one side, let's say on the right side, and the other one is white on the left side. And so for that very trivial, superficial reason, these two hate each other. And there's a very deep history in terms of their civilization, in terms of the hate and animosity that they direct towards one another. And so in the end, what we learn is that their planet was actually destroyed because of their racism, right? This episode, Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, is, I think, unequivocally the most anti-racist instance of popular culture in all of American popular culture, right? The stupidity and just the illogic of racism. As a matter of fact, I think probably one of the most important instances, one of the most important moments in that episode is towards the very end, when Uhura says, I can't really understand these people, right? She says that because she lives in a world of full and total equality, where race, species, ethnicity, species, just doesn't matter, right? So she can't possibly understand why two people would hate each other over something as superficial related to skin tone, right? Because she lives in a world of true and full equality, right? A world that we should be aspiring to, right? That's what Star Trek shows us, a future that we can, of course, should and can attain, right? Again, going back to identity politics, right? And more specifically, grievance politics, what's the argument there? Oh, we have to focus on the past, right? We have to focus, and mind you, I want to say this, that it's cherry picking the past as well. Of course, there were atrocious and horrible and unimaginably dastardly things that happened in the American past. Of course, lynching comes to mind, right? And other things, the railroading and the putting people in jail for no reason. Of course, these things happen. And they're things that we, of course, have to study and look at and learn from, right? Not to repeat it, okay? But it's also true that when you look at movies like The Green Book, or you look at movies like The Free Country of Jones, there was a lot of inter-ethnic solidarity. There was inter-ethnic friendship, right? And so if you look at The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, right? Perhaps the single most important piece of American literature, right? What happens? Huck overcomes these biases, right? And comes to love and appreciate Jim's friendship, right? And so even in the context of the South and the racial hate of the South, right? This is what Huckleberry Finn is telling us, right? That whites and blacks did come together. They saw the humanity in each other, right? And they formed bonds of solidarity, right? That's what that's the movie The Free Country of Jones shows us. What about the Civil War, right? Where millions of Northerners fought, died, had amputated legs and arms, right, to defeat the hated slaveocracy, right? So, the point is, when you look at grievance studies, right, and they're going to point to lynching and they're going to point to railroading, of course, this is all very true. This is all very true. But there were also very progressive elements in the past. And we must build on those progressive elements to build a better future, right? And this was what Star Trek essence tells us, right? That's what it shows us, right, as a fictional platform, that we can have universal justice. We can have universal solidarity. And to argue otherwise is just stupid. That's what that be your last battlefield tells us. To argue for racism, to argue for division, whether it be from the right or the left, is just quite frankly stupid and illogical. And moreover, as I'm going to argue, threatens the very existence of humanity. Next slide, please. Arguably, what is most significant and important about Star Trek's anti-racism is that its creators seek to identify the causes of institutional racism. Racism is a function of class oppression. Next slide, please. So an absolutely brilliant episode, of many brilliant episodes in the original series, is the Cloudminders. In the Cloudminders, for those of you who may not remember, it's the planet of Ardrona, and the planet of Ardrona has a very, very rigid caste system, with the elites living in the cloud city of Stratos, literally floating in the clouds, where the dwellers of Stratos live a life of opulence, of the high arts. And on the planet are the troglodytes, who spend their days mining Xenite with their hands. And again, it's an extremely brilliant episode, with Spock observing that the privilege and wealth of the Stratos dwellers is directly predicated on the exploitation and the repression of the troglodytes. With that said, there's a scene in the Cloudminders which, and again, I keep using the word brilliant because, when talking about Star Trek, particularly the original series, there's so many brilliant episodes and brilliant moments. In the Cloudminders, there's an instance where, so the episode centers on the fact that the troglodytes have organized in opposition to the caste system. And so one of the troglodytes is captured and they're being tortured. And so Spock and Captain Kirk come upon this and they insist that the torture stop. And the leader of Ardrona, the Stratos dwellers, Stratos dwellers, says, you know, that torture and violence, that's the only thing the troglodytes understand. They're an inferior species, like expressly using racism to justify a rigid and very violent, brutal class system. Next slide, please. Then there's Day of the Dove. Again, I'm sorry to overuse this, and I'm not one to throw this word around lightly, but the Day of the Dove is, again, another absolutely brilliant episode. Here is the setup of the show, the setup of the episode is there's an alien that is prompting the Klingons and the Enterprise crew to fight. And what's very significant about it is that the alien literally feeds off of this hate that is being manifest between the Enterprise crew and the Klingons. Literally, he feeds off the hate. And the point is made that even racial hate, right, that's also being prompted and created by this alien, which is feeding off this hate. And one of the things that makes this episode so brilliant and so important, really so important. I mean, it's like I say, you know, like I say, a horror. You know, the idea that you're going to look at a horror and somehow say that she's a manifestation of racism, really, it's not only completely wrong-headed and turn things upside down, but the fact of the matter is that it takes a certain degree of courage at that period of time to put an African American woman, you know, in the center of your show, right? To every week in and week out, because it's sadly at the time it's not an uncontroversial thing to do. And so it takes a certain degree of courage. And indeed, I would submit that it really plays a role in forwarding racial equality. Again, that symbolism of having an African-American woman on the bridge of the Enterprise ship. And here too, Day of the Dove takes some degree of courage, because there's no doubt that Day of the Dove is directed at the advocates of anti-communism, right? People like J. Edgar Hoover, what they would love to do is raise the specter of communism, raise it as a threat, saying that communists are out to get us, right? And so you had this anti-communist cabal, quite literally, and there's literature on this, these elements that would network together and promote anti-communism, promote hate, and a lot of it had very racial overtones, because if you would critique Jim Crow, if you would critique the lynchings, you would be denounced as a communist. And so here on Star Trek, they're taking very clear aim at the mongers of hate, again, J. Edgar Hoover and company, and denouncing them and saying they're causing this hate and they're literally feeding off this hate, politically speaking. So this hate is not organic. This hate is being fostered by elites, right? So again, it's a very, very powerful statement, and one that, again, takes a certain degree of courage to make in the context of the late 60s. This is why, you know, I really, not only is it intellectually wrong to label Star Trek racist, but it really minimizes the importance of the series. Excuse me. It minimizes the importance of the series in terms of progressive politics in the United States. I'm sorry, I'm trying to adjust my camera. Forgive me. Next episode, next slide, please. And so we see in a person like Donald Trump, and really, you know, sadly, we're still, you know, with Day of the Dove, right? With Donald Trump consciously encouraging identity politics, right? The divisions amongst ethnicities. Now, he does so from the right, right? Promoting neo-Nazism, in effect, right? Talking about them as fine people, denouncing immigrants. Of course, his language is directed at illegal immigrants, but let's face it, he's talking about immigrants in general, especially Hispanic immigrants, right? This is really, you know, what he's talking about. He's trying to divide society. And of course, it's an ugly politics meant to deflect, right? So in other words, it's like, if you don't have a job, oh well, blame immigrants. Why limit it to illegal immigrants? Why not just blame all immigrants, right? I mean, Trump, in quite a very despicable way, tries to associate the coronavirus with China, right? So at a time when the world should be coming together to confront this profound public health threat, what does Trump do? He actively continues the game of trying to divide the world and trying to pit us against one another, right? So sadly, you know, we're still living a politics where elites actively seek to divide us along ethnic lines, right? And again, I mean, sadly, the game is played both on the right and on the left. Again, the left critics of Star Trek almost unbelievably. Go ahead, please. Next slide. And so one of the interesting things that you see in later Star Trek is that they actually critique capitalist elites, right? Not simply, of course, in Cloud Minders, right? I mean, maybe that's a stand-in for South Africa, right? The white minority exploiting the black majority. That there's lots of things actually in Star Trek that the Voyager episode Alliances speaks very much to me of the politics of South Africa. But here, we see in an episode Far Beyond the Stars, not that clearly, but arguably the villain here is the capitalist owner of the magazine, because what happens is Benjamin Sisko, he somehow gets transported back to the 1950s, and he's a science fiction writer, and there's obvious racism and sexism at the time. There's again this 1950s when they have the staff picture taken, for instance. Both he and the female staff member, writers, they're asked not to show up, right? So, the racism of the 50s and 60s, early 60s is being highlighted here. But very significantly, Benny, that's the character's name. Again, he's been transported back to the 1950s. He has the inspiration to write about Deep Space Nine. And importantly, all his colleagues, in other words, the staff writers, even the editor, who's somewhat of a curmudgeon, encourages Benny to write his story. And indeed, it gets printed in the magazine. However, in the last instance, the magazine owner decides he prefers to destroy the entire issue, to pulp it, as they say. He prefers to pulp it and lose the money than have a story by an African-American writer profiled in his magazine, right? So, to me, again, that's a snipe at capitalist elites, and in terms of this context of promoting or really standing against ethnic equality in this case. Next slide, please. Next Generation, very early on, 1988. There's a very clear critique of capitalism and capitalist elites. Ralph Oppenheimer. Not Ralph Oppenheimer, forgive me. Ralph Offenhouse, character Ralph Offenhouse, is awoken from his cryogenic sleep. So he was a capitalist in the late 20th century, and he's awoken some 300-400 years later by the Enterprise crew, and he's revived, and his mind automatically turns to his personal wealth. Next slide, please. He says, I have to phone Geneva right away about my accounts. The interest alone could be enough to buy the ship. And so he's very self-important. He's arrogant. He demands that Captain Picard see him. It doesn't matter that the Enterprise is facing a crisis. He demands the captain's attention. So finally, Captain Picard confronts him, quite annoyed with Offenhouse, and says, a lot has changed in the past 300 years. People are no longer obsessed with the accumulation of things. We've eliminated hunger, want, the need for possessions. We have grown out of our infancy. And very importantly, from a political theory point of view, Offenhouse says to Picard, you've got it all wrong. It's never been about possessions. It's about power. So the idea of accumulating billions of dollars of wealth has nothing to do with standard of living. Of course, how could someone live $100 billion or $50 billion? What does that mean to live $50 billion? What does it mean to have 5 or 6 or 10 mansions or 3 or 4 airplanes or 5 or 6 boats? That has no meaning existentially, right? So what Star Trek is saying here, quite importantly, saying that the accumulation of wealth is about power. It's a strike against democracy. It's an ability to control others, to control institutions, to dominate politics, to try to actively shape values. That is what this immense wealth is about. It has nothing to do with quality of life or things. It's all about power. Next slide, please. And so here in this episode, Future's End of Voyager episode Future's End, here we see capitalist elite indifference to others. And so the episode Future's End aired in 1996. And so the setup for the episode is the Voyager crew go back to 1996. And they come upon this so-called technology wizard, right? Along the lines of Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, who of course are heroes in the tech industry, right? So here, however, in the episode Future's End, this tech wizard is a villain, right? Next slide, please. So the reason that the Voyager crew went back to 1996 is because someone from 1996 sought to travel to the future, and in the process ended up destroying the Earth's solar system. So Captain Janeway figures out that it's this gentleman, this person's character, Ed Starling. And so she says to him, if you even attempt to travel to the future, you risk creating a temporal explosion that could cost billions of lives, including your own. And Starling responds, I'm willing to take that risk. And Janeway responds, in my time, Mr. Starling, no human being would dream of endangering the future to gain advantage in the present. Now, before I go on, it's a motif that we see in Star Trek, for example, in Green Little Men, that humanity has matured. It has grown. This notion of going back to Picard and what he said in the neutral zone to Ralph Offenhouse, right? We've outgrown our infancy, right? In the future, what we're going to see is humans that focus on self-improvement and the improvement of others. And that's what Jake Sisko says in the episode House of Cards, a Deep Space Nine episode. He says that humanity's philosophy is to improve ourselves and to improve others, right? It's not about wealth. It's not about power. Wealth and power are socially and politically, the accumulation, the concentration of wealth and power are socially and politically corrosive, right? And so it's corrosive to the extent that we see someone like Starling, who all he can think about is power and wealth. He's indifferent to the fact that he's going to kill billions and even kill himself in the process. He's so obsessed with wealth. He's so dominated by wealth addiction that he's indifferent to the fact that he's going to kill himself in the process of trying to prop up his company. He's trying to go to the future to retrieve more technology to continue to feed his company, to let his company grow. So, again, Janeway says to him, repeating on what I just read, in my time, Mr. Starling, no human being would dream of endangering the future to gain advantage in the present, right? Humans have evolved. They've grown. They've matured, right? Starling says, just thinking about himself and his company, self-centered, self-important, right? He says, Captain, the future you're talking about, that's 900 years from now. I can't be concerned about that right now. I have a company to run and a whole world full of people waiting for me to make their lives a little bit better, right? Now, if this were simply an exercise in philosophy, if this were simply an exercise in how interesting that Star Trek raises these questions, right? Again, purely philosophy. But this is the real world. Next slide, please. Because what we see is that capitalists today, particularly in the energy sector, take that same kind of callous indifference, almost astounding indifference to the reality of global warming, right? What do energy capitalists say today? Global warming is about the future. We can't be concerned about that right now. We have companies to run and a whole world full of people waiting for us to make their lives a little bit better, right? Again, a corrosive, pernicious self-importance, self-centeredness, an indifference to the suffering of others, an indifference to the fact that civilization is being destroyed, wealth creation endeavors, right? So Star Trek is not simply in a very academic or ethereal way talking about philosophy and political theory. It is commenting and very much pointing to the real world politics that dominates our society, right? The politics of the billionaire class, the politics of a financial elite and a Wall Street that really just wants to get us back to work, irrespective of the fact that we don't have enough ventilators, irrespective of the fact that we don't have enough hospitals, irrespective of the fact that hundreds of thousands of people will die if we ramp up the economy once again, right? So again, Starling reflects the kind of self-centeredness and self-importance that one can reasonably argue dominates the financial elite, dominates the billionaire class, dominates the thinking of the likes of Donald Trump. Next slide, please. So the notion of identity politics is dangerous, right? Identity and the destruction of Earth, right? Going back to let that be your last battlefield, Of course, again, their planet is destroyed. Their planet is destroyed because of racism and racial division, right? Irrational, illogical racial division, right? And it's interesting when you consider, you know, the Klingons, and the next slide, please, and the Romulans, right? Because these are the adversaries to the Federation, right? They're aggressive, hostile, try to take what they want, right? They're empires, right? And what's interesting about them is that their polities are based on their identity, right? Their identity as Klingons, their identity as Romulans, right? The Federation, that notion of federation, that very word federation, right, is a modernist nomenclature, right? You know, we could appropriately read into it is, you know, galactic solidarity, right? That's what legitimation, that's what Federation politics is based upon, right? Galactic solidarity, coming together, right? And improving one another's, helping one another, and improving ourselves. And that's not to take, not to conquer, not to hoard, right? So, but the point is in Star Trek is that it is those elements that are directly defined by their identity. The Klingons and the Romulans, those are the elements that, indeed in Star Trek, those are the political elements which are most, right, repressive. Next slide, please. And, you know, so what do we see today in the world, right? We see that's divided in terms of nationalism, in terms of ethnicity, right? The United States, Russia, China. And, you know, this is a world where nations, the modern world, we have nuclear weapons, right? And so over this division, this false division over these false identities, because they have really no meaning in science or otherwise, right? We may very well end up destroying ourselves. Now, one point I'll make very quickly is that with regard to China and Russia, you know, and I have no problem saying this, it is the United States which is the provocateur. It is the United States which acts in a hostile, aggressive manner towards Russia and China, right? Everything tells me that Russia and China want to be normal countries. They want to simply be able to participate in the global system of trade and economics. It's the United States that acts in an aggressive, provocative manner. The most obvious case being where the United States sponsored the overthrow of a democratically elected government in Ukraine and instead put in an anti-Russian government that's directly predicated on neo-Nazi elements, right? So in terms of our geopolitical competition worldwide, again, I would submit that it's the United States that is the aggressor, and it is ramping up tensions unnecessarily with China and Russia. But nevertheless, the broad point is true that in the modern world system with nuclear weapons, regardless of who the aggressor is, because we will all die, the end result will be for us, all of us, the same, right? Civilization will be wiped out through these divisions in the modern era because of nuclear weapons. I mean, not to mention global warming, right? So there's no global plan for global warming. Indeed, shockingly, our emissions are going up. Humanity's emissions are going up. And this is a significant part, if not exclusively the result of the fact that we're divided into a nation state system. You know, we're divided from one another politically, institutionally, and this serves as the basis for the global warming phenomenon, just like it serves as the basis for nuclear war. Next slide, please.
I've got, can I just ask or at least make one statement?
Of course, please.
Well, now during the pandemic, aren't the emissions going way down all over the planet?
Hey, they are. I mean, I don't know what that says. I mean, do we need a pandemic in order to bring? I mean, is that what it, I mean, really, is that? I mean, that's an indictment, isn't it? We need to have a global pandemic. That's the only way that we can actually meaningfully confront the global warming catastrophe through a pandemic. So, I mean, that's quite an indictment, I think. But yes, you're right. On the face of it, you're absolutely correct. Star Trek warns that national rivalries, imperial strategies in the modern era can lead to planetary destruction. We see this in the episode The Omega Glory, where the Enterprise crew visit a planet that had a history identical to that of Earth, except there in the 1950s, 60s, a nuclear war occurred. And everybody, both sides, were reduced to a veritable Stone Age, right? Next slide, please. more recent Star Trek, Enterprise gives us the Xindi. The Xindi are the former inhabitants of the planet Xindi. The Xindi are cleaved into 5 distinct civilizations, with each civilization corresponding to a distinct species. 1 insectoid, 1 humanoid, aquatic, ape-like, and 1 reptilian. As a result of the competition, the Xindi destroyed their planet. Next slide, please. And so here's the picture of the destruction of the Xindi planet. Now, the Xindi, if you can go back to the earlier slide, please. The Xindi really, of course, as a literary device, really show us the stupidity of nationalism, right? Because the Xindi had a real problem. The Xindi was a planet that had 5 distinct sentient species, right? Now there, one can reasonably argue or could see that true solidarity on this planet is not possible. In other words, either an area is going to be insectoid or it's not. Either an area is going to be reptilian or it's not. You know, the idea of having like a joint reptilian insectoid city, I mean, one can see where that might be a problem, right? Because, you know, as soon as the reptilians get to be a larger population relative to the insectoids, that's going to create a problem. It's going to create an imbalance. So my point is that from a fictional point of view, the Xindi really have a problem. We humans don't have a problem, right? I mean, if it's like in my neighborhood, if Chinese people start moving in, fantastic. You know, my daughter marries a nice Chinese guy. They have a family. We have a great time together. What's the problem? What's the problem, right? You know, we are divided amongst ourselves. You know, again, I keep coming back to this. Let that be your last battlefield. Or let this be, I can't remember what's this or that, but it's let this be your last battlefield, right? You know, we are divided irrationally. We are divided stupidly, right? And you know, we have this hate and this animosity, right? And Star Trek is brilliant, right? Because it says it's unnecessary scientifically, it's irrational, and it also says that this is a function of class politics, right? Star Trek is not simply conveying and commenting on the irrationality of ethnicity, right? Elevated to the point of race, because it is not race, but it's, you know, again, it's foolishly elevated to the level of race. It says not only is it foolish, unscientific, unnecessary, but it's going to destroy us, right? And again, I keep coming back to it is a function of class. It is a function of class and a function of class oppression. So in this way, the Star Trek text teaches us a lot, and importantly, it shows us an optimism that we can overcome all of this and live a kind of, you know, from our vantage point, it would be a utopia, right? That is entirely possible, that we can live in a world that's modern, classless, and completely free of ethnic and gender biases. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Troy.
Oh, wow. Holy smokes. Okay, well, we definitely I have to ask again to the audience, if you have any questions, people, please field your questions, because we only have a limited amount of time. I can only say that you've, you know, intensely covered so many topics about Star Trek and the messages that it has over and over tried to convey, or it has not tried, but the messages that it has conveyed to the media outlets. Everyone who watches it says the same thing. But can we also elaborate a little bit on your take on Star Trek Discovery? We were talking a little bit in the past on your thoughts on what you saw in Star Trek Discovery in the context of this type of ethnic divide, and
yes,
in the context of, you know, philosophizing what direction society is going in.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, season 1 of Discovery I thought was very good. And I thought it was very good philosophically. I thought it was very important philosophically.
And this is in particular to Leslie Owen. Leslie, I hope you're listening. That I know you and George always had dynamic conversations, so I wanted to highlight him presenting his thoughts on Discovery season 1.
Right. Star Trek is a very brilliant and very, I mean, to be frank with you, I think that Star Trek is the most important philosophical text of the modern era. So in the same way that Shakespeare is important to early modern English, Star Trek is of seminal importance to modern English and to modern ideas. And so what Star Trek conveys from a purely philosophical point of view, it conveys the different philosophical turns that humanity has taken. So it makes reference to the Stoic turn. So the episode escapes me right now, but it involved the god Apollo. And so it's a direct reference to how humanity turned away from the supernatural and turned towards Stoicism, right? Empiricism, ultimately science, right? And so there's that episode. There is the episode of the Omega Glory, where they make a direct reference to the American Revolutionary War, the early American Constitution, and all men are created equal. That was an incredibly important turn, the American Revolution. And again, all men are created equal. It's an incredibly important turn in the Enlightenment in terms of human history. Then you have the Civil War with Savage Curtain, where it brings us much closer to the idea, by no measure does it complete it, of course, but it brings us much closer to the idea of all men are created equal in terms of the defeat of the slaveocracy. Then there's past tense, profoundly reforming neoliberalism. And then what Discovery points to is the possibility of what can be described as the Trump turn, right? So in other words, a dark turn, right? Because in Discovery, what we see are the Klingons, they're supremacists, right? The lead Klingon who's trying to unite the houses, right? He's very explicitly racist and supremacist, right? And so Discovery is giving us a warning. It's saying, look, the next turn could be the Trump turn. It could be a racist turn. And we must be very mindful of this, right? So in this way, Discovery is, again, engaging politics at the highest levels. And again, it takes courage. And in my view, very directly, again, commenting on things in the current context of, again, where it's dangerous to do so. There's not a Day of the Dove is not a historical retrospective, right? Nor is Let's This Be Your Last Battlefield or Uhura. It's not historical retrospective. It is at the time when these things to discuss, they're dangerous to challenge. Star Trek is doing it. And the same thing with Discovery in challenging Donald Trump as a white supremacist and saying, we need to fight this because this could be our future if we don't change things.
Real quick, questions are coming in.
Yes.
This one here came from some folks inside of our camp that posted in the private chat saying, just like the original Star Trek, where the Klingons versus Enterprise were instigated by outsiders, so were the Xindi manipulated by outsiders into attacking Earth. The conclusion being that war isn't a natural state.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't disagree with that. I don't know. I mean, if Star Trek makes that point that certainly war is something, it's interesting because Star Trek rejects pacifism. Okay, Star Trek rejects pacifism. We see this in the show Allegiances, in the episode Allegiances, right? Where you have that one character who's from this planet that they've been invaded like 6 times, right? And so Star Trek says to us that we have to fight for justice, right? Pacifism is not going to get us justice. We need to fight for justice. So, I mean, the idea, certainly that's true that war is not our natural state. I think that's an entirely valid point. But it's also true that we must fight for justice. Nationalism. No, I mean, in Star Trek, I mean, I would say no, that there's no nations, or I don't know what superstates means. I mean, yes, there's government. There's government, right? I mean, that's one point I make in my book, Star Trek and the Politics of Globalism, whereby what Star Trek argues for is a government, but not a state, right? The state is the FBI. The state is the NSA. The state is the CIA. When the police are putting down riots, so-called riots, or they're putting down protests, right? That's the state, right? The state is the oppressive apparatus that uses violence and punitive incarceration to prop up, to defend, to prop up the unjust order, right? Government, we need government for a justice regime, right? To normalize and uphold the justice regime We need government so we can develop advanced technologies and effectively deploy those advanced technologies like that of the enterprise, right? So again, this is something I talk about in my book, Star Trek and the Politics of Globalism, where I say that what Star Trek tells us is that the future is not governmentless. Indeed, we need government to uphold justice. But what we don't need, what we don't want, are states, which are repressive apparatuses meant to enforce an unjust social order. I mean, one of the points that I make is that, you know, this notion of whistleblowing, it's a very fascinating issue in my mind. And Star Trek, you know, many episodes turn on the question of whistleblowing, right? And so one thing that speaks very well for the politics of the Federation is that whistleblowing works, right? Because the elites, the bureaucracies they're justice bureaucracies, right? So when they hear of wrongdoing, they hear of corruption, right? They mobilize to address it. But think about the difference in our world, right? What happens to a Chelsea Manning who whistleblowers? What happens to an Edward Snowden that whistleblowers? What happens to a Julian Assange that facilitates whistleblowing, right? They're repressed, right? They're repressed because our politics is not about justice. It's about stability. It's about maintaining a social order, right? One might say an unjust social order, right? This is why whistleblowers like Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, that's why they're persecuted, because they're viewed as a threat to stability. In asking for justice, they're viewed as a threat to stability.
Okay. Wow. Very, very interesting points. Hold on a second. We have some folks. Okay, folks, this is the last batch of questions. Please, any questions you have right now, please present them. We are wrapping this up. So what do you think? What do you think the future holds, George? What do you think if you had the opportunity to look through your lens, the future for the next 5 years? What do you think it's going to look like for the world and or just for us here?
Well, I'm a perennial optimist. So, I mean, one positive, you know, like we can look at, for instance, we can look at Bernie Sanders' candidacy, and not to say anything about Bernie Sanders, the candidate, because I really don't want to comment on Bernie Sanders, the candidate. But if you look at Bernie Sanders, right, the fact that in spite of official efforts to try to shut his candidacy down, to stigmatize it, right, he had millions of followers, millions of voters, right, in spite of really the effort on the part of the media, the Democratic Party leadership to stigmatize and destroy his candidacy. Again, millions of people, again, supported him and saw hope in his candidacy. So again, that tells me that people do want justice. And so again, I have to be the eternal optimist here and say that that points towards a bright future.
Mm-hmm. Here's the last question we'll take that just popped up from Bill Wilson. Thanks so much for your question, Bill. Or at least his statement, but he says here, I agree with your central premise, but one of the biggest challenges to that is the psychology of cultural identity and the factors that are, I don't get this,
that create social capital, social capital. Well, I mean, look at the popularity of Star Trek, right? I mean, and drawing from Star Trek, and you know, so I grew up on Star Trek in the 70s. I was watching reruns, and I was, interestingly enough, I was sort of pessimistic about the next generation. So I didn't watch it when it first came out because I thought they're never going to be able to replicate the original. But then I started watching it in my very late teens, early 20s, and throughout my 30s, right? And that, you know, and writing about Star Trek now, you know, I've had the pleasure of writing multiple books. And again, it's such an incredibly important text that I've come to see the real importance of Star Trek in my life. And I think in the lives of millions, if not billions of people. And that because of Star Trek, I could say, I am a citizen of the world. I mean, that is what inspires me. That is what inspires millions and millions and billions of people in Star Trek. They see, you know, they see the world as it should be, as they want it to be, right? And so it can never be underestimated. I mean, I know I'm running out of time here, but I want to make a comment because I do make this point in my last book, Justice and Justice and Popular Culture, because I talk about Lincoln as a figure. And Lincoln as a historical figure. So what prompted me to write about Savage Curtain with the dedicated chapter to this issue was a book by someone that looks at Lincoln as as a figure in popular culture. He says Lincoln before the movie Lincoln in 2012, right? And he says that in that book, he says, when you look at the popular culture representations of Abraham Lincoln prior to that movie in 2012, that what's played down very much is Lincoln as emancipator. That's very much played down. Indeed, they take a very cynical line. Most popular culture takes a very cynical line towards Lincoln, again, prior to that 2012 movie. So what prompted me to write on this was, well, look, this guy who's writing on Lincoln as popular culture, what he's looking past and what he's overlooking is Lincoln and Savage Curtain. And the important significance here is that that episode has been seen billions of times by millions and millions and millions of people, right? So for every 1,000 movies out there that touch upon Lincoln and that are cynical about him, it really doesn't even remotely compare to the sheer number of people that have seen the Lincoln conveyed in Savage Curtain, right? I mean, at some point, I mean, I have to say it. I just wrote an article on this. The same point can be said about the Vietnam War. You know, one of the interesting things I learned about the Vietnam War recently was that there was only one movie on the Vietnam War made during the Vietnam conflict, and that's the movie Green Beret, which is a propaganda movie starring John Wayne. It's a very pro-American intervention. But you know what I found fascinating in reading popular culture about Vietnam was what they all overlook is Private Little War, where Kirk says, he says, look, this war, he says the brush war, the Asian brush wars in the 20th century. So he's talking about Vietnam, and he says, look, that war had nothing to do about justice. The Vietnam War has nothing to do, but it has to do with balance of power. It's a cynical deployment of force. And they talk about how stupid it is to kill people, you know, and the importance of that line is, that's said by Dr. McCoy, the importance of that line is, keep in mind that the American military command was measuring justice by body count, right? Solely by body count. And so here in Star Trek, this is like 1968, in the midst of the conflict. You have Private Little War, where you have Kirk saying, look, this war is not about justice, but it's about balance of power. He called it the dirtiest game of all. And McCoy says that killing is useless and stupid, a direct critique of American war strategy in the context of Vietnam. And so my point is that this is what people really, in terms of popular culture, that's what they really understand about the war in popular culture. They understand Private Little Curtain, Private Little War. They don't understand Green Beret. You tell the vast majority of people Green Beret, they're like, I don't know what that is. I said, oh, but remember that episode where Kirk comments on brush wars in Asia in the 20th century? They'll say, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that war. I remember that episode. You know, tell me about it. So the point is that, you know, Star Trek has played a key and important role in terms of the advancement of progressive politics. You know, you and I had a podcast a year or two ago where I said, we're talking about comparing Star Trek to Star Wars. And I said, look, Star Wars helped to egg on the Cold War, and Star Trek helped to end the Cold War through such episodes as Errand of Mercy, by way of example. So, you know, I forget how we got down to this notion of like, identity is social capital. You know, I'm like, you know, what I see is quite organically, because this notion of identity is organic. I don't see identity as organic. You know, I see what's organic is solidarity. What's organic is people seeing the humanity in one another. What's organic is seeing the lie of racism. This is why, you know, we have books like movies like The Green Book or The Country of Jones or the popularity of Star Trek. Really, you know, so, you know, that's the point I make in my book, the last one, which is conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory, popular culture, and the Star Trek text. And what I say there is that, you know, there's these claims that, you know, people are divided, this and that. And I go, the reality is that it's elites which are trying to divide us. That's what's trying to divide us. People's natural state is one of solidarity, is one of kindness, is one of seeing the humanity in one another, right? And we see this in Star Trek, and we see this in a number of popular culture platforms, right? So, you know, this idea, and I'm not going to conclude on this point, this idea that somehow identity is natural to us or something like that. I reject that on its face. And again, it's not just out of my personal desire, my personal politics. Again, I point to Star Trek as unequivocal evidence that the only true organic identity is a global identity.
Okay, well, we will stop there.
Thank Thank you, Troy. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed myself a great deal, so thank you.
Yes, we can definitely see that. You came at full strength here, and I'm going to leave this talk with this tiny piece that we have here that will sound familiar to you. Can you hear it?
Millennia ago, they abandoned their belief in the supernatural. Now you are asking me to sabotage that achievement, to send them back into the dark ages of superstition and ignorance and fear? No. Please, get up. Get up. You must not kneel.
Oh, hold on. There's no way in the world you can see it. You don't have the stream. The stream's not here. One moment. One second. Here we go. Can you hear it?
Millennia ago, they abandoned their belief in the supernatural. Now you are asking me to sabotage that achievement, to send them back into the dark ages of superstition and ignorance and fear? No. Please, get up. Get up. You must not kneel to me.
But we're not going to bed. We're not going to bed. I'm sleeping on the blanket. I'm sleeping on the blanket and the blanket's covering me. How do you remember him? Remember him? Did you remember that? That I want to go in.
Okay, so that's what that's a little bit of like what you just said, George. Taking those are clips that came out of it.
Okay.
Next gen.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Troy. I know we ended. It sort of was I guess if it's gonna get interrupted, it happened at the right moment. But so thank you very much, Troy. Good luck, man. Fantastic. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Have a nice evening.
You too. Bye for now.
Thank you, man. Bye.
Dad, you remember him? Dad, you remember him?
Yes. Okay. All right. That was definitely more than a mouthful. George Gonzalez gave us an amazing presentation of the meaning of Star Trek in the context of philosophy and every other thing you could imagine. Let's go on to the next step.
No, leave it. No, I'm gonna give that to Mom.
So,
Dad, put this on top of the plate.
No, that's it. Come back.
No,
Okay, thank you.
No,
It's okay.
No, I want you to put it. Put it here, Dad. Dad, look, put it here. Put it here.
No.
No, put it there.
It's okay. Next time. Thank you, sweetie. Okay, we're on now for
Dad, put it here.
Our next piece here, which is the science behind science fiction. And I've asked
Dad, where's the cup?
No, please. That's
Dad,
it.
where's the cup?
No. Sorry, guys.
Where's the cup?
My daughter insists on being the valet, and she's really interrupting everything that we're trying to do here. No, don't touch the cup. No.
No, I'm gonna give it to Mama.
All right, fine. I'm not going to argue with you. Can't argue with you. This is specifically about science behind science fiction. This was a very, very successful panel that we've been doing since I want to say 2014. This panel was originally conceived by Tashana Taylor, who's a geologist, and she's the one that brought this to my attention. And we branded this, and it's been a successful panel ever since. So we offer our thanks to Tashana for her ideas. And, it's a flagship panel that's done very well with the festival. We are on a real tight timeline, so we really can't go too far past, let's say, 50 minutes. But for the most part, I've invited the folks here today to let's talk a bit more about the science that is in science fiction, in particular, how you are using science in your films. And Prav and I will bounce ideas off of you as well as questions as well. But we want to hear it from the lens of you ladies, Faith and Arati. Faith, who is the director of Chuma. It's a film from Kenya that we have. And Arati's film is Cargo, which is from India. So we'll try to cover as many bases as we can. But first, just give us your spin, starting with alphabetical. Arati, give us your spin of how science fiction, how you envision science fiction in your films. How do you do that?
Yeah, so I think when I was I was designing my film, like Cargo is a very different film because it's entirely on spaceship. But in general, whenever I design my film, and when it's about a technology that's set in future, what I started finding out was that, like, you know, I was trying to see that how fast does technology change. Like, you know, for example, some technologies like phone, it probably changes every year, but something like the architecture and design, that probably changes every 100 years. So if I would set my film sometime in the future, I would say, okay, maybe, like, you know, the buildings have been upgraded maybe just twice, but maybe the phone is now completely different, or the way we communicate is so different that it's completely different than how we do it right now. So, you know, I was seeing it like that. So I was I would always be, and I'm always in touch with technology in general, like, because I'm very passionate about how the new designs are. For example, even so my film is set on a spaceship, and I was seeing a lot of spaceship designs. But if you see the real Apollo 13 or real spaceship designs, they're a lot more rickety and they're a lot more ad hoc. And then you see what is in the science fiction, and they are a lot more properly done. And then I realized that sometimes you have to take from what is reality, but you have to exaggerate it. Like, you have to, you know, create a mood and emotion with it. Like, you know, you have to add that to the technology to make it more effective for your story. So that's how I approach it in general. And yeah, I mean, I always, like, whenever I am designing a gadget, I always go back to seeing what it is in real life. Like, you know, and it has to, the first pass has to be with that information, and then we upgrade, we take in, like, you know, more like references, and then you also want to have fun, like, you want to put your artistic, you know, bent of mind in it and stuff like that. But it is always rooted in science, and to a certain extent I am also very process oriented. So I'm always want the like, you know, so a lot of my stories are derived from folklore. So folklores are never perfect to the T. There will always be blind spots, like, you know, but within that I still try to keep a process which is very much, you know, your system designs, you know, that is a very common thing. How you design systems in, like, you know, engineering is what I use when I do my science fiction. So these are the few ideas that I kind of, like, you know, approach when I'm designing, like, any technology in my film, like, you know, or any of my stories.
Yeah. Well, it definitely sounds like you're taking this from a since you have a scientific background, being an engineer, it I don't want to say it comes easy, because I'm sure you work really hard to become that engineer. But you know, for you, your thought process may look at things from that orderly fashion.
Yes,
you take those gifts and you apply your talents to your creative application.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
To your creative process. And that's a very good point you make. So Faith, let's hear your take.
So I mentioned this in one of the earlier sessions. In Africa, we're fortunate enough to have, in a lot of the countries, a lot of folklore and myth. And I mean, it's enchanting. It's wonderful. It's mythical. So I've found myself almost working backwards, because you grow up, you know, hearing these incredible, fantastical stories, and then when you look deeper, you find out the science behind something. and I brought it up. Chuma was inspired by a place where I come from, where water flows uphill. But initially, I didn't know the science behind why the water flows uphill. You find out it's the local myth is, there were twins that were born, and there's an issue of a love interest and a love triangle, and one's buried on this side of the hill, and the other one's buried on that side of the hill, and then the water's always fighting, and it goes to the stronger twin. But the science behind it is there's mercury deep down in the hill, and I found I draw inspiration from science, and then I'll springboard from that and add my own sense of creativity. It's and translating that into how that affects the world that my characters live in, because it's a fairly new genre. I feel I have a lot of leeway in creating and drawing from what's already been done, but also creating new world and a new role. But I find that I have to spend a lot of time, because I don't have the background of an engineer. I'm a creative, purely writing and directing. I do have, when I'm crafting the worlds, I do have to research, like, how does this world mesh up scientifically? Does this role, do all these roles add up together to create a realistic world? But we are privileged in that we have this body of work of science that we can borrow from. But then on the other hand, I think we're fortunate enough in Africa that we have this clay that we get to mold how we want to shape this genre, because we're fortunate enough to have this Afrofuturism, being an offshoot of science fiction.
So it's pretty interesting. You're similar, but from a different angle takes, being a total artist versus someone that was an engineer at one point in her career. So we did this two of these panels last year, and I hosted one of them last year with a lot of startup executives and even tech-based librarians. And in the topics that kept coming up is, no matter where the authors or the creators come from, they all have to create a consistent world to make it look believable and immersive for the audience. So maybe Faith and then Arati, can you comment on things in your films that are obviously made up but still believable? Like, for example, Arati, like, your machines that cure people, right? They break down in a very realistic way. And Faith, like, how do your devices work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Arati, do you want to go first?
I start from the drawing board, actually. So when I'm designing, I have to first design at least. So every era has a design sensibility, so 70s had its design sensibility, 80s had it when the computer bits came in. So, and that design sensibility informs every aspect, right? Not just from, it informs fashion, it informs gadget design, it informs the fonts, it informs a lot of other things. So first I have to, and for some reason it is cyclic. Fashion is cyclical in general. Even if you sometimes show future, you can pull in design sensibilities from really 50s or 40s, which was really pop colors. But because we were having black and white TV, we didn't realize it was such pop colors. So for me, the first thing is to get that that sensibility right. So when I was designing my film, I was trying to actually, I was going back to my childhood, which was 80s and 90s. So I was seeing so for me, I pulled in from there, that would be the base, so it was not just the design aspect of it, but also for me, it was a nostalgia that I was bringing into my design of my spaceship. It was my familiar memory buttons that I was pressing when I was creating my spaceship. So that was where I pulled it from, but because I was also basing it on the 70s and 80s design, or especially the 80s sensibility. So I tried to have things like that. Like, machines are clunky, but still they were very, like, in a digital, their kind of layout was more digital. The same way the fonts were very digital, like the way they are on your calculator right now, or like, the early, the matrix kind of font. So I was like, trying to bring out that consistency throughout. And and then the gadgets of that. So elaborate, like, that device that you spoke about. So in my film, there's a device where a person is healing. And I was like, and it's, so this guy is like, so the story, for people who don't know the story, this guy has been working on a spaceship for very long. So he basically sees his work as sort of a routine. So for me, the most important device of his, I wanted it to, even though it had a very different purpose, and I was like optimizing for that purpose, which was like healing people who are who are injured. But because he does it so regularly, I wanted it to look like a very clumsy vacuum cleaner with a very long cord that he's like, he has to wrap around his hand while doing it. Because I wanted to evoke that kind of, emotion he has with that device. So I was bringing in, like, so it started with that sensibility, but then I actually, whittled it down to what the character's relationship with the devices / my nostalgia. So it was like a mix max of like 3-4 things, but yeah, it's still like, because there was a consistency in the background, at least the design of it. So that's how I tried to do it. Like, yeah.
Interesting. Faith?
On my end, Chuma is very much grounded in almost present day Kenya. So a lot of what you see are things that would, completely fit in what we see in our world today. Because I wanted the film to be a bit of a discovery. Because when we start the film, we're not really sure if we're going to see any. If these aliens are real or not. So it's really a discovery that the audience goes on. But then it's very quickly established that, there are these, what the Kenya government believes to be extraterrestrial creatures that are roaming Kenya, and they've quickly had to develop technology that can distinguish them from Kenyans, because they look exactly the same. And so there's a gadget, which is, binoculars. And actually in my planning of the effects I would use, because I knew this is a film that I would self-fund, there's what I wanted to be able to do with the effects. And then there's what I had to scale back and realistically think, okay, great, kind of summarize the incredibly important effects that are going to sell it as a science fiction. And one of them was this pair of binoculars that they use to scan, and essentially it's supposed to, be, it reads body temperature, but I didn't want to do like the typical thermal, like, I don't want to mention brands, kind of like the FLIR image you see where, we've seen that so many times. So I just incorporated effects where, you see veins under the skin. So I did my best to go along that route, because I wanted it to be very believable that this could happen, now, or even in the next 5-10 years, where we discover that we have aliens amongst us. And it has potential to the alien race. Obviously, they have more powers than the Kenyans do, and that comes across in the film because of what they're able to do, which is more than the Kenyans can do. And in the feature film, when I develop it, when I do that, I will have proper funding to do all the effects that I want. But even then, I hope that I'll be able to keep everything grounded in reality, but then to kind of blossom and make that bigger.
So Faith, interesting. You're talking about the Kenyan perspective, and Arati as well, like second. But like, what you're talking about, the tropes, like everyone knows how a transporter works or different sci-fi, but you're trying to modify it. It seems like in a way that people in Kenya could identify as something Afrofuturism. So what examples do you have in your stories or your films that immediately makes it Afrofuturism centric? And also, Arati, what things really appeal in your film to someone who understands Indian culture, Indian bureaucracy, you know, things that happen, you immediately know that this is India in space type thing?
For my film, I'm always so conscious about writing and having my films be in the local languages. And in Chuma, we specifically use Swahili, which is a national language, which because in Kenya, everyone speaks English, which is the official language, Swahili, which is the national language. And then we all belong to different tribes, and some people can speak the tribal language, some people can't. But I always make sure that my characters express themselves in one of the native languages, because there's just a way that it becomes our story, and it's so sad when we're subtitling, because so much is lost in translation.
Yeah, so what's an example of that, where something immediately for someone from Kenya, immediately you understand and pick up that there's some Kenyan culture in the film from a science fiction point of view, versus just regular sci-fi movie out of Hollywood type thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that we use an actual real place where what I referenced earlier, where there's the water that flows uphill. I mean, we established that within the first 30 seconds. Apparently, the film opens with a journalist interviewing a very secretive government spokesperson, and she's obviously trying to dig out the truth. And so what they reference is actual facts. We do have a place in Kenya, called Kituluni Hill, where water flows uphill. And they suspect that the supernatural phenomenon that causes that is a portal, and it's where the aliens enter what they believe to be aliens. It's a doorway that they use to enter Kenya, and no one knows where they came from. No one knows what they want. But I'd say that immediately, as soon as you hear that, wow, this is our story, and the locations as well. We used actual places, and I mean the names for the location names at the actual location that we use, like Lukenya. It's a dry, arid area, which is literally right next to that place where the water flows uphill. And the whole story takes place in that area because they suspect that there's a whole backstory, and they suspect that some of the aliens are going to try and use the portal to get back to their home, and that's why that story takes place there. But basically, everything that, like the whole location, everything is very Kenyan, and the language as well. There's some things that just couldn't be translated. We go to the nearest, or the common denominator in what the expression is meant to convey. But I do know, and I've had Kenyans tell me, man, it's such a pity we couldn't. For instance, I'll give you an example. There's an interaction between one of the individuals who's suspected to be an alien and one of the police officers, and there's an insult. There's something he says to him that is typically an insult, but there's literally no translation in English for that. But when Kenyans watch it, the audiences will crack up. And then when we have international audiences watch it, it completely goes over their head. But at least we have that private moment where we enjoy our language in the context of something that, even though the international audience won't get that joke, they don't miss out. It's more like a private joke for us.
Yeah. So Arati, what's the similar examples?
Yeah, exactly. So for me, I was tapping into this whole rich mythological culture of demons, and which are called Rakshas in Indian mythology. And first of all, for me to let go of that word Rakshas itself, during translation was like, because we'd come up with demon, sapien, peace treaty, and we would translate that. But so these Rakshas are like the demons which are so much part of our regular culture. So I also wanted to. So there are a lot of in jokes. Like for example, there is one character called as Shurpanakha. So she's a female character in Indian mythology, and I felt that as like, it was like, of course we love our mythology, but of course it's also sexist, right? So she was a character who fell in love with the hero of one of the stories. So she was like treated very brutally, like she was mutilated, and like so it ended up starting a war. But I used to always go back and think, like, why is this character who is like actually finally expressing her sexuality is being treated so badly, like, and so in my film there's a very small joke that she is actually the pop star whose song the main actress listens to. So that's why I said the pop star Shurpnaga. So I just wanted to change these things. And there are a lot of other things, like, so there were a lot of small jokes where I was sort of like, questioning those things about that mythology. And I was also a little scared whether people will like it or not. But I think people just like, they were okay with it because it was all funny. And, for them also to reimagine these characters differently was nice. So for me, these were the small things that I really wish that if an international audience was seeing it, they would enjoy this a lot more, these layers. And there are a lot of these things. So yeah, those were the things that I really felt like, so yeah. And as far as tropes are concerned, we all want that whenever we are designing our film, we want to always create new images, because that's one of the joy of doing science fiction, is that you can give, add new images to the collective subconscious of the people. And that's always the goal, and that's always that we try to do with whatever you do, whatever you design, like, or even the frames you create, or like, situations you create. So these are all, science fiction at a basic level is a thought experiment. So you want to come up with newer thought experiments in every aspect, not just in terms of ideas, but also in terms of design and everything. So that's what I always aim to do. Sometimes we are successful, sometimes I end up like, for example, my iPad was nothing but just, the device that he was seeing his news stories was like just an iPad with a wooden thing around it. So sometimes you are not that innovative, but sometimes you try to be innovative. So it's like always it's a hit and miss, like all the time, but we try to be as unique as possible in our image creation. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Interesting. And then what so Faith, what inspirations did you draw upon when you're coming up with your world building? Like what other genres or actual real other books that you read about science?
I wouldn't say any books. I drew from, I love Star Wars. I mean, just enjoy the entire world. And also Firefly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it's actually quite interesting because the short film came after I'd already started working on the feature film. And when I decided to do the short film, I mean, it was kind of, tough deciding, what elements I'd pull from the feature to be into the short film. So what I ended up doing is the short film is an entirely different, it's almost like an origin story of what, actually happens in the feature, because the feature film takes place 15 years after what transpired in the short film. And the feature is very much based on, I think, or inspired by, I'd say, the world of Firefly.
Yeah, so I'm like really influenced by so I really consume a lot of sci-fi books, and for me, so I used to I consume a lot. Of course, I like all those Philip K. Dick and all the Western sci-fi authors. But what I've really started enjoying is the Eastern wave, which is Ted Chiang and Louis Zixun. And because I think for me personally, because this the social structure that we grow up in India, we are like so concerned, like we'll not do something for ambition, but we'll do it so that, my brother doesn't scold me. The whole, everything is because we are so much like connected with our family and we are so worried about it. So Eastern sci-fi really speaks to me in general. At the same time, so Ted Chiang is like one of my favorite writers, and I consume everything, like anything, even if he coughs, maybe I'll just consume it. Like I just love his work so much. And then there is there's a Spanish author called Borges, who is like, who is like, I really like Borges because he writes magical folklores, and he has mastered what is called as unreliable narrative, and I really like it, and maybe like something I want to explore in future, like the whole idea, because I think that's how folklores are written or spoken, that's how they travel. Like, if my grandmother is telling me a story of a ghost, I mean, I will believe it, but there's in the back of my head, I also feel that, oh, she's just making it up. And he does it so effectively in his stories that, like, you know, you're believing in those stories, but you're also doubting whether it's true or not. And that's something I really love it, like, you know. So these are the, besides that, film-wise, for my particular film, I like right from, of course, I'm a huge fan of 2001 Space Odyssey too. And that's why my spaceship, I really wanted colors inside the spaceship, because these days when you show a spaceship, they're all like, you know, white in color and like, you know, but I really wanted to have like colors that pop. And Moon was a very big reference for me. Moon was this was an indie sci-fi, but I really loved the design of the spaceship. And the thing that I was like, yeah, and since both the spaceships had very strong AI characters, like, you know, one had this Hal and one is this Gertie, like, you know, so, and I mean, of course, both of them were so well designed and they all have a philosophical reason for exist in the film. In my film, because I wanted to make it Indian and because I wanted it to make it more different. I mean, that I spoke yesterday that I tried to have a very middle class Indian man instead of an AI, you know, directing the spaceship, and that gave it a unique touch, like, you know, so something like that. So essentially, yeah, but I do reference a lot, but I also spend my time thinking, like, you know, I really consider those things. I mean, I go back to my story and see what is important for me and what is speaking to me, and I try to use it for my stories, like, you know, or create something that works for me. Yeah.
Interesting. So I know some of the similarities with what Faith just said and Arati in your film is like, you know, your narrative constructs, you know, how your characters interact with the technology. And maybe, I know Faith, you just mentioned Firefly, you know, it's well known with the whole set in almost a future dystopian Western world and how that technology becomes part of the story arc too. So if you guys can go into basically how your particular brand of science, a little bit retro in Arati's case, actually informs the dialogue and how you actually told the story.
Yeah, so in my case, I wanted like, you know, the gadgets and you know, so I wanted them to really coexist with the space. Like, so for me, if a gadget is like less touch screen and less, you know, automated, the person has to do every job. So if you see in my film, there's like first 10 minutes is just showing all the stuff that he does, right from switching on to switching off to like shredding of, you know, the papers that are, you know, that are wasted during the day or used during the day. So I wanted them to actually, I think it's beautiful. I think in general, it's very beautiful to see a person very absorbed in his task. And I think it's like, you know, and it's a good way for us to, for example, if I'm designed a system for the film and what happens, for me to show my character doing those tasks is always better than having a voiceover or having something else telling that this is what is happening. So for me, that interaction really helped, like, you know, create a sort of, and also it was, so there's one shot in the film, like where at the end of the day, he kind of, you know, discards the waste and everything is just falling off the space. And these are the belongings of all the people that came during the day. So there's so for me, that shot itself was good, like for the audience to see, like, you know, it was something that I was kind of planting in their head that this is what it is, like, you know, once you die, everything is just becomes, most of your things that you are holding on very dear to is actually falls off in the oblivion. So in fact, there's like, I'll just take a detour, there's a small joke that, like, you know, so when we were taking that shot and we wanted things to throw from the top, so we could take, and we were throwing on a green screen and eventually we would make it into the space. So I wanted to show really all the world belongings falling down, and like, you know, so I wanted to show that, like, I want a Louis Vuitton purse falling off, because we wanted to show that, like, even that you feel you're spending so much and then you're showing off is of zero consequences when your journey ends in this world, like, you know. And so there was this friend who had a very beautiful, you know, purse, and I was like, you know, I want that purse of yours, and she's like, but why do you want it? Like, I just want to throw it from the top. And she's like, ha ha ha, what a funny thing. Of course you can use it for your shoot, but we actually used it to throw it from the top. So, you know, that's sure, but it's not that very prominent when it came out. But that was the idea, that everything that's dear to you. So those were the things also that you want to plant, like, and that's why you want to show the processes and the gadgets that you can bring in your own ideas into it. So that was my guideline in general. Yeah.
I'd like to ask you ladies, this is a little different here, but where do you think science fiction film, these stories, where do you think these stories are going? You know, what do you see in the future as far as, you know, with your lens? Where do you think the majority of films in the science fiction context are going to be going?
Yeah, so I can speak a little. You want to say straight? You want to speak, or shall I say?
Sure. I mean, you've started speaking.
Yeah.
I'll just go after
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So for me, I just feel I can speak in context of India, where there was like really no science fiction stories in the mainstream media. Like our cinema we make, like, I think we are one of the biggest movie industry here. Like, you know, in Bollywood, it's so famous, but zero science fiction. But that's also because we were, I think, you know, so we are sort of now in a global village. Like, I have access to films made everywhere. So I think now that we are all, you know, ours is a generation that grew up watching, you know, Star Wars, or grew up watching all these films that came in, like, are in local channels. Like, you know, I mean, Terminator or Alien, we have seen it while growing up. So now it's a lot more part of our consciousness. So I think now when we'll be making films, we'll probably, you know, it'll be interesting mix of films that are from the West and stories from the West, but also sensibilities that are also local to us, you know. So I think it'll become more diverse, and it'll still be universal. So I think it's very promising. Like, I think we're in a great, you know, great time, like, you know, as far as science fiction is concerned.
I'd say in Kenya, and I mean, I'd even be so bold as to speak for Africa as a whole. It's really promising. I mean, we have I feel like we have a whole treasure trove of stories that haven't been told, and especially now that people can see that, you know, these effects that before were inaccessible because of just a lack of funding or lack of ability to be able to execute these cool, crazy effects that, you know, kind of go hand in hand with science fiction films. Now that, you know, people can, you know, do them from their laptops, or even there's some teenagers from Nigeria who are creating these really wonderful films on their cell phones. So I think there's so much potential. I'd say our challenge, because we're coming into this relatively, I mean, it's not late in the game, but we're coming in when there are a lot of conventions that have been established. I think one of the challenges will be finding our own identity and finding our own voice in creating worlds that are our own, that aren't always, you know, constantly. It's wonderful to pay homage to all these other films that have come before, but even as Arati said, it's wonderful to have all these things, but then we do have to do our own thing and create our own narratives and create our own effects and create our own worlds that are credible. But the long and short of it is, the future is so bright. It's so bright.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, guys, this was pretty good. I hope the community has enjoyed this. Let's try to get some questions. There hasn't been any, but if anyone out there has a question or two, we'll be happy to take it with the remaining minutes we have in our slot. Let me just ask, you guys already have talked about your favorite sci-fi. Is there one that's upcoming that you're looking forward to?
Oh gosh.
Wow.
I said, oh God.
All right. While they're thinking, I'll throw an easy one out. Arati, so during your talk yesterday, day one at the festival, you mentioned you designed your spaceship based upon an animal. If you can talk about that, how it's organic and how you came up with your design based upon biology.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so basically I was so I think when you design a spaceship film, it's always a huge responsibility how your spaceship will look. And there's like spaceship ranging from, like, of course, amazing Star Trek spaceships to, the spaceship from Dune, to spaceship from like so many places. So I was thinking what unique I can do with the extremely limited budget I have. So I knew that I was maybe micro level details was something I might not be able to, execute based on my budget. But a macro level, I could give them a mechanism that might just, work for us. So, I mean, I was looking at nature, what's the best mechanism of self-propelling, organisms. And I really like jellyfish because I love how they go. And I thought there's some poetry in how they move and how they do it. And I really wanted to bring it here, and also because in my film there's this idea that it's not the only spaceship, but there are many such spaceships doing the same task. So I just love that idea that there are multiple jellyfish where we are actually ending up being so that's how then we translated it into, like, I sat with my designer and then we sketched it how to make it more mechanical, and what would be the sound of it, and what would be the what would be the implication of that in the inside and the mechanisms inside. So yeah, so it started from there, and I think, and then suddenly it informed, like, till the in the like yeah, it was informing the interiors also. So I thought it was like, and it was informing the sound design as well. So yeah, so it started from there. Yeah.
So Faith, so one of the things that happens a lot in sci-fi films is you get a lot of your fans who actually are so into your world, they try to figure out how your world can be extended. So has that happened? Like, for example, like so much of what Elon Musk does is he's always siphoning ideas from popular science fiction stories and just makes it a reality. So what can be taken from your stories that's a super fan could actually really pick up on, you think is realistic and should actually be made?
I think if we explore the idea I have for the feature, because I incorporate a lot of history in a lot of his historical events, actual events that have happened, that according to our forefathers or our elders, a lot of it has been chalked up to these supernatural explanations or events for why one of these things happen. And I think that has potential, for people to really latch on, when you're taking a historical event and you're actually, turning it on its head and saying, actually, you guys think this happened, but this, and then you fuse it with the little bit of the science fiction. This is actually what was going on, and that's why this happened. And I think there's potential for people to to really latch on to that and to go crazy with that that idea of your history is not what you've always thought it is, but there's a different explanation.
Okay. There's our last response. Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question from the audience.
Oh, question for Faith. What inspired her to make a sci-fi film as opposed to a different genre? Were there any challenges making a sci-fi film in Kenya?
Wow, yes. So what inspired me is I've always been a science fiction. I've always, loved science fiction. And, up until recently, I didn't realize I'd kind of put limitations on myself. Thinking, I couldn't, this is something that I can't do, these effects, I just couldn't sell it. Up recently, I think 2 years ago, I got a laptop that, with an incredible processor, and I realized, oh my goodness, I just have a whole really incredible editing suite. I can finally make this genre that I love. So that's why I ventured into science fiction finally, because it became something that's accessible. And yes, there's so many challenges in making a science fiction film in Kenya, especially when it came to casting. or even getting the crew, trying to, get people on board, because I immediately start pitching, telling them, well, I'm making this, science fiction, the aliens in Kenya, and immediately I'd see the eyes glaze over and people kind of like, just lose interest and switch off. So that was tough, getting people on board, because I really needed people who would sign in and actually buy into my vision and trust me, because I was doing something that hadn't been done before. So I'd say that was the biggest challenge, and also obviously financing, which at the end of the day I just decided I'm gonna save up and fund it. Other than that, filming challenges we were filming in a really remote location, and that was tough. To get catering and for transport and that kind of thing. But I mean, those are challenges you can work around. Yes.
There was one more. What was that last question? When the little girl disappeared just before her dad was shot, are you planning to bring her back as an adult or continue in current time? Now, where is this question coming from? Hank Lang?
Oh, that's my I call him my American dad, Hank. So thanks, Hank. Hey, Hank and Inch and Joy who are watching. So the short film is, as I mentioned, I mean, it's an origin story, and the feature basically picks up when the girl is an adult. So Hank, I do plan on bringing her back. I mean, the entire feature, whatever I do with the story is about her life, and I won't say any more than that because then it's gonna give away a lot.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, with that said, do you have one wrap up, Arati? You have something you like?
I'm just so happy that I'm doing this, and I was just messaging someone that I wish I was here. I actually, I could actually meet Faith and actually jam with her, because you're the first female sci-fi, geek I've met, and like someone from Africa. So I was just regretting that because of this COVID lockdown, I'm not being able to physically meet all these cool people. So I wish we could all meet. Yeah. So that's my thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. Whoa, what was that? So, ladies, thank you so much for making science fiction. You have no idea how it is uber important that your contributions be recognized. They're both excellent pieces, one being a short, one being a feature. And I can assure you that you will have the ability to make more of these films. The momentum is there. The outlook, you've heard it from so many other people today and yesterday, that the future is wide open for the genre. The opportunities are there to put your best foot forward, and things are going to work out. You're going to be able to get to make some of these films, some more films. That's coming. So it's up to you, which I hope it's not taking 2 or 3 years to make a film, but you do it in a year or less. That's my hope. Get out as many as you can and enjoy them. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Tomorrow we have a lot going on, and you'll be able to do some contributions, or if not, comment on the men talking about science fiction. All right?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay. We're going to have a 5-minute on this prov. A lot of folks need to have bio break, and we have to get a few things together. There are people who are trying to log in for the next set. It's going to be a real dynamic one. The next set is going to be shorts, where we will be speaking with the folks from Good Genes, I Listen, Everlasting, and perhaps a few more. This will probably be another hour, close to an hour slot, maybe less. typically should be a half hour, but we'll see how long it lasts. We'll go no more than 40 minutes, depending on the Q&A. So right now we're going to have a little break, and let's see.
Sometimes you look outside.
Upcoming film.
A storm coming. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. You're just a witness to whatever's coming your way. But it's never the heart of the storm that matters. It's the heart of the people inside the storm.
Weapons free. Fire at will.
And I have to tell you guys,
that was amazing.
I have to tell you guys that yours truly was part of that production. And,
yeah, I remember when you missed one of our meetings because you said you were somewhere off. Then later on, you told us it was this.
Yeah, I had the absolute joy to be part of the production, and I worked on sound and a couple other tiny things. So it was really cool. All right, so where we're going now is, oh man. All right, guys, 5 minutes. Be back in 5 minutes. Okay, that was All India Radio, another one of their masterpieces. That actually won Best Music Video last season. Anja's Eternal Light is the name of the song. And the video component you witnessed was from the famous movie called Star Crash. Star Crash was a response, one of the films during the 70s that was a response to Star Wars. Star Wars, as everybody knows, back in the late 70s was an immense blockbuster that was in the theaters for, I think it was in the theaters for over 2 years at the time. And it did so well and blew all charts out of the water that a lot of the budget, a lot of the big movie houses started producing TV shows and movies that were somewhat similar in context and in visual effects. Star Crash being one of them, which is a theatrical production, and another one that you may, that mostly everybody I'm sure is familiar with, and that is the original Battlestar Galactica TV series, which does have a movie component. There are actually two movie components to Battlestar Galactica. That were original films, and we featured that last season as well. Any case, we have a heck of a lineup here, and we're really going to we're going to be pushing the system. We're going to be pushing the system with the number of people who have showed up today here. And let's see if with our list, we have the folks from Good Genes. We have the folks from Everlasting and I Listen. And we're limited to the number of people that we can have on this, folks. You have to realize that. We can only have 6 people. There's a Michael Fry. Is Michael Fry here? He's not here? Uh-oh. Okay. Well, David, how are you doing, David?
Fantastic.
Great. You look familiar, David. We have Anne-Marie.
Oh, thank you.
Anne-Marie.
Hi.
Anne-Marie, you are the creator of I Listen?
Yes.
Oh, man. You got a new friend here. You're bold.
Thanks.
Bold. And we also have Sham. How do you pronounce your last name, Sham?
Shamapande. Nice to meet you.
Shamapande. Awesome.
Don't try it. Just go with Shom.
I can't see the whole thing. That's why I'm asking. Shamapande and Michael Fry, which I don't know where Michael Fry is, but he is from the movie Good Genes. We don't have a photo from him yet. We're losing video from a lot of people. What's going on here? All right, well, they'll come back. They'll come back.
Yay.
All right. So thanks so much for coming, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah. And let's see here. Michael. Hello. Hello, Michael. I don't know what's happened. Hopefully folks aren't having difficulties. We did have an outage earlier. But in any case, guys, I must tell you, I really enjoyed your films. I enjoyed everybody who was represented. Good Genes, we really enjoyed that. I had the lovely opportunity of meeting the folks from Good Genes at the Boston Sci-Fi Festival. Our Everlasting is an awesome film. I guess they dropped off. I don't know what happened to them, but I think Michael. Hey, Michael, can you hear us?
How are you? Hi. I can. You're coming in and out, though.
Okay. If you could bump the resolution of your camera down, if it's too high, put it to 720 because our system doesn't go beyond 720. So make sure you're not pumping out more than what you can take. Yeah. And And guys, I also have to mention, I listen. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head when that was submitted, but I can definitely tell you the time that I watched it. And when I did watch it, I usually watched them before all of the other judges
That's so good.
because I'm the one that administrates what. And I can tell you that when I watched I Listen, I reached out to everybody and I said, folks, you must watch this film right now. I'll wait on the other end of the line.
So it's actually top of mind for me because I wasn't a judge on I Listen, but since I was on the panel today, Troy just sent me the link today to watch it, and it just blew me away. That's all I did. That's the last thing I just did is watch your movie.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. That's super nice.
Holy smokes! Exactly.
Let me see if I can do it on my computer.
And we have Liz too. Hi, Liz.
Hi, Liz. Yeah, we have Liz, and we have David Fine. Liz and David Fine are
on. What?
Hello. What?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
I can hardly hear you guys. It's like Google gobble.
Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you on a data connection?
I should be on Wi-Fi. I'm at home in the basement. You know, quarantine.
Wi-Fi is a little bit slow. You have a problem with Wi-Fi.
Oh, you know why? My son's a gamer. Can you ask Misha to turn his computer off? He's taking all the bandwidth. I'm so sorry. He's 21 and that's all he does now.
No, I'll give you a little.
Is game. He's got one of these.
No, it's okay.
Supercomputers that he's built. You know.
The secret to it, Michael, is your router. Okay, you have the router prioritize your packets, so you can prioritize the packets of the devices of your choice if you are able to configure it that way.
Okay, well, here, I'm gonna go to my laptop. If you guys can hear me, can you hear me clearly?
So Michael, you know, the easiest way to do all that, what Troy just mentioned, is if you have a Ethernet cable, if you can plug in directly to your router, then I'll prioritize your connection over your son's immediately.
There you go.
Okay, then I've got to go up to the boys' room. Okay, here, I'm going to try to go up. The router's upstairs. I'm going to go up to, what a beautiful baby. I'm going to go up to the junkies' room in the house, and you guys can make fun of me, okay? I'll be back.
Okay. We have everybody in the room. I don't know what happened to Sham. He dropped off. I don't know what happened. In any case, he'll come back.
I know that there are some of our people who are trying to get the link because the emails that we got had a WhatsApp link to a voice chat, but it didn't, as far as I could see, did not have a connection to this. What? I gotta plug into the Ethernet.
I'm gonna have to.
Can you help me?
Okay, so you have a good night, sweetie. Have a good night. This is my number one judge. Guys, so tell us, while we have you here, what was the inspiration behind I Listen? And Anne-Marie, you know, you can tell everybody not to talk, you're running your production. But yeah, I'm going to ask you, Anne-Marie, you know, you're the director that made this. So this was not through the lens of a male. This was through the lens of a woman.
Yep.
All I can tell you is fabulous job. So
thanks.
please continue. What was the inspiration? I hope it was not something that you experienced.
Actually, no, it wasn't. I was having a conversation with my brothers. We were home for like a holiday, and I have 5 brothers, and we were having a conversation, and they were talking about robots taking over for jobs. They're like, oh, robots are going to take over and come over to your house and cook your food and do all this stuff. And they were talking about it like it was the greatest thing in the world. Like they were all excited for robots to do everything. And I was like, are you guys crazy? I'm like, yeah, it'll be good for some things, but people are going to get carried away. And everyone's obsessed with sex robots. So I was just like, I got to do something about it. And I wrote this and I was like, oh, I have to shoot it. Then I found everybody to help me do it. And we all just did it. And it was so much fun. It was such a blast. And I got to work with a bunch of people that I just love. And we had such a good time. And it was amazing. Like, I'm so happy I did it. And I'm so happy I got to do it with Liz and Dave and everybody.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm sure when the production itself, you guys had a blast in the production. I'm certain of that. You had a good
So much
time.
fun.
And how many days did it take to shoot?
We did it in about, altogether, it was 2.5 days. And then we did a half day of pickups. So about 3 days.
Okay, that's almost a 48-hour film production, which is great. That's fantastic for a short film like
It was
this.
pretty interesting how even like the mechanics of the e-commerce, you know, was pretty accurate. It was very realistic. You know, the upselling, you know, product differentiation, even like putting the credit card in, it has to wait a while for the chip to be read. And the chip reader built in.
Yeah, thanks. I know. I feel like those chip readers always take forever, especially when you want to go fast, you know? So good.
So reliant on technology. Yeah.
Yeah. And then how you have to keep adding on. Like you buy one thing and you're like, and now you have to get this to make this work, and this to make this work, and this to make this work. And I just wanted to exaggerate that.
Wow.
Yeah, it felt real to me.
David, did you already know Anne Marie?
I did, yeah.
Okay. So you were willing.
We've known each other. Oh yeah, I would have been willing anyway. I mean, once you told me the idea, I was just like, yeah, it's like my life anyway, so let's do it.
The hardest part with working with Dave was like, Dave, you don't need to take your pants off right now. I'm like, Dave, put your pants back. That would seem weird if people haven't seen the movie. Someone just logged on.
Well, I'm not wearing any right now, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not wearing any right now.
Hey, there's the guys. There's Jessica and hey, how you doing, Treble? The guys from Good Genes. Awesome.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, good.
Very good, very good. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. It was great meeting you in Bostonian. Awesome.
Definitely.
Awesome.
We had a great time in Boston. Yeah.
Yes. Let's start off a little bit now. If you guys at Good Genes, tell us a little bit, Triple, tell us a little bit about the film, and please share with me your trailer, because I want to please just post a link so it makes it real easy for me to just grab it and put it up here. I'd like to share the trailer, so for both films, so we can talk a little bit more clearly about them. And it is it's after 7 o'clock, so I already made an announcement regarding that time that it's not kid friendly anymore.
So Good Genes
Yes, go
is
ahead.
it's kind of an Afro-futuristic tale about a young queer Black woman who's trying to break into the fashion industry and slowly finding out that everything is not what it seems to be. Her deadbeat father comes back with some big news, some big revelation.
That's Michael Fry.
And she has to basically save the world. That's Michael Fry doing the bad thing on the live stream and also in the movie.
Wow.
This is Welliver. She was the director of G.
What's up, y'all? Good to see some virtual faces today.
Hello.
Yes,
I want to see.
yes.
I listen. It sounds cool. I was trying to find some info about you guys online.
Yeah, we're gonna show both
Sounds
trailers. I've got to make sure that I can add the stream. Oh, I can. Good. Look at this. Okay, so let's watch this first trailer.
You show that for your daddy? He ain't been a daddy to nobody. Did you show anybody my shoe design? From a fifth-dimensional form. Black Lives Matter! An African alien diaspora. We gotta move this body right now. Motherfucker! It's your gene. Yes, officer. Imagine flames you shit. Moving at the speed of light. It's gonna take a woman like you. Have you lost your mind? You stole my designs and gave them to Iggy in the design lab. A woman like you. I didn't steal your design. Then who the fuck did? What the fuck was that? A woman like you. A woman like you. A woman like you. A woman like you.
Whoa.
That's great.
Whoa. Not to forget, I'm just going to throw the first question out. You're going to have to talk about the backstory, because it seemed like the backstory is either taking an alternate universe or just a different time altogether, which I think is really cool. And then we're going to, so keep that thought there. We're going to then go to the trailer for I Listen. One moment. So many trailers here. Everybody's so quiet.
What camera did you guys shoot that on, the Good Genes team, if you don't mind me asking? It was beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, it looked amazing.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, I think it was like a red dragon.
Oh, of course. Okay, that makes sense.
Here we go.
The new eyesight robot fulfills your every desire.
Pancakes?
Take me. Take her.
Hold on!
Oh boy.
Okay.
That ending on
gosh,
that
it's so funny.
infomercial is amazing.
That's just on. All I can say is that I just couldn't stop laughing.
Thanks.
Guys, first of all, let's go back to Good Genes. Good Genes, tell us when is your short set in an alternate time or in the future? Because there was a lot of play on clothing design, and it seemed like it was in a different time frame. And there's a great backstory.
Yeah, so I guess
there's a great backstory, because Tribble, you're like an art designer or something like that in your job. So you're having there's something going on in the background with your life that that's going on. And of course, let me get this right. This is considered a web series.
Yeah, this is a web series. Yeah.
I kind of took it more as a Rick and Morty type thing, where they're finding the right reality that they're existing, but it's all the same time frame.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. I don't think that we did play with in the futuristicness of it all. It does exist in a time, but the bigger focus is that exists in some alternate universe or some a different time, but not necessarily in the future, So yeah, and Rick and Morty was a great source of inspiration. It's one of my favorite shows, and it does have the potential to have that grandpa apprentice adventure type of storyline to it. But the backstory is basically my character Taylor is a young fashion intern, and she designs wearable technology. She's looking to do something really futuristic with with fashion. That's what she's into, but she has this gift for science. And so her deadbeat dad comes back from, some place. We don't know where he's been. As the series goes on, and they have to kind of, they figure out in the series that they have, despite whatever they don't know, and they'll learn more as they go on, to save the world from this. It's a global pandemic that is devastating the multiverse. You hear that in the web series, probably in Erie, COVID-19.
Very.
But yeah, the idea is that a multiverse exists, and there are a bunch of different spaces where these people exist in at the same time, but in different places in the multiverse. Mike, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Hello, guys. Thanks for your patience with the connection. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of the backstory. I mean, her father, Sirius, has been being abducted all of his life, so there was kind of a blank space for us in terms of some of our heroes, like some of our either African American, LGBTQIA, or other minority heroes having a space, to kind of express themselves and actually be able to save the world. So really what this is representing for us, I think on a big scale, is that, anyone can save the world. Anyone can be the hero that saves the world from destruction, not just, and I have no problem with white male heroes. Love them. Been there, done that. Marvel, grew up with it, love it. But also to include everyone in that conversation. So in terms of backstory, Sirius has been being abducted since he was a child in the ghetto, but you never really hear that story of a little black kid who's been abducted, right? And so what's been happening is he's been being crossbred with different alien species. And so by the time Taylor's mother and he conceive, and she's been being abducted, the mother, by the time they conceive her, she becomes like this ultimate hybrid of like all of these species from different dimensions. So when Silax hits, this virus hits, that's a multi-dimensional virus, and it's just touched down on Earth as we're starting the series. She's the cure. So her actual DNA is the cure for the virus. That's why everyone's going to be coming from all these different multiverses to get her, because she's valuable.
Is it me, or are there just a lot more pandemic style, virus style movies that have been made last year before this thing came?
Art mimics reality.
This season I'm hearing more virus films, pandemic type stuff than we've had in years. And this is before Corona hit the scene.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. I knew it was coming.
I think we're tapped in, I mean, I think that, if you're open, and you're receiving this kind of stuff, then you kind of know something's coming, and if you're making the earth sick, right? I'm not going to get into a whole thing about Corona, but if you're making the earth sick and it's sick, then its inhabitants have to be sick.
Okay. Back onto I Listen here. So, tell us a little bit more about the process that you went through as far as casting. It was, did you also know Liz Goodwin? Liz, you look familiar. Are you also in other productions? You seem a little familiar.
Not recently. I haven't really been doing too much since about 2016, 2017. I met Anne by happenstance. I met somebody who was supposed to be working on this project originally, but ended up having a scheduling conflict, and reached out to Anne, and we hit it off on the first day that we started shooting. And when I read the script, I immediately understood the message she was trying to send, and I was all on board. I couldn't have been more supportive of her vision. And I'm really excited about how it's turned out, because it's far exceeded my expectations.
Oh, thanks, Liz. Yeah, it was amazing working with you too. And I knew Dave from stand-up comedy, and I knew Kate from stand-up comedy, Kate Quigley. And I was like, I need Kate Quigley to be the sex doll. Like, I was like, she is the sex doll because she's so funny and she did such a good job. It was like everything. I was like, oh my God, you're so good. And then
So wait a second. So you guys, when you say stand-up comedy, were you guys performing stand-up comedy, or what's going on?
oh yeah, we all do stand up in LA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Price.
And Peter Moore too. Peter Moore, he's a stand up. I knew him.
Yeah.
I was dying. He was so good.
No, good job, guys. So you're all based out of LA, the LA area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. We've got a question Prav has for Good Gene folks. You had an amazing number of VFX shots. How did you work so many into a short?
Hannah.
I just wanted to say that we're in LA too.
People.
Yeah, and I'm
LA
too. So I really
That's right.
that was really dope.
LA in the
Try to
house.
ring him toes.
I'm in Chicago.
You're hilarious anyway. It's funny.
So as far as VFX, I've done a few shorts with VFX, and I think the biggest thing, no matter where effect to be, is to get a plate and to get multiple plate shots if you need them. Because if you work with a good designer, can sort of make anything happen if they have like those assets from being on set. Something that we really made time for when we were filming. We filmed for 5 days, and we had to get certain plate shots for the certain effects that we and Zach Moore was my VFX guy, and I've worked with him since he's
Awesome.
amazing. And what's cool about working with those artists too is that they really help design like the culture of the show. And it's always a really fun process to like send them a lookbook, send them what you want, and then see how they sort of do like huge aesthetic of the piece. So yeah, just plate shot designers, you know.
Okay.
I can't say enough good about Zach. He's awesome.
So the next set of questions is for you guys. What were some of the challenges in your productions?
Is this for everybody?
Anne Marie.
Well, I had my son running around, so I had to get a babysitter to get him out of there. I was like, I can't shoot a movie about sex robots with my little son running around. So I had to make it a closed set and kick my son out of the house. Huh? Yeah, I get arrested. Exactly. But everything went really well. Like I worked with people that I'm close with and I get along really well with. So everything went pretty smoothly that I can remember. And I might just be like blocking out the bad stuff. Like it never happened.
Okay. How about you guys, Michael?
Some of the challenges. Number one, because we had, Hannah and her team, I think the challenges were lessened from other things that I've done. But one of the things that I found to be a little bit challenging was some of the what we call non-stunts, because we didn't do officially any stunts, but there were a few things that had to be done that required a little bit of athleticism and safety. And thank God for a tight crew. So like things that you might not normally do, like jump back and be caught by people, things like that.
Right.
I, as an actor, and creator, writer, actor, had not really experienced that. I do yoga and Tai Chi and all of that. So I have a Great Dane who doesn't necessarily know that he's not the star of everything. So that's him. His name's Sky. So that was a little bit challenging. But other than that, I just had a shitload of fun. The weather, we're in Chicago, and so we shot in December, and it was freezing outside. But I don't know, Hannah and Trib.
Yeah, I would would say, I think a big thing for me was that we had pretty, well, based on how much money we had, and each puzzle piece trying to figure out like how much time you can afford to be in certain locations, and then also getting locations that fit the story. It's just like a whole puzzle of like how much money do you have for production design, for so I think when I first got the script, that was like a big challenge, was just like really mapping the whole thing out because it is so ambitious. But yeah, it was cold as hell.
It was freezing.
It was really cold.
We had a lot of outside shots.
Yeah.
In Chicago.
What month was this? It was
Yeah,
shot
it was
in Chicago.
December.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was minus 32 degrees.
But normal stuff, I would say. Normal stuff, like late, like lots of extras, like a toilet like not working, like all the things happened that usually happen on those bigger sets. But I don't know. We got everything done. I mean, we didn't have to do really too many. We didn't have to do any reshoots. I think I got some pickups, like B-roll stuff. So it was cool.
Awesome. The next question I have, let me make sure. Hold on. Dave and Liz, did you improv some scenes on set? Oh, see, yeah. Prav is asking if you worked on a comedy show together before the short. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question here. How well were your films received? How well have the films been received so far?
My film, I think people think it's hilarious. I think a lot of people are like, "Oh, am I allowed to like this?" Like that's what I feel like a lot of people are. And if they get rid of that, they're like, "Oh, this is really funny," and it has like a message, even though it's about sex robots. So I think the first reaction is people not sure if they're allowed to like it.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And running a festival, I can tell you right now, we get a lot of bizarre content.
I bet.
There's always a special question. Can we really show this? Because some things that we get are so beyond of that we cannot publicly screen it. We probably get in trouble for publicly screening. Some of the stuff that so we
now I really want to watch all those that you're
right.
I can tell you, there was a movie, and I'll give you a little here. There was a film that we received called what was it called? It was a movie about Pinocchio. It was set in France.
Okay, I already get it.
That's amazing.
Go.
Yeah.
Go, please.
Very dark film, reimagined Pinocchio, but Pinocchio was actually a midget, and the guy that built him, Giuseppe, whatever the name was, Giuseppe, he was a pedophile, and it's this absolute bizarre twist where this pedophile thinks he has a little boy, but it's really a midget.
Oh my gosh.
Was dressed up as Pinocchio, sent to him in order to steal the drug money that he owed his drug.
Oh my God!
Talking about it.
I know.
The original Pinocchio story.
To show that
sounds brilliant.
It was a very fantastical design set out of Wizard of Oz.
Wow. And you couldn't show it.
Tripping hard.
And we showed it after 10 o'clock at night.
After hours.
Yeah,
Is that on Laserdisc?
It actually was.
From Redbox.
Really bizarre stuff.
Amazing.
I'm gonna have nightmares like for the rest of the week on that one.
Art that
I'm gonna have great dreams.
It's art. So it's really crazy stuff and very funny. The way it ended, just absolutely bizarre, not of this world. And the conscious, there was a little conscious character that would pop up that looked like Tinkerbell, but it was a guy, and it looked a lot like Vanilla Ice, but he was
Jiminy Cricket is Vanilla Ice.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Oh, now I gotta see it though.
In this movie, it'll never.
Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So as far as the films, how many festivals have you guys been in? I listen. How many festivals have Good Genes been in? The world wants to know. How well are you doing?
6.
We just started
6,
submitting.
7?
Oh.
Sorry, yeah, we've been in 6 festivals. The last question you asked was if it's been well received, and we've actually won an award at each festival we've screened at so far.
Yeah.
So it's been
Yay.
pretty good. Well,
Yeah.
It's been fun. We won Boston Sci-Fi Film Festival. That was a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
I was there.
That's where I've seen you before.
I saw the award. I saw the.
That's where I've seen you before.
Yeah, we met. We met there.
We did. Greetings.
And we just started submitting. You were actually the first festival I think I submitted to, one of the first ones, and you're the first one. And we got into Houston Comedy Film Festival, Portland Comedy Film Festival, and we've just started. So you're the start of our journey, and we're super excited about it.
Well,
congratulations!
Thanks, you guys too.
Two things. Do know that when you've got a winner, when you have a winning film is going. And when I say winning, do realize that winning doesn't just mean winning a prize, because being selected in a festival is also the first prize. That's the first prize. It's not like you send it and a matter of you just having a complete application that you get in. No, the film is competing against hundreds, if not thousands, of other films.
Yeah.
So the mere fact that you get in is like making it to an NBA league game, making it to an NBA team, because there are a lot of people who are competing for the same spot. So you always celebrate every single selection. Celebrate it as if you won, because there are many others that don't. There are many that do not make it, and it's not necessarily the fact that they may be better or worse films. A lot of the films that are good, there just aren't enough slots. So there's a special magic behind some of this stuff. There really is.
And I forgot to mention one more thing. We found out today that for the Houston Comedy Film Festival, that Liz got nominated as one of the finalists for Best Actress. And our film got nominated for one of the finalists of Best Comedy Film. So that was nice. Yeah.
I don't want to give it away, but yeah, there's a real funny scene between you and your mom, Liz. That
I'm the mom.
That's Anne.
I play the mom.
Yeah.
You dressed up. Oh my goodness! You're made. Oh, that's good. That's gonna. I watched the film like 2 or 3 times.
But, and many other ones, yeah.
But
yes,
that's really good. You did a good job, Anne-Marie. I did not know that was you.
Oh, thanks.
It's amazing.
You dressed up to look like her mom. And
that's me without makeup. It's an old lady.
I haven't even seen it. I laughed. Yeah.
Thanks.
But to finish what I was saying, my point is that a film that gets into festivals, a winning film, the average lifetime of a winning film is 2 years, 2-year festival run. Be prepared for that. Winning film easily can run 2 years worth of festivals. Of course, in this pandemic, things are, who knows what the future.
Right.
But that means as you continue to submit by taking advantage of the early submissions, because early submissions keeps the price down. That's the strategic advantage of that. You can submit to 10 films for the price of 3, depending on the timing that you do this. So that increases your chances of getting in festivals. But by taking advantage of these things, and of course, attending festivals is a really big deal, because one, you're marketing the film. That's your only true, real opportunity to sell your film. And we're not talking about just selling DVDs or things like that, but you could have shirts or mugs, all of these types of things, or buttons, for example. We have people that are buying the Sci-Fi Miami buttons. This is a really good thing, because for every button that you buy, this will cost you $1. You can sell it for $5.
Merchandising.
A lot of festivals learn this.
Pay for your submission in that.
You can make big bucks in merchandising. So take all of that into consideration. My last question to you guys, because we are on our time and we have to make sure. Did we get any questions? We have one more question, and then I have a final question, and that is, did you tailor the plot to appeal to sneakerheads specifically?
I think that I love sneakerheads. My son's a sneakerhead; he collects. But we, when we came up with the idea of Taylor being a clothing designer, a wired clothing designer, the shoes just came into mind. I know Trib, am I correct, Trib, in saying that you do enjoy collecting sneakers? Am I right about that, or am I wrong?
No, that's incorrect. I enjoy buying shoes that are on sale, and a lot of times those shoes are sneakers.
Well, I'm incorrect about that, and many other things. But it was just the idea to me that the shoes would be something that would appeal to our audience. I wasn't targeting sneakerheads, but we were targeting a certain demographic that pays close attention to the shoes on their feet, and that I think defies age, because when I was growing up, and I'm 53, when I was growing up, I loved sneakers. They didn't call us sneakerheads, but we had the ponies and the new Nikes and the whole thing. So I think that it's a cross-generational appeal that we were going for, that people, men, women, everybody loves shoes. And so we wanted to magnify that and say that would be something that someone would actually kill someone for, because in the show, at the Kids' Choice Awards, a rapper named Black Angel gets shot while he's wearing the shoes. So that's the answer to the shoe question.
Wow. Yeah, I can tell you, I can recall the days. I grew up in New York City, and I can recall the days where a lot of people, they would steal their hats, glasses, their gold rope chains, sneakers.
Oh yeah,
on a regular basis.
And don't ride the subway with that on.
And no one, and people weren't running around shooting each other. They're just beating each other up.
No, yeah, you didn't kill people back then. Not for that.
People didn't die over stuff like that, like they do today. It was a much more civilized time. You just were beaten up.
Well, that was pre-crack, man. We don't want to get geopolitical in this mug, but that was the pre-introduction to crack cocaine. But anyway, go on.
Yeah. So, and some people think that we're actually going back to those days because of this pandemic. People think that things are going to change radically in our society because of this, but I don't want to get into all of that, because that's a different radio show. So let's the last question, because we are close on time now. This is our last question, and that is, what's next? What's next, Anne-Marie?
I'm working on some pilots. I have three comedy pilots that I'm working on, and one is a kind of a sci-fi comedy, and then the other two are just funny comedies. That's what I like to do.
With that said, Anne-Marie, I highly, highly, highly suggest sci-fi anything. Of course, sci-fi comedies. There are not that many sci-fi comedies.
Yeah.
Because the reason why is because they're much more difficult to make. They're much more difficult to make because most folks see sci-fi as ridiculous. A lot of people just don't believe it, as if, what is there to believe? It's science. I think, yes, it might be a challenge, but I think it will exhibit a higher payoff, close to sci-fi horror payoff, if you're able to accomplish it, because that's just where the momentum is. That's where
I
the,
love.
that's where the originality, the demand for original content is. So I stress to continue doing that. And how about you, David? I'm sorry, I'm not really engaging David enough with his hilarious scenes being too small next to Liz and not strong enough next to Liz when she moved that box that came in.
No, I'm used to being, small next to women, so it's cool.
But the way it was played out in I Listen was just so freaking hilarious for people who catch it. It was a job well done. But what's next for you, Dave? What's going on?
Just continuing stand-up comedy, doing the TikToks for the youths, and rocking it out wherever I can get screen time and attention.
Okay. And Liz?
So I'm working on a couple personal projects, writing a couple shorts myself, a little bit more of the rom-com genre. I haven't really figured out comedy writing. That's definitely a whole nother playground for me to explore. But yeah, just kind of right now I'm doing a lot of housework and a lot of yard work, but that's while I'm taking a step back and trying to take a break from my work, because now I've got no choice but to do my work.
Right. We're hearing a lot of that these days.
Yeah,
and,
it's good.
And Hannah?
Yeah, dessert. I just had dinner. I'm gonna have dessert now.
Hilarious.
Can't beat that.
Hey,
I'm with you.
Drop the mic.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm writing some stuff. I have a feature film, and I have a sci-fi short film that we are super close to being done. The Inside Out Festival in Toronto, and there's a couple other festivals that short might get into, or that other festivals that short might get into. But yeah, that's like a post-apocalyptic kind of like sci-fi thing about people who can't leave their house out of fear. So also very relevant. But so there's a few irons in the fire.
Deep. How about you, Michael?
I'm currently developing an hour drama series with Damon John, hate-based hour drama series.
Hate-based. Wow.
Yes.
Any sci-fi in it?
In that one, no, but I've got a project that I'm finishing right now with Population Media Center called Harlem Code that takes place in New York about a tech incubator for teens that really is actually developing technology to use in order to save the community, both from gang members and police and the environmental assaults that are going on. So it's kind of like our teenagers, not just Black and Latinx, but Black, Latinx, and everyone are able to finally develop their own technologies and kind of fight the man. So that's for Hulu. Well, it's for Population Media, who has a deal at Hulu.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's awesome. That's really good news, guys. I really like what I'm hearing. Keep at it. Prav has one piece here. Actually, he says he has two things, and then we got to cut it. But that he was in Miami around the Super Bowl time. He was asking if you were in Miami around the Super Bowl time for the Ravens startup pitch. Prav asked you that, Michael.
No, I was not.
Okay. And Anne-Marie, Prav says the final scene in I Listen makes a powerful counterpoint. Not wanting to share spoilers, but it's worth watching it over and over and over for the final scene.
Oh, that's so nice. Thanks.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. There's a message, which, I'm sure
I want to see it
about this, but science fiction teaches us, how not to make mistakes. It shows us the mistakes, and we learn from watching these films instead of doing it. And that is one thing that you eloquently prove. And Dave Fine is the epitome result
Thank you.
Oh, well, Dave. Oh, so well, man. This needs to be 101 for a lot of the guys I know growing up.
I know. That's funny.
Thank you.
Well, listen, that's what we have for now. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely,
you.
Michael Tribble.
Thank you.
And thanks for fighting to stay online, and I'm happy that you guys were able to get through. And have a great, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you're able to join us again tomorrow. Tomorrow we have it's a half day tomorrow, so it's not going to run to 12 or 13 hours like the clock is today. I can't believe I've been talking that long. But, you'll want to be part of the celebrations, because tomorrow is half of tomorrow is about celebration. So we'd like for everybody to be present during the celebration, which starts. You'll get the emails with the schedule on this.
Okay.
All right.
And thanks so much for doing this.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for putting it online. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Be safe.
Everybody.
Bye.
I
Bye,
listen.
everyone. Bye. Nice to meet you
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff, Prof. Good questions. Well, we're going to take a 5-minute break here, and we'll be then on our last two components of the night. And the next one is Sir Thomas Seymour. And he's actually going to be reporting from the red zone, coming in from the red zone in New York City. And he's going to be, and how well put, the VHS Massacre interview, VHS Massacre 2 interview, which I highly, highly recommend for filmmakers, because he presents this excellent documentary film, which is a socioeconomic analysis of what has happened, what we are transitioning to, and what is yet to come in the entertainment industry. His production is, I think it was sponsored, or if not, definitely he has a distribution deal with Chuma. So it's a real interesting piece. So in 5 minutes, we'll be coming back for that. Everybody take a quick bio break for the next 5 minutes.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas you just crossed over into the retro zone.
1, 2, 3,
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas you just crossed over into the retro zone.
Welcome, welcome. We are on our final lap this Saturday night at the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. And we have Mr. Thomas Seymour with us, who is the creator of VHS Massacre 2. If you would care, Mr. Seymour, would you like for us to start the trailer?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Independent film, of course, has nearly died in terms of there actually being a market for it.
I'm on camera. I made a documentary a few years back, and it was about the end of the video store era and the decline of physical media.
The last blockbuster video in the United States.
It opened up a can of worms that I think resonates throughout the history of film. Filmmaking is a freedom of speech issue.
And you have very few people who will buck that system.
The ambition is what matters. The heart is there. And films have been censored throughout history in various ways.
That film, which was his first film, destroyed his career.
And controversy is really what makes a movie survive.
There was no streaming service that would even stream us.
They just decided to start pulling content. We're not in control of our destinies. They are.
All the rules that prevent monopoly and encourage competition have gone away.
You should be able to turn profit. You did. Someone stole it.
Somewhere along the 120-year plus history of film, people realized that movies had the ability to sculpt society in a way that was even more potent than the written word, and people have been trying to control it ever since.
Wow. Let's see here. Hold on a second. There we go. Thomas, how you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm hanging in there. It's good to see you, sir.
Yes, yes. Did you pour that an extra glass for us?
Yes. Some singleton, single malt. It's okay.
Is that what Charlton Heston was drinking back in the Omega Man?
Yeah, that must be it. Yeah, but no, cheers to you, sir. I appreciate you, everything you've done to keep Miami Sci-Fi going. This is really important for a lot of people who are looking for some silver lining, and I'm really glad you guys pushed forward. I'm very thankful to you.
You're welcome, and we do our best. We try to keep the momentum going. Trying to give back every way we can, because the industry, as a whole, the industry is hurting now. Because of this pandemic, the whole thing has collapsed, and even films like yours and everybody's is in harm's way. But I, just as one of my cousins, this guy Ali, he said, Troy, there's a silver lining in this. There's definitely a silver lining. We may not see it yet, but there will be, something's going to happen for the better out of this. And of course, a lot of people have lost. A lot of people are hurting. Some which are very close to us are hurting, and some didn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
But, there will be a tomorrow. And we'll be prepared. We'll be prepared for it, whether we want to be or not.
Mm-hmm.
So here, what you're doing with VHS Massacre 2, this is your second story. This is your second. Let's say this is Act 2 of your story about the history of cinema, in particular DVDs and independent cinema.
Mm-hmm.
So your delivery on this is, in my opinion, very important, which is one of the reasons why the film is in the festival, because it pertains to all of the filmmakers and screenwriters that are in it. So I think you bring a valuable message to the table.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it focuses specifically on, you could call them low budget films. You could call them B movies. Sometimes they're referred to. And another term is the exploitation film. And people, when they hear the word exploitation, they think that sounds like a dirty word. But the origin of it is market exploitation. It's an actual marketing term. And so the origin of that cinema came from films like Reefer Madness, which were made in, they were originally educational films that were called, it was called Tell Your Children. And then it was rebranded for market exploitation as sort of like this pothead movie. So that's the origin of these films. And that brand of film in particular is suffering very heavily in the streaming era because of some of the media conglomerates are really, they control the whole game. So if you can imagine any profitable avenue is typically controlled, for independent films. So if you're talking about YouTube, they're constantly cutting revenues from partnerships. A few years back, they kicked out a bunch of partners. Amazon Prime, which was sort of a safe haven for low-budget filmmakers, they keep changing the rules. And then in 2018, I think they jettisoned several thousand independent films. They literally deleted them off of their site, not even telling distributors. So you had fairly large distributors like Maverick Entertainment or Chuma.
Maverick taken off?
Yeah, so typically well, if you look at the example I use is Tempe Video. So Tempe Video, J.R. Bookwalter had about 40 films on Amazon Prime, and they deleted something like 11 films. And he's a distributor. He's not just a filmmaker putting his individual film on Prime. So the system is willing to bully the little guy, and it's one of the things that was revealed, that when the decline of physical media happened and independent filmmakers lost the ability to make money in that way, they were sort of hoping to be treated fairly in the streaming era, and that hasn't happened. And it's very important to me because I'm essentially a direct-to-video guy.
Yeah.
So we're getting hit pretty hard, and so for me it was anyway. I'm very happy to be working with Chuma, but I worry for them too, honestly.
Don't worry for Lloyd; he's fine.
Right.
So Thomas, we have we're doing the exploitation of VHS Massacre 2 right now. You have an unexpected guest to throw you off.
Yeah,
I'm sure you know Jeff Sass. He was actually our most popular speaker at last year's Miami Science Fiction Film Festival.
Jeff,
how you doing?
Boss?
How you doing, guys?
Buddy, you're looking good.
Live long and prosper. Right?
You're looking good.
I have my quarantine beard where most people are saving toilet paper. I decided to save razor blades.
So Jeff, if you want to introduce yourself, everyone in the Miami Science Fiction Film Festival from last year remembers you, but a lot of new folks online now who weren't at the festival last year.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Jeff Sass. So I started my career many years ago in film and television and worked for Troma for 7.5 years, from 1987 through 1994. So when I left Troma in 1994, they hired some kid to replace me, and his name was James Gunn. So Timing was off, but one could argue that if I hadn't quit Troma, who knows where James Gunn would be today. Truthfully, he'd be doing just fine because he's much more talented than I am. But I did spend 7.5 years in Tromaville. Worked very hands-on Troma's War, Toxic Avenger 2 and 3, co-wrote and produced Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD, was instrumental in the launch of the Toxic Crusaders. So really had a really fun and exciting run there during a formative time of my career, which I chronicled in a book which I wrote called Everything I Know About Business and Marketing I Learned from the Toxic Avenger.
Okay.
Wow.
Those were big years, I have to tell you. Those were big years. That's, they were actually making some money back then.
Yeah, it was great times, great experience. And I remain. Sorry, I was going to say I remain good friends with Lloyd and Michael. Now, what was really interesting, which many people may not realize, and I'm actually writing an extra chapter for my book on it. So the big rage while everyone is at home during this coronavirus is Tiger King, right?
Yes.
So I tuned into Tiger King only to find out that one of the lead characters was Doc Antl. Well, this is kind of an exclusive to you guys. What most people don't know is Doc Antl was the animal wrangler for Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD. So we hired Doc to handle all the animals, and I worked very closely with him, intimately with him, as did Lloyd. And he provided the tiger and the lion and the monkey and all the creatures and animals that you see in Kabuki Man were being handled by Doc, and Doc himself appears in the movie. So that was quite a shock to see Doc in the midst of this coronavirus Netflix madness.
And he's the one who's got the PhD in like magic or something. He's
a real character, and it was interesting back then because obviously this was 25 years ago probably. When Lloyd and I went up to his farm. I say farm in quotes, in upstate New York at the time, and it was like a trailer park with elephants and tigers and all these bizarre animals in this, dumpy trailer park. It was bizarre. But it was very interesting. And at one point, the tiger almost attacked Lisa Gay, one of the actresses in the film. The lion almost ate the monkey. It was quite hairy. It was very hairy in a literal sense. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons we thought it would be interesting to have Jeff on this session with you, Thomas, was not just because of the trauma angle, but also, he did write the book, like he mentioned, about the marketing book, but he used a lot of specific, like actual events that happened with him in marketing the videotapes that you even have in your movie, even the specific videotapes, and how he has stories from Santa Monica, from going to Japan. So felt he could add a backstory to a lot of the scenes in your film.
Yeah, I would love it. I'd love it. I'm a fan of his work. I mean, Sergeant Kabuki Man, come on, that's amazing. Iconic. I mean, there's you also did Toxic 2 and 3, right? But Kabuki Man's a second, right? It's Toxic, and then Kabuki Man's right in there, number 2, I think. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was interesting because we had done the Toxic Crusaders at the same time we were doing Kabuki Man, and so that was like the first time Troma had this PG-13 mindset versus the R-rated mindset, right?
Yeah.
And so the original Kabuki Man was in the vein of Toxic Avenger and pretty gory and et cetera, et cetera. And then we had this idea that, since we were having some success with Toxic Crusaders, maybe Kabuki Man could also be targeted toward a younger, more a general audience. And so we did do originally some edits and rethinking of the script for Kabuki Man to make it into something that could also be translated into a a cartoon series, and we came very, very close. Actually, Deke Animation did a pilot for Kabuki Man, an animated pilot, which was pretty good, and we came very close to it getting picked up, but it didn't quite happen.
When did the Marvel comic come into play? The Toxic Avenger.
So we did 2 Marvel comics. We worked with one of the great Marvel editors, Jim Salicrup, on both a Toxic. It was very interesting because we had a Toxic Avenger Marvel comic, and we also had a Toxic Crusaders Marvel comic. So I don't know many other characters that existed in 2 different genres as a Marvel comic at the same time, which was kind of cool. So obviously the Toxic Avenger was a little bit more harder edged and gory, and the Toxic Crusaders was a little softer and more general audience. But we had both of those comics with Marvels, which that was kind of cool.
Well, to insert myself in this, growing up, like the Toxic Crusaders was on TV, and I had this friend, and we were in grade school. And he was like, come over and watch the Toxic Avenger movie. And I thought, oh, well, this series is cool. I watched that. I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'll come over and I'll watch the Toxic Avenger. So Toxic Avenger is this hard R film with like a kid's head and getting crushed and like decapitations and all this stuff. And I saw it and I loved it. It freaked me out, and I was forever changed. So the Toxic Avenger and films that you worked on, they are as much of an influence as something like Blade Runner. Like I literally watched that, and then when I was like older, then I would watch, in high school, movies like Blade Runner and stuff like that. But I never distinguished the two. Like my relationship to films, with the B movies and the A movies, I sort of all put them on a level playing ground. So, and it's been that way forever.
Well, that's pretty cool. And Toxie is Toxie. Like we don't, in the Tromaverse, we don't delineate the Toxic Crusader Toxie versus the Toxic Avenger Toxie. Toxie is just Toxie, right? He is who he is. I think more than almost any other intellectual property, the Toxic Avenger has appeared in more permutations, literally, even than Mickey Mouse, because no other character that I can name, maybe you guys can top me, has been in R-rated movies, PG-rated movies, cartoon series, Broadway musicals, theatrical movies. I mean, everything that comic books, all the merchandise. So the Toxic Avenger has gone where no other licensed character has gone before in many ways.
Yeah, and what is interesting too is that like the Toxic Avenger and like Troma movies hit on these different notes. Like it's not just comedy, it's deliberately trashy, it's gory, it's this interesting yarn. And I was thinking about Lloyd Kaufman. I was thinking about Sam Raimi, right? So Sam Raimi, if you think of Bad Taste, okay, so his first couple films were very in line with something that Lloyd Kaufman would do. And
Bad Taste is Peter Jackson.
Yes, but Peter Jackson, if he did not move into the studio system, he'd probably look a hell of a lot like Lloyd Kaufman. Because and same thing with Sam Raimi with the original Evil Dead. He made first Evil Dead fairly low budget. It's low budget horror. It's interesting, but a lot of these guys, Peter Jackson, Sam Raimi, if they didn't make these transitions to the studios, you really have to wonder if they wouldn't be exactly where Lloyd is now. And I think if you look at Lloyd in that way, he's just a guy who never really bought into the studio system. And so I think he should be recognized more than he is. He's obviously a very smart guy, and people love his work. So
absolutely, and Troma has been around as a brand now for 45 years. I mean, they're literally the last bastion of independent cinema in many respects. And part of that is Lloyd and Michael, and Lloyd has been the face of Troma, but Michael Hers deserves a lot of the credit too. As Lloyd's partner, they created a universe, not quite the Marvel universe, the Troma universe, but they created a world where they could exist and do whatever they felt like doing without being beholden to anyone in the studio system. And to be honest, over the years, even when I was there, a lot of big names in Hollywood were even though they were more financially successful and more mainstream recognized successful, they were actually jealous of the actual creative freedom that Lloyd and Michael had to just do whatever the fuck they wanted, quite frankly, right? Yeah. Without having to worry about what anyone else was saying or doing or money or this or that.
Yeah, and if you look at, like you look at someone like Roger Corman, eventually he was, like the Academy was so filled with his people that eventually they took notice of what Roger Corman had accomplished. And in as far as sort of mentorship, you could say Lloyd Kaufman broke later. If you look at his roster of people that came out of Troma, from James Gunn or Eli Roth or Matt Stone and Trey Parker, I often wonder if Lloyd will eventually get some kind of larger acceptance for what he's done, because I think he's a very important figure. And Joe Bob Briggs always talks about this concept of a lot of these exploitation filmmakers, they're celebrated after they're dead. Like the New York Times will do this amazing obituary of some director. They just did one on Larry Cohen, right? So they love Larry Cohen now. He's amazing now, suddenly, and it's like, so you have to, anyway, you just hope Lloyd gets his recognition now.
So Thomas, I know that's an important scene in your movie, VHS Massacre 2. So maybe you can introduce your film right now as well for the people on the live stream. Yeah.
So VHS Massacre 2, it's a sequel to the VHS Massacre documentary. The first one was about the decline of physical media and how it affects independent filmmakers. And the second one was more specifically about how exploitation has been brought to the brink of death financially because of these media conglomerates and the control that they have over the system. And so I call it the last stand of the American exploitation film. And what better studio to represent that than Troma, who still survives to this day, amazingly. So it concentrates on that. It features Joe Bob Briggs, who's had an outrageous success with his The Last Drive-In series. It features James Rolfe, who is the angry video game nerd, who his videos literally are in the billions of people who've seen his stuff. Of course, Debbie Rochon, who I'm sure I know Debbie well. Yeah. And features Lloyd, features Sean Phillips, and several other people. But it really concentrates on specific ways that the media is controlled, and it's unfairly in that, if anyway, things need to change if you want any sort of diversity in entertainment. Like there is this, George Carlin always talked about the illusion of choice, and that's what we have now. There's a million fucking shows, but 5 companies control the manufacturing of all those shows. And so there's not a hell of a lot of diversity of opinion. And what you have is someone like Troma, who's akin to something like Dadaism, which is, antagonizes contemporary art. And I think you need that. You need something transgressive. You need something to take the piss out of not only fine art but some of the pop culture. And
so I had the benefit of watching your film after I read Jeff Sass's book. And there's a lot of scenes in the movie VHS Massacre 2 that actually like really filled in like the color of like the outline I had from Jeff's book about the history of trauma, even how Lloyd operates, even letting people on sets. There's one scene in VHS Massacre 2 where Lloyd's in shorts, right, and he's welcoming you onto the set in Astoria, I think it was, and he's saying you basically want he's welcoming you. It's a marketing thing for him as well. And also the scenes where you actually go to trauma headquarters, I kind of imagine like, just like, when you read the book first, then you see the movie adaptation. I kind of felt, well, I kind of imagined differently from the book, but I guess it's okay. But the reality is that's how trauma actually looks. So it's kind of like a interesting thing, like reading, Jeff's book and then seeing your movie about Lloyd in a way.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's the sort of illusion of the film industry anyway. These films, that sometimes it's 14-hour days, and people are just dirty and tired and
14. That's half a day. Come on.
It's half a day. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, the lengths that I mean, Sass could probably speak to it more than I can, but. It is. It's important what they do, believe it or not. I know, it's easy to write things off like trash cinema, but when you start to connect the dots with people like John Waters, Lloyd Kaufman, Roger Corman, you start to see that what happens is there's these really out there ideas that get tested in trash cinema, and if they're good enough ideas, they eventually make their way into the mainstream. And then when you look back, you just say, oh, that's a B movie, who cares? But no, it is important. Like, it matters. Like, if you think of John Waters and how he had trans people in his movie very early on, and people might say, well, those were not positive depictions. But what people always talk about, normalizing certain things. So, you have enough of that. You really need experimentation at the edges of cinema, and at the edges of cinema are really offensive, but it's America, so fuck you. And the problem is, a lot of these exploitation films are being censored in really horrific ways. If you look at Debbie Rochon's film Model Hunger, it was barred from any streaming site. And this is a female director. She's important. She's been in over 300 independent films, and she literally couldn't get her film to stream on any major streaming site because they said it was, it was barred for being offensive. But yet the same stuff she does in her film exists in all these other mainstream, Amazon Prime original shows and all this stuff. So the hypocrisy is it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it actually just came up in our last session that we just had right before this one, where I think Troy made the allusion to this one film that they got up, the Pinocchio film. And I didn't bring it up in the last session, but it's pretty similar to a South Park episode. If South Park did it, but Miami Sci-Fi, I mean, Troy, if you can explain what happened in the last session with the Pinocchio film that wasn't allowed to screen.
Oh, no, it did screen.
Oh, did? Okay.
It definitely did screen. I'll pull up the name, and it's probably worth us showing the trailer because.
Well, Troy's brave. I think other film festivals wouldn't have put it in, but yeah.
Well, there's nothing wrong with what they did. They just showed a story of how crazy things are. We've got more stories on regular television, which show far more than those movies did.
Oh yeah.
The thing is that the interpretation can be spun in a negative fashion. That's the difference.
And then the thing that Jeff was really good about last year, and what made him really popular speaker, was was definitely the marketing end for filmmakers and what he learned at Chuma. But what I learned from VHS Massacre 2, with especially the Lloyd interviews, was it seemed to be in a way depressing. Like, you know, the world has changed; it's not coming back in a way. And I don't know, you know, but I definitely felt it. You know, I've had the whole YouTube series, Netflix movie, Amazon. I've seen it in real time how things are changing. But I don't know, Jeff. Like, what do you think about what's happening with the independent film scene?
Well, you know, I think right now, I mean, we're having this conversation in the midst of this coronavirus situation, you know, not just here, but in the world. And it's going to change. I mean, it's already changing how creatives will have to think about creating again. It's already changing, you know, look, Hollywood and independent production alike are essentially shut down at the moment because people can't physically get together on a set to shoot something, right? So creatively, it's interesting. Like, I've been fascinated, even, you know, binge watching, as everyone is doing, all these different shows now. When you see scenes of crowds of people, you know, part of my brain now is already starting to adjust, saying, wait a minute, is that normal? You know, just as today, you know, you don't see smoking cigarettes in entertainment anymore, right? When I was a kid, you know, I'm showing my age again, that was normal. People were always, you know, smoking. Now you don't see that. Are we going to get to a point where all entertainment, you know, whether it's independent or mainstream, is going to have to rethink, how do you present people, you know, interacting? Are there going to be crowd scenes? Like the idea of extras, right? The idea of having a scene of extras. Even at Troma, we were great at bringing together hundreds of people for a bagel in the morning and a t-shirt when they left in the afternoon, to hang out all day and be an extra. Actually, we never called them extras. It's in my book. You know, we always called them background actors. You know, they were never extras, right? They were much more important than being extras. But is that going to change? Is the whole entertainment landscape, independent and otherwise, going to change now because of the impact of what we're all going through at this moment? No, in some respects, that's going to be potentially a resurgence for independence.
I think I think there will be people that react like that, just like the people who didn't want vaccines in the first place. There will always be a faction of people who do things that, you know, really aren't thought through or researched enough, or deny facts and want to remain superstitious, because this is something that has happened many, many times before. And in no way am my statements forward are going to belittle what is currently going on. I know people who've lost family and friends. You know, this is, you know, I'm from New York City too. So I know people who died.
Sure.
You know, nobody's making it up. But what happened during the Spanish flu, what was labeled as the Spanish flu, a lot more people died on the planet, number one.
Sure.
Number two, I think it was in Austria. Austria has the big exhibit, which was built at the end of the Black Plague. 1/3 of all human beings in Europe died. You know, in no way are we looking anywhere near. You know, we're looking at 4 or 5%.
No, but what I mean more is what are the social norms? In other words, yes, more people died back then, but there was no YouTube either, right? So there was no instant reflection on society in entertainment as there is today. I mean, literally instant. So what I'm curious as a creative person is how it will change the perspective of what we present in entertainment.
But that is people still sitting on, you know, allow me to finish. That's still people sitting on the footsteps of superstition, because everybody in the United States has heard to get a flu shot. Get a flu shot. And you're not necessarily going to get the flu. We're going to have the exact same vaccine. So the flu's going to be added. That's going to be added in with the rest of the other ones. Not saying that it is the flu, but it's still a virus. and you're going to get a vaccine for it. As an example, let me give you a great example. If you travel to West Africa and you don't go with a yellow fever vaccine, you're taking a big risk.
Right.
You know, as Americans,
the question I'm asking is a little bit more literal in terms of, let's say you're a creative, Thomas, you're producing your next film and it's going to come out 6 to 9 months from now. Are you going to creatively write scenes where people are shaking hands, hugging, kissing hello? In other words, I'm questioning how the experience we're going through, which in our lifetimes is unique. I'm 60 years old. There's never been a time in my lifetime where people have been asked to stay home for 4 to 6 weeks straight and not interact with other human beings. That hasn't happened in my lifetime. So how will that change entertainment and what's normal in entertainment over the coming 12, 18, 24 months? That's sort of what I'm asking.
And to be clear on that, yes, over the next year or two, yes, I admit it will be different because it's not done yet. And I think educate people the natural cycle of these things. Yeah, you're going to have people coming up and with reacting instead of thinking. So yeah, we're going to have that. And I agree with you, Jeff, that we're going to see that. We're going to see a little bit of this going forward for a while. Will it last forever? No, it will not.
I think you might look back at this time as I think absolutely there is going to be an effect, and you might look back on films of let's say this year and next year in a particular way in that regard. Although you do have to wonder for the studio films where they just deal with that with special effects, right? But crowd, I'm going to simulate 1,000 people in the background, right? But
insurance will ask them too,
right? But no, I think the one thing I was thinking about, there was a joke online about the live long and prosper sign, and that like, hey, let's just do that. That way we don't have to shake hands or whatever. And that occurred to me, that might stick for a bit. You know what I mean? It might be a couple
exactly.
That's true.
People, 1 or 2 years, people might be, but the live long and prosper sign, it's a good way to go. But yeah, you think about, I think about, so what was it? 08, right? 08 was the Great Recession. In regard to independent film, it really kicked a lot of the independent films off a cliff. And I was working for a startup at the time who was doing Black 20. We got an Emmy nomination and did all this stuff. And it was web content very early on. And when the economy crashed, a lot of those startups died, including the one I work with. And that was sad. And I guess by the time it died, it was like 09, 2010. And that stuff's sad. So, I mean.
So Thomas, let's pick up on that with what you write with your movie too. I know you have a lot of. I didn't mean to end the last statement as a downer about how things are changing, because I felt like there was a lot of hope in VHS Massacre 2, especially with the angry video game nerd scenes and some of the other things where you talk about how a lot of the independents and creatives, they're still working, they're still doing stuff, except now they're doing stuff in video games, doing stuff in other types of content. And how I know Jeff is huge into startups. After Troma, he's one of the biggest startup people here in South Florida. He's even sponsored hackathons and things that a lot of our filmmakers have participated
How we
in.
met.
Yeah, that's how we met. He was actually a judge and mentor at a hackathon I participated in. So he's huge into that. So I think like there's a lot of and my me personally, I host the largest video game developer group in South Florida. So I think there's a lot of creativity, digital media. So I didn't realize, Thomas, you were also a technologist. So maybe we could talk about how the genre, the job opportunities or opportunities to be creative are evolving now as the economy and the world evolves.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, there people who can technologists. it's a very weird thing, and you must know this. Like, let's say visual effects company, right? So Hollywood is you know, riddled stories about visual effects companies doing all this work for a studio film, and that studio film wins an Academy Award, right? Think Life of Pi, right? And then that they don't pay the visual effects company, and then they go out of business, right? So, so that is part of the same sort of cycle. Whereas I think, you know, they got to figure out a way to protect themselves, because the technologists really should be in a position to demand high salaries. It's a specialty job. There's not that many people can do it, and it's very important. And so I have to go back to this part with some of the media conglomerates, and it's sort of deliberately controlled in a way that's not great. That's why the health of independent, whether it's independent game development or independent feature films, it's really important stuff. So we have to keep pushing, you know, platforms that can pay independent artists. So I think all that stuff's important. It's a very difficult time now, and you have to wonder who is actually going to break up these conglomerates. On the other side of it, people are artists, and whether it's music or films, the amateurs, if you want to call me an amateur, that's fine. I will continue to make films to the day I die, whether I have $500 to make a feature or whether I have $50,000 to make a feature. So I never worry that independent films or even independent video games will never be made. They will always be made. It's just, it's about being treated fairly. That's my whole thing.
I think there's going to be a lot of change, Jeff. I think we're going to see a whole lot of change, and I'm not going to take us down that that political route. But I think we have massive change in this country and in the world for the whole part. And I stem that off by a couple of years back. I was hanging out at a TED Talk, and there was a guy who was a sociologist who developed an algorithm that he used to measure changes in society with. And he used a lot of the data from the US because that was the best data set at the time. And this, I'm certain this talk was, here we are in 2020. This was probably 4 years ago. So this was around 2016, not even 2016, because it was before the last election. It was not only before the last election, it was before it even started any runnings and so forth. So it could have been 2014. And he said his model, he posted up on big screen